the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is live. Good time gang settling in. Everyone is here. Greg Burgess to my left, Helmsy to my right. We are sitting around shooting the bull, getting ready for another day, and now we join each other to get it going. rickandbubba.com. Don't forget, that's the website that you want to go to for everything Rick and Bubba. Upcoming events, the store, social media links, show notes for the day, you name it. It's all there at rickandbubba.com. Let's bring everybody in. To my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Boys.
What's happening?
Yep. I wanna warn everybody in Statesboro, Georgia. I'm headed your way.
Oh, watch out. Here comes Bullet Head.
Oh, all I can think about is Atlanta. Atlanta.
Oh, I
Atlanta.
know.
Just hanging over. You never know what you're going to get.
I know. You really don't.
You can bet what you're going to get frustration.
And you know what,
Yeah.
too? When you get on the other
You
side.
get bumper to bumper is what you're going to get.
When you get on the other side of it, it is the biggest weight off your shoulders.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to that.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
all I
You're
think
right.
about.
When you
Seriously,
finally-
all I can think about at this moment is Atlanta.
You
When
woke
you
up
finally
in the
come
night.
out the other end of it, you're like,
Oh. It's like your day's been made.
are you staying on 20 or are you going 85? What you
Here we go.
It's
It's where they talk traffic, y'all. Just
20.
hang on.
I mean, it's still bad, but
Yeah.
it's better than having to go through all that other mess.
Yeah, 20.
Like yeah,
Unless Waze routes me somewhere else because of the traffic.
yeah, that's true.
That's all. You never know. Look at Speedy.
You done? Or you want to talk to him
I feel better
about what he needs
I feel
to do?
better about his
Okay.
traffic.
All right. Good.
And then
I got
bypasses, they ain't worth it.
I've got
No,
to
they're not.
I've got to congratulate you, buddy. I'm looking at Greg now for those of you who can't see me.
Well,
I am I'm coming in from outside doing something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wow.
And Terry says, "Oh my goodness." And you never know what's going to happen, what comes out of her mouth next, after "oh my goodness." She's looking at her phone.
Yeah, I know where
She
you're going with
said,
this.
Greg posted a story
He sure
on
did.
Instagram. And she said, now he did it twice, but at least it's there. And I'm like, oh, what is it? He said, it's Ellis
Right.
dancing at the wedding, which is awesome. And
It
I
was
said,
awesome.
you know what? Let's just, nobody's
he's
sitting.
breaking it down. wasn't he?
Nobody's sitting.
Part of me that thought Lisa did it.
Look, you showing off, buddy.
Did she do it?
Yeah.
She did it.
Oh, man.
Well,
but
it's
it-
about what she walked me through.
At
it,
some
put it that
point,
way.
you got to start doing things yourself.
She walked me through it.
Okay.
I still can't figure out what I
Well, I'm proud of you, buddy. I said, well, let's celebrate the fact that he's learning how it works, and that was a good story.
Do you know it was?
Him dancing
It was
with Rick.
fantastic.
That was awesome.
I don't know where he got them James Brown.
But hey, those shoes on that floor,
Well, I
it was
told you,
perfect.
He told his mother on the way home that he
When-
didn't know he had that many good dance moves.
When I saw it pop up last night,
Yeah.
I thought this is too clean for Greg to do it.
Well, yeah.
No.
And but you did say you had some help. But I was proud of you either way, whether you had help or not.
Yeah,
Well,
hey,
I'm
you're
gonna
getting
If you
it.
don't know, you don't know. You got to
I'm gonna
learn.
try to do some
How you
stuff.
getting it, buddy? We're just going to celebrate the fact you're getting it.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'd
That
like
was-
it.
that was a perfect story, though.
It really was.
I got an idea on some stuff that if I can catch footage of. That
Okay.
I hope
gotta
it
be-
includes Mr. Buddy.
No,
Yeah,
I hope-
that's a possibility.
Well,
I've
that-
run that through my head a couple
it
times.
has to do with
I hope
going
it-
to a certain area.
I hope it includes Little Lee Hubbard,
Probably.
Gerald Cates,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure. For sure.
Millie.
Yeah.
Oh, who's
You can't-
Psycho?
Hey, you can't just go into stores and just start recording people and then posting it.
You can't.
No, probably not.
Yeah. What if I asked their permission?
Well, maybe.
So you cool with this?
So we did that story yesterday. Greg entered the Instagram world. Give him a follow, real Greg Burgess. Put it all
I've
together.
been getting a few of them.
Yes, sir,
They
you have.
pop up.
You should have seen him yesterday looking at. He looks at his phone like it's the sun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, and then touches it like it's hot.
Still, I can't figure out what buttons control what.
It's okay. We'll get
You'll get
there.
there.
We'll
You'll
get
get
there.
there.
And he said, I said, hey,
Hey, Nolan Ryan didn't know how to throw a curveball day one, buddy.
That's a good
yeah.
point.
I said, how many
That's a
follows?
good
How many
point.
follows you got? I don't know. How do you
I
check
don't
that?
know.
And I said, let me see it. Let me see your phone.
I don't know.
And I hit it. I went, oh, look at here. I was like, within a few hours, you've had almost 1,000 follows.
Oh,
Come
okay, I
on.
found it.
Okay. Look at you. He's looking at his phone.
Hey,
Hey,
I can get better.
yeah. Hey, this week, RBU is with Jason Rantz. Now, Jason is
Jason Morant.
he hosts the Jason Rantz Show. It's a top-rated talk show weekdays
meant to sing.
and
I did too.
in the afternoon in the Seattle market. and he appears on Fox News a lot. He's when Tucker was there, he was a regular guest with Tucker. He's been with Hannity and some others. He's got a new book out, What's Killing America Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. But what we're going to talk to him about today is, of course, the new book. But he's Jewish, and he's been covering the pro-Hamas rallies in Seattle, and can really add a lot to what is going on. And so we'll kind of break it down with Jason in RBU this week. You don't want to miss that. And you know, speaking of all those pro-Hamas rallies, what the CEOs of these companies have done, I can't believe they've done it, to be honest with you, is they want the names of these individuals that are at these rallies, and they're turning they're like, you won't work here, whatever. There was this lawyer, I guess, that was supposed to be going to New York, and the company CEO saw that she was at one of these rallies, and they said, you know,
you're not welcome.
You're not welcome, and the job is no longer yours. Right. And I can't believe it, but it's happening. Actually, holding people accountable. And
they need to.
It's really something else.
Don't get off in the rabbit hole looking at the footage of what happened.
No. Guys, I
got off in that this morning. That's disturbing.
It is extremely disturbing. I called a segment on the news last night that they were talking to an Israeli influencer. I think she is an actress, I believe, or something to that nature. She's in the entertainment world, and she was just extremely emotional about one of her best friends' relative was missing, and they got a call from his phone, and they thought, oh my gosh, it's him, but it wasn't. It was Hamas.
Oh wow!
A video call, and then, and I'll stop right there.
Yeah.
But that's what they're doing too. So it's sickening. But anyway, Jason Rantz with us on RBU. That'll be recorded today, and we'll publish Saturday morning on all audio podcast formats, as well as Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, Facebook. It's both audio and video. And we'll also send those links out on all our social media Saturday morning at Rick and Bubba. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without.
It's 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. All right, so let's talk about. Let's just talk about it.
Let's just get it out of the way.
Let's just get it out of the way.
Bad gum.
So,
Come on.
So the other night, when the Braves had their
That's
big
my
comeback against the Phillies, and Austin Riley hit the home run and had to
Blah,
back
blah,
up,
blah.
and doubled up Bryce Harper, getting back to first. They won the game, tied it up 1-1. Greg was upset because he missed all that and
I
forgot the
forgot.
Braves were on.
Yeah.
So we've been on him the last day
I
or
wish
two.
I forgot yesterday.
I know. Well, that's where we're going. And so last night or yesterday afternoon late, because they started around 4 o'clock Central p.m., he said, I'm in. I've dialed in, and I'm going to actually watch the Braves. So around 4, I texted the two of you in our little group, and all it said was Braves.
Yep.
That's all it said. Just
Little
in case.
reminder.
Because I know it was on TBS, and for some reason that bothers you.
I'll be honest, I needed that reminder because the rain messed our practice up. So we went and did a workout. We got done earlier than we normally do, and that text came through as I was jumping in my car.
Okay. Well, that's perfect.
Yeah.
And
I completely forgot about it.
I was a little behind. It was in the first inning when I sent you guys that. But and Greg replied and said, I'm in.
Yeah, he sure did.
And the first 2 innings were okay.
They were good. It's good baseball.
Yeah, settled in.
But then,
here we go.
Then Greg started loving the Braves too much, and things turned. And the Phillies, with their
Third inning was
with their
just
long,
ridiculous.
with their long, dirty looking hair,
that is a weird looking
They
bunch.
started hitting home runs, and
That
Bryce
Marsh
Harper was, I mean, good night. They were hitting so many home runs, and they beat the mess out of the Braves.
They did.
And the two,
It
you
was
and I,
over before it
Helmsy,
got started.
We blame Greg.
We were.
Yeah, Bubba
They're
just
still
walked in,
hitting
so they just hit another one. And I blame Greg. Greg, and I'm gonna ask Greg because they play again today. Greg, please don't watch.
What time they play?
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you anything.
I mean, you can't blame me for that, but my gosh. I mean, I doubt I'm the only person that watched it that didn't see it the other night.
Yeah, Greg.
But
you're out.
It was. I mean, I was like, man, this thing will be over a little after 8.
Yeah.
Heck, it was over way before then.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
I mean, time was perfect, everything except one thing. The Braves didn't show up and they got hammered.
Listen, I'm all about.
They got hammered.
10-2,
I'm all about
they got hammered.
the greatest in the game. Okay, so anytime Bryce Harper comes to the plate, it doesn't matter how big of a Braves fan I am. I love watching him hit a baseball. Now, I wish he wouldn't have hit so many last night. Okay, you could have just stopped at the first one. Okay, and the first one he admired. People were talking about it. Whatever. I would have admired it too. My goodness,
I'd have pulled out a lawn chair and sat there and watched it.
I love that.
It was in the air long enough.
It was. Yeah. When you texted and said, "I think that ball was in the air for 6 seconds."
I counted 6 Mississippi before I think it ever hit.
Oh goodness! What a stroke!
How about it, buddy?
They play at 7:07 p.m. tonight on TBS. So I'm hoping your little man's asleep.
I won't make it to that.
If we blame Greg for tonight, I mean for last night, then I think you got to give me credit when I step into the state of Georgia today. That's how silly I think it is blaming you.
Oh, no, it's clearly Greg's fault. That's not silly. No, it's clearly his fault.
I was getting messages last night with people saying, "Please don't tell Greg when the game is
Let me
today."
tell you what's happened.
Oh, Rick just came in and said they hit another one. So that's 2 already.
Did I tell you what?
Phillies are still hitting home runs.
Yeah.
Here's what happened. I'm getting paid back because the night before I watched The Silence of the Lambs instead of the Braves, and that was disrespectful. And I'm mojo.
Oh, I like that. I like that thought.
Because I was stupid and forgot it was coming on, and I was being punished for being stupid and forgetting what was coming up and watching a movie you've seen about 50 times.
Yeah.
That's more amazing you've seen it 50 times.
Well, some
I'm
funny.
exaggerating slightly, but I have seen it a lot.
There's some funny texts back and forth on our little group. Gosh almighty. So we're just asking
Can I ask a
you don't
question?
tune over because if they lose tonight, it's over.
It's over.
Yeah. It's over. They got to get
which we predicted.
They got to get back to Atlanta. So they got to win tonight.
Why was Harper staring down Arcia behind the bag? What was that all about?
All right, so
I kind of liked it. I just didn't know what he was doing.
It's a little frustrating. I'll be honest with you. So Arcia, when the other night when Bryce Harper got doubled up at first, apparently they were in the locker room as a team, and Arcia was overheard as having fun with Bryce about his base running and getting doubled up. So somebody reported that. Well, the reporter even says in the report, now I'm not really sure if this is accurate or not. I'm not really sure what I heard or if this is so it's not really, it's not concrete that it was even said, but that got back to Bryce. And so Bryce was staring him down. Now, after the game, Bryce was interviewed. He said, "I'm just having fun with him," you know.
He said, "I'm just having fun."
But there's something has been made out of this, and we have that for the main show today. They break it down of they can't even confirm this happened.
Okay.
But
I heard him in his interview same thing. He said, "I'm just having fun."
Yeah.
You know,
we're
first
beating
of all, the crap out of everybody, and I'm enjoying it.
If you think what Bryce Harper did the other night was a base running mistake, you're an idiot.
No, right.
He did exactly what he was supposed to do in that moment. It just didn't work out.
Right.
That's just like calling a play in football and not working out.
Yeah, and the guy made a great. A lot of people don't make that play.
Yeah, right. No, you're right. Most don't. Most don't. There were 2 great plays made in that.
Yes, right. That had to happen, which rarely would.
Yeah.
I think
that helps me. That helps me a little bit because I saw the stare down and I'm like, wow, okay, well, what's going on between them two?
Yeah. Now this is the Braves radio. They weren't too happy with what he was doing.
Yeah.
But I think
I do too. They need to calm down a little bit.
Let's see here.
They got on him about the throat slash
let's
too.
See if I got this.
Let's just get over it.
A story attributed to some writer who said he overheard Arcia say something in the locker room that was disparaging about Harper after Game 2. There's no proof that it was even said. Even the writer said he wasn't sure that's what he said. But Harper's taken it to heart, and he's been glaring at Arcia
I like bald.
He was, by the way.
Yeah.
He's been glaring.
So you just hate the reporting now and how sloppy it is. So you got that and something stirred up and you don't even know if it's accurate or not. But that explains what he's doing.
If I could have the perfect game tonight, it would be that the Braves win, but Harper hits another home run.
Really?
Well, that's possible.
That would be my perfect night in Philly.
Okay.
I need a Harper home run, but a Braves win.
I'm just glad it's past Greg's bedtime.
Oh yeah, I won't. No way I stay up for that.
Yeah. At least the fourth inning on, you won't see.
No.
You might see first couple.
Maybe.
Huh?
I will be settling in Statesboro, Georgia, after a dinner, probably about the fourth or fifth inning, and we'll probably watch a good bit of it.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'll be able to make it after leaving here in an hour or so and driving that way and having to do all this today, but I will watch a little bit.
And congratulations to the Diamondbacks.
How about that?
Not only did they win the NLDS last night and sweep the Dodgers, which you don't hear that much. That's not really what you say a whole lot. But I guess did they hit 4 home runs in one inning?
Crazy.
The first team in postseason history to do that. But that fourth one, was it fair or foul? I'm seeing reports that I didn't see it.
Can you not review that? I thought you could review a home run.
I think so. I'm not sure. Like I said, I hadn't even seen it. I'm looking at the reporting. It said they had hit 3, and then Christian Walker appeared to have hit the 4th just inside the foul pole. But was it really? And and so I haven't seen it.
Enough.
And did I hear you say that
the Astros won? Too?
Astros did win, beat the Twins, so they're moving on.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 Live Guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 Live Guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't stop.
All right, it's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we move along, remind me, I've got a funny Saban. It's just so funny sometimes when he gets to going at his press conferences, and he was asked about the eclipse that's going to happen this weekend. And Span was even in the question from the reporter, and he talks about how he's going to try to, because they were talking about the distraction that his team might have when playing if that's what's going on, and he said, well, we have to get prepared for every distraction. But he said, I'll tell you how I'll let them know. And he goes into it. It's pretty funny.
Being smart enough.
Yes, of course. When he's at his best. He's going when he goes, all right. All right.
Like when he wanted to ask the Coke bottle a question.
yes.
It's in the crystal ball.
It's good. Okay. It's good. All right, so we've gone back.
I got to clear this up because I didn't know this happened.
This Diamondback thing. Okay, so the Diamondbacks made baseball history last night.
Well,
not only they sweep the NLDS and the Dodgers, but Greg loves these first time ever things. The first team in postseason history to hit 4 home runs in 1 inning, but that 4th home run by Christian Walker is a big debate on fair or foul.
Okay. So when I first saw it, I watched the first 3 and then I watched the 4th one. Saw the 4th one that was in question was an opposite field shot down the right field line that at first glance I thought it was fair. Dodgers bullpen, Hayward's out there going, that's a foul ball, that's a foul ball, that's a foul ball. But here's what happened. They actually called it a foul ball, and the next pitch he hits a home run.
Really?
Yes. So he got the 4th home run.
Well, then what's the controversy?
I don't know. So,
okay,
but it is weird to see.
Yeah.
Because it is. I mean, I've watched this thing 15 times now, and I can't tell if it's fair or foul. And they ended up ruling that it was a foul ball.
Okay.
And it looks like the very next pitch, he hits a home run anyway. Drives one to left center.
So it doesn't really matter.
So whether it was foul or not doesn't matter because he ended up hitting one anyway.
I've got a question that I don't think y'all would ever think I would ask you.
Okay.
Okay.
I love that.
Do y'all sleep in socks?
No, I do not.
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, my wife does.
Mine does too.
My wife does.
Depends.
My wife stands beside the bed and starts putting clothes on like she's going out to feed the
Lisa's the same
chickens.
way.
Okay, we don't have them, but you know what I'm saying. She looks like she's going to a ball game.
I don't know how you can sleep that.
And I have even asked, "What are you doing? Were you going outside?" She's like, "No, I'm getting ready for bed." Yeah. I mean, we got sweatpants on, we got sweatshirts, sometimes a hoodie, and we got socks on and everything. There's a study out today now that says keeping your feet warm really do help you sleep better. And, you know, that's kind of a no-brainer. I don't think anybody likes to sleep cold, but I don't like to have really anything
up with socks on and just rip them
Let me
off.
ask you this.
Yeah.
If you're under the covers, is that not considered warm?
Well, you know.
But they say something about it puts your body in the you warm down.
need
it makes
to-
you sleep better.
You need to warm them more than you would just a natural cover.
And it affects your entire body by warming your feet.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try it.
You know the whole hunting thing. You keep your feet warm and your head and your hands, whatever you can.
I fell asleep with socks on, not on purpose, and woke up and had to rip them off.
I don't like wearing a whole lot when I'm sleeping.
No.
Especially socks.
You know, we've got some,
long underwear.
biomedical scientist, that's based out of San Fran. They've done a study or something, and they're saying warming the feet can have a positive impact on sleep for many people. I sent this to Terry so quick, and she's been up for a little bit. She sent me a text, said, "See, you've been making fun of me for years.
Well, at least
so
it's
eat
the
it."
same
And so I thought, I'm going to print this and ask the guys. I don't think, but, there was a time where, Helmsy, you slept in a shirt.
I did.
Do you still do that?
No, not really.
Oh,
Sometimes it just depends.
Is it because you hit puberty or what?
Yeah, I grew up.
It's that asthma. He's asthmatic.
Grew up a
right.
little bit.
And did you say, did we have that right? That helped his asthma?
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
said.
he had to wear a shirt because he was asthmatic.
I just said I
this
got
when
caught
you were
up
legally
in
blind
it. I
too?
got caught up in it.
Don't forget the presentation because I played on
Yes.
that stuff. A lot of y'all don't know this, but I'm asthmatic.
I was trying.
Like we were gonna go. Oh, okay. I get it.
I was injured.
We're
Just
gonna
threw
stop.
something out there.
So I guess it wasn't far fetched for me to ask about that because
No.
if you slept
no,
in that, you never know.
And I do sometimes from time to time. We'll sleep in a shirt,
Yeah.
but usually it's not. Usually it's just underwear.
I can't sleep in anything but that underwear because if you start twisting around, your
tied
clothes,
up in a shirt.
it's like somebody's trying to get you in a headlock.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like, good
full
night.
Nelson.
So I'm not gonna do that.
I know I keep bringing this up because I can't get out of it. Because I want to make sure I'm getting this right.
Are you back to the home
But
run?
there's a home run.
I know,
Good
but
gosh.
listen to the
Okay.
range of emotions that you go through as a player.
All right, unzip it.
He's loaded down on this one.
Well, listen, you've hit a home run. You've rounded the bases. You go congratulate your teammates. Then you're told it's not a home run. So you go back out there. You hit another one. Then you run around the bases. You get congratulated by your teammates again.
Then you go home, go to bed, put some socks on.
And sleep with a shirt because you have asthma.
Right,
That's
sleep
right.
like a
A lot of
baby.
y'all don't know it.
All right, that's the last thing I'm saying about it.
Okay. Let it go.
Okay.
Let it
Thank
go.
you. But we got to the bottom of it
Helms, let it go.
because we had not seen it because that was
Let
the
it go.
late
Speedy.
game.
We've covered it.
That was the late game, and we were all sound
Let
asleep.
it go.
I know Little Man was. I'm pointing to Greg.
Yeah.
All right.
Just be glad the Braves are being luck tonight because I can't watch that.
That's right.
Too late.
You've been told you cannot watch it.
Well, I can't. I won't anyway.
Yeah, but Terry
I'm done with
Terry was like, "See, look at this."
I'm done with them.
You're done with them?
I'm always.
Greg, don't say you're
always
done
doing
with them. What if they come back and
I'm not pulling for them.
You okay? That's fine. That's fine.
I'm swapping. I'm going with Diamondbacks because they're breaking all kinds of records.
All right, quick update before we go to break.
Marinos who hit that home run twice? In case y'all are wondering.
Yeah.
They got Helms is up in a bind about it.
Can't tell if it's fair or foul. The first one.
I'm gonna take you back. Do you know what happened July 13th?
Yeah.
What year?
This year.
July 13th of this year.
Mm.
Hotter than hell. I know that. It was.
You were training for the crap run.
Yeah,
remember?
it's hot.
Everybody remember Carly Russell calling 911
yeah.
on Interstate 459 in the Birmingham area
Yeah.
to report a toddler walking along the southbound side
One of the most
459.
bizarre stories I've ever heard.
She
Have y'all
returned
seen
home
that?
on July 15th at around 10:45 p.m. And she had claimed a bunch of different things. Well, she finally admitted, or I say admitted, she finally it came out that this whole thing was made up.
Yeah, she got caught and then
Yeah.
decided she'd say, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
I was wrong in what I did.
Well, she had her
Made the
day
whole
in
thing
court
up.
yesterday, so here's an update.
I bet that was a spectacle.
Yeah. Greg loves how she came strutting in. Alabama judge found her guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges after she faked her own abduction July 13th. And the state has recommended a year in jail, which is the maximum, 6 months for each charge. Also recommended a fine of $831 and restitution of around $18,000. It's like $17,900 and some change.
She came strutting in there. I saw the news footage. She had, looked like she had a little attitude about her.
Really?
Listen, if y'all seen, I know you hadn't, but it's like a 45-minute movie about it. It's on Amazon. It's called The Nurse That Saw the Baby on the Highway.
I've seen that, but I hadn't clicked on it.
That's what it's about.
It's already
based. This is how, and it's only 45 minutes long. That's all. Based on true events. Nursing student Marley Wilson's having problems with her boyfriend and his addiction to strippers. Feeling unwanted, she calls 911 to make up a story of being kidnapped by a man and a baby on the highway, making problems worse. Look, you can click right here and watch it.
Wow.
The nurse, what about the title? The Nurse That Saw the Baby on the Highway.
How about you asked what I was doing July 13th. Now I remember that was when I'd just been notified that I was hired for the women's coach at Jackson State.
Really?
Yeah. How about that?
And you were looking for that baby.
Because that night we went to dinner with some friends that Coach DeSanto, who also left, got another job at Dartmouth.
Both looking for that
friends, and I love them.
And we went past it that night.
That's right. I remember you talking about sirens.
There's a lot of people out there looking for her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we were scared. Remember, my kids didn't even want to stay at home that night.
That's right.
We went to dinner.
And it became a national story, and that's why we wanted to update you. And so she's had her day in court.
About her parents getting on the air but defending her.
Oh, I know. And then it became this racial thing, too, that they tried to claim.
I don't know what that
and did I see that they, in California, speaking of that, did I see, do Amber Alert California, Helmsy, real quick. Yeah, if you don't mind. Did they do one just for black females or whatever, and it's called Ebony Alert or something like that instead of Amber Alert?
Yeah.
The state of California is the first state to do that.
Wouldn't the Amber Alert cover it?
I think so. I thought
what your race is.
I thought the Amber Alert covered everything.
I think I get it. If there's a child missing, I really don't care what the race is.
I don't either. I don't think
child.
anybody does. They just want to find the child.
For black women and children, it's called the Ebony Alert.
I don't understand that.
I guess if you're a black man, you just an Amber Alert.
No, Amber Alert's for kids.
Right.
Well, then this is for black women and children.
Oh, it's both.
Yeah.
The Ebony Alert. But you got to be black in order for them to get
I just don't.
If you're white, if you're white and you're not a kid, you don't have an alert.
Yeah. For so long we
have an alert for men?
We were told color didn't matter for so long, and now that's all they want. They say, no, it does matter.
The last thing on a missing child.
Yeah, we just want a child found.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
This could be the start of a break-in.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Or the end of one. Introducing 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from Simply Safe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Yep, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and the little thing I love about Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the spicy chicken biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because only the Sleep Number Climate 360 smart bed lets you each sleep up to 13 degrees cooler or warmer on either side, while you both sleep at your ideal level of firmness, comfort, and support, your Sleep Number setting. And now our all-new next-gen smart beds have temperature benefits, so you sleep better night after night. Now at its lowest price ever, the all-new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $880, only for a limited time. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't.
It is 9 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour live, and this portion of the show brought to you by HelloFresh.com/Bubba. How are y'all? And I've asked this, so please forgive me on this. But how are y'all on pumpkin spice stuff? Do y'all like pumpkin?
You know me. I like that pumpkin.
But you don't.
I don't like anything pumpkin.
All right, I got to dial that in.
I will probably grab a pumpkin spice latte at some point in the next 3 days.
You know, Terry asked me last night.
not.
She said, "You know, hon, you're so strange when it comes to pumpkin stuff. You like some pumpkin stuff, or you'll eat it, but other stuff you won't touch." And I'm just not the biggest fan of that. She said, "How can you not like pumpkin?"
I like pumpkin
stuff
pie
during the fall. That's fall.
I'll eat pumpkin pie, and I like a pumpkin spice latte.
I stay far away from pumpkins.
Yeah, and it's all presentation with you. You don't like the orange. It's just like the sweet potato
Same
thing.
I think a pumpkin pie would probably be the closest thing I could if I could jump in.
Pumpkin pie.
And they did say here that from pumpkin spice to apple pies, they've got it. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Fall. That's what fall is, and see, that's what Terry was telling me. She said, "Huh, pumpkin and fall, that goes together.
It does.
You
And,
know?
and matter of fact, you don't hear. We will not hear pumpkin again after November the 10th.
You're right. You're right. Would go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. And when you do, that's America's #1 meal kit. Go there today and get 50% off with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba to get 50% off America's #1 meal kit, and that's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. And look, it really does. The pain of shopping and what's for dinner and all that, it is a headache. Why not have it right at your front door where you know it's at the house and you know what you're getting, and you don't have that late afternoon drama of trying to get food. Go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Enjoy the savings and enjoy the fall.
Can I ask a question about pumpkins? Is it the growth stages that only give it to us in October? Or, I mean, why do we not have pumpkins in May? Why do people not get fired up about it in July?
That's a good point.
I mean, if you like pumpkin, you like pumpkin. It's
That's
not
like people that say you only eat chili when it's cold.
Right.
I like chili all the time.
And it may have something to do with the climate and growth stages of pumpkins. I don't know. I'm not a farmer, but if pumpkin's my thing that I'm farming,
right,
and I only got a month and a half, then that's got to be a rough road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. I don't know. I've never been a huge.
We do
fan
the
of
same
it.
thing with eggnog, like at Christmas. Like, I mean, we'll knock down some eggnog, and hey, that's a really good drink. Why do we do it just at Christmas? Why is that? Why if I wanted eggnog in?
I know. Same thing.
June.
Eggnog in June.
You talked me into eggnog back at the old studio, but I haven't revisited it.
Greg, if you would ride shotgun a little while, I'd talk you into a bunch of stuff.
Maybe.
Get you out of some of those stubborn ways.
Boy, I tell you, he is stubborn.
What?
You are.
I love the way he looked at you and said, "What?"
What? Come on.
But that's a little bit about what we love about you.
Yeah.
We're
all stubborn to a certain extent.
And we've all rubbed off on each other.
Y'all are wrong a lot, and that's fine.
And the older we get, the more stubborn we become. I get that too.
I've been told that.
And that's just part of life. Yeah. I'm looking forward to those stages of being called the stubborn old man. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. It is.
Can't wait.
Oh, man.
Me too.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
You're there, Greg.
but I'm really gonna get into it in about 2 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's true. All right, so
I'm gonna change my ways. I'm tired of being.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Speaking of you changing your ways, let's see if you change your ways on this one.
What?
Pulling it up right now.
What are you stretching? That's a big yawn for so
Let's
early.
see. Will you give? What, you ready for this? Will you? We got Thursday night NFL.
Good night. I guess I'm gonna wear some zany uniform. Go ahead.
Broncos and Chiefs.
No way. I wouldn't watch that game if it was any day.
You're talking about how opposites attract. 1-4 versus 4-1.
Talking about,
but this will be the
70
night.
points. In
That's
one
your
game
that's
this
your
year?
prime video game.
This will be the night where the Broncos actually beat the
Oh,
Chiefs.
they will. You're right. There's no doubt.
And it will cause mass confusion.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
Yes, yeah, they'll try to give Kelsey the night off because of his injury that he worked through.
Yep.
Go ahead, just take it
I'm
off.
about done with him and his date and all that.
His date.
I hadn't heard
Play
much
ball.
about it this week. Are they
Good. Now, she's not coming, I don't think. Let's play some ball. Quit worrying about all that.
That's I knew he would love.
I'm
that.
with you on that, Greg.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Did
Is there any college football tonight?
I thought
Now, I
so.
can handle college on Thursday.
Well, you got West Virginia at Houston.
I'm not crazy about high school on Thursday.
West
I'll
Virginia at
give you that.
Houston's not bad. FS1, 6 o'clock kick. SMU at East Carolina, 6:30 ESPN.
I don't think I've ever, when I was in school, ever played a game on a Thursday.
Not
varsity.
Friday looks interesting. Stanford actually goes to Colorado Friday night.
Friday.
Prime time, baby.
Can't watch that on
I've
late start.
noticed a couple of things on him. If something's on a certain night, he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
And then if it's too hard to find, he won't watch it.
You're right. You're right.
Well, you know
it's-
what I found the Braves on? Real TV. That's what it was on.
Last night?
And TBS. I saw it on, but
Oh,
the
yeah.
first channel I came to, it was
A
on.
little
it was-
multicast.
Huh.
it was
Okay.
on Real, I thought, or True TV. That's what
Is it
Probably True TV.
Well, you know,
True, I don't know where I got real.
For some
True
reason, on my
TV.
provider, I have 2 TBSs. One, excuse
Well,
me,
I
one
got
is
one
TBS, and then it says one is TBS West Coast or whatever.
Huh.
And
I have 2 of the HD and the regular.
But we know you got money.
TBS, you know, they have all, and I don't even know if it's them that owns it, but whoever owns that whole umbrella of companies. So when the NCAA basketball tournament's on, you'll find it TBS, True, all those. So that's probably what it was. So you made the decision to watch it on True?
I did. First one I came to.
You're trying to show out with what you're trying to do.
thought,
Hey,
well,
Lisa, come over here. Look what I'm doing.
Same announcers.
I thought that he was wrong, and it was on.
Oh, okay.
And then
you wanted to
because I stopped on
okay.
True TV. I said, "Well, there it is." And then later, I looked, blew by TBS, and it was on there too.
You know,
It was
you
the
see what
same.
he was doing? His motivation was to try to see if I was wrong.
I know.
Yeah.
Good night.
Greg.
What's wrong with
Something
you?
else.
You'll be wrong.
What are you talking about? Say, he's something else.
You know how it is. Yeah, watch that speeding now.
See, now we're making stuff up again.
He'll send you the wrong
I
direction.
almost did something last night, but I went back in my text and deleted the word.
I
said-
nearly sent y'all something, and I stopped because I was like, man, I can't say that.
You want to know what it was?
Well, I can't say what I was going to
Crash David.
Well, I'm not cussing and have dirty thoughts like y'all. I was just gonna say, instead of I don't know if the Braves will get out of Philly. I had originally put I don't know if we're going to get out of Philly. I put we.
Yeah.
He'll take ownership.
You will, and I love that about you. There's nothing wrong
I'm
with
gonna
it.
take ownership of you being a.
Remind me in the break. I'll tell you what I was going to text.
Oh boy.
Hey,
So,
hey, Greg.
can I
really,
ask you a question?
did
If
you
I'm talking about the Rick and Bubba show and the staff, can I say we?
Yes.
Good
Well,
gracious,
yes.
y'all and used to we
And your
thing.
family.
And your family.
Oh,
that's
well, that's
it.
nice.
That's it.
I'll even give you the Mississippi State Bulldogs, and I'll give you the Braves.
No, don't give him-
and America.
Don't give him the Braves. Don't give him the Braves.
I got to give him the Braves.
Y'all both suck.
I wonder if Tony would have made maybe, I don't know what kind of money he made on that one hit, but the sound of that song, if he'd, I was discussing this. Carrie. There it is, Tony Carey. You know, I wonder if Tony would have made maybe, I don't know what kind of money he made on that one hit, but the sound of that song, if he'd, I was discussing this with Ryan Greenwood the other day, and he heard it when we played it. And he said, do you think if he'd sold that off like to Bob Seger or somebody like that? Because you could picture them singing that song.
Sure.
And you know, just a little more.
I thought he did a good job.
He did, but I'm talking about a little more star power. They get out there and, you know, get a little more, a few more checks for him. Because, you know, that song hasn't exactly lasted the test of time.
No, it hasn't.
How high did that one get on the charts? It did pretty good. Didn't it?
It did all right. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad. We didn't hear from Tony again after that. But I mean,
done.
Was that it?
Yep,
You
that
talking
was
about one
it?
and done?
And
Was it just one and done?
That one.
He had that sound from the late '60s. That a lot. There was several of them I thought kind of sounded that way.
So anyway, that's done, and we'll there's no chance to do that. It'll just forever be a one-hit wonder from Tony Carey.
That's good.
Frank Caliendo, speaking of a fine day for a reunion, Frank Caliendo, we know him, we love him. He's back with us today, and we'll get to spend time with him. If you've never heard Frank Caliendo on the show, you have definitely missed it. And he is going to be he's out on the road hitting different places, and actually, we'll get to talk to him today about him doing a show in the very place where we had the incident.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just refer to it as the incident on the Rick and Bubba 20-year tour.
Is he in that same building?
Yes, sir. So we'll discuss that.
Well, we know it's lit well.
Yeah, Bubba, if I said Carmen to you, what would you say?
Carmen, wow. I'm I'm glad we're going to be able to reconnect with him. You know, Rick,
It's a fine day for a reunion.
Yeah, I was a fan of his a long time ago and had kind of lost track of him. Glad to know he's back at it.
Carmen is not you talk about a reunion. Carmen, the great artist, and I just can still remember the one he did about the fight between good and evil. With, I forget what it was called. Yeah. And then, of course, the Lazarus song, when he did the Lazarus thing. I mean, I just. And
the Witch's Invitation.
You're right. Yeah, that one too. Lazarus. I'm just. But anyway, so Carmen will be with us.
And his morning workout tapes.
By the way, he does look like that guy a lot.
They look a lot alike.
He will be in concert at the Tabernacle, and guess where? Gadsden, Alabama.
Lovely Gadsden.
Here we are celebrating 25 years, and Gadsden, Alabama is where he will be. And we'll be interviewing him on the program today, and you may have a chance to attend that event if you're going to come to see us today. So we'll see. Golden ticket seats. You don't never know what's going to happen.
Don't
know, Rick. So anyway, so that's our guest for today. We have a lot of things to unpack. The NBA Finals, as you heard in the kickoff hour, if you were listening to them, it has moved on to another game. There were people actually, like I say, I'm not an expert on it, but they were experts. I watched the pregame a little bit last night. That thought
it was over.
That were saying that they thought that for Toronto, this was a must-win.
Better get them before they start rolling downhill.
How about real weird watching that whole Canada pregame?
Yeah.
That was strange for me. Them singing that Canadian anthem and all that. I mean, it's like
that happens in hockey all the time.
I know, but this was like I'm watching basketball, which we invented.
We'll give them hockey.
Yeah, hey, we invented basketball. I felt like I was watching a Canadian event. You know why, Rick? You were.
Well,
I mean, we had the big flag going around, and they're all singing a cappella the Canadian anthem, and it's almost like you felt a little odd.
But the thing of it is, I mean, the basketball team is all American.
I know. They ain't a Canadian on the lineup.
But it is strange to see that pregame because we're used to seeing the other side of it, you know.
Oh, Canada. Well, yeah, it's not even. Well, I'll tell you what was odd. You know what?
Hey, I wish they all would do would pass out and drink syrup right after their anthem. I wish everybody throw a cup up with syrup in it.
That's funny. Hey, and Greg, I thought about you, and I knew you 100% because I've known you your entire life. Hey, announcers, hey, ABC people, all of you that are there, you don't have to act like you like the anthem. Just let it play. Be respectful.
Overdoing it.
Hey, be respectful. Yeah. It's their anthem.
But be seated.
You don't have to. Tell you what, that's a beautiful anthem right there. Isn't that a great anthem? You don't have to do
Granted,
that.
you know,
I mean,
you don't belong here, but that's fine.
It's not near as catchy as ours.
No. And you know what you do? You just
I mean, no offense.
Well, you know what you do?
You just not.
You don't have to be negative toward it. Just don't say anything.
Don't say anything. Just respect it and move on.
Yeah, just say, hey, we're about to tip it off now. Big game. Look at this crowd.
Check it out.
It was just odd to see Canadians getting excited about something other than hockey.
I know.
But, buddy, they were. They were excited.
They like a little baseball. They
needed to put them away, and they didn't. All right, we'll be back 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour has begun. This hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go. 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. A brand new hour on a brand new day. It is a brand new show, and we are so thankful that you are with us. Hopefully you're watching the show, listening to the show, whichever, by your own free will, or it could be that you're with someone that likes the show and they're making you watch or listen. Whatever the case may be, we'll take you. We're glad you're here. And we move forward unpacking the stories for another day. Within the show, all the way out to the ends of the earth, we update you and try to bring clarity to what sometimes can be difficult to discern. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they're all here. Eddie Van Adler now joins the team as we go forward. He's got the YouTube opportunity for you today, both live and archived. And we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
That's it. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
How you doing?
Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Well, ready to unpack another one. I didn't realize what had happened. I know that during the times that we're living in, I've watched poor Speedy. He actually has convinced Greg that Greg should be on Instagram. Now, keep in mind, it is 2023.
I thought he was already on it.
No, he wasn't. And then the first complaint I heard from Greg today is that people are actually following him.
No.
And I said, boy,
that was real.
I said, boy, you hate when that happens.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of had a scare trying to get in the building this morning. I came in, I heard a loud noise right behind me, and something rocked around. I looked, and there was a baseball laying there. and the Phillies had just hit another home run. I mean, it was crazy.
I heard that joke on the way in, so I guess it didn't go well for the little Bravies last night.
No.
Is it a?
Rick, the Philly fans started doing the tomahawk chop in Philly on the Braves while they were standing on the field. It was 10-2. And they hit Bryce Harper hit a couple home runs. It was.
I'm gonna tell you that group's ruthless. We need to put them on Hamas.
Yeah.
They don't. They're mean.
Let me ask you this.
They got long hair.
You know,
looks dirty.
Yeah, old Marsh needs to wash his hair.
I have never seen so many long-haired, dirty-haired people on a team at one time. I mean, the whole bunch.
And
it's
every one
like
of them
they
can
just
crush
came
it.
out of the swamp somewhere, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, Bryce Harper apparently was mad, and he kept staring down the shortstop when he would hit home runs because apparently he heard the shortstop, or the shortstop apparently said in the locker room, "Attaboy," after he got doubled up the other night. "Attaboy Harper."
It was somebody said.
Somebody said. The reporter.
Not that big a deal.
He
really.
It's really not, and he's used that to somehow motivate himself and be furious with the shortstop for saying it, and it was his motivation for him.
And they're not even sure if it was said. The reporter can't even confirm that he
But Bryce
said
Harper thinks it is.
You know, Michael
Jordan
would make up stuff in his mind, just so he'd have that competitive.
But after
edge.
the game, Bryce Harper said he's just having a good time.
I saw him just say, "Well, we're just playing baseball." But when he rounded second base, he was staring a hole in the shortstop.
After he admired his work for a second.
Yeah. And
I don't
I started
blame
to
him.
say
I
if there was
looked at it,
anything
too.
going on that should have offended somebody, it was what the Phillies were doing and the Philly fans.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about Rick before
Harper would
about
have caught
the phenom.
one in the ear if he'd have played against
the phenom.
us.
He's good. He's always been good, and don't know why. That's Bryce Harper. He's one of those.
Yeah.
That's what he was put.
He was
here to
put
do.
on the earth to hit a baseball. It's crazy.
Something else, man.
Yeah, well, it was.
Well, why do they keep pitching to him? Is what I want to know.
Good night.
Y'all touched on it. These players, they look for anything for motivation, and if you can make up something, kind of say something, anything that can become, as we used to say, bulletin board fodder. It always helps. It works, and it's all part of playing a game.
Yeah,
and Philly fans, they've been known to be mean for every team that they have there.
A lot of teams
and they're mean
would
to their
be-
own team if they have to be.
They mean to Santa Claus, mean to everybody.
Them doing.
I'd kind of like to see them run the government.
Yeah, them doing the chop to the Braves. I mean, that would
That's a good one.
offend. That would offend a lot of teams. They would be. I mean, can you imagine what Dion would say about that?
Oh my goodness!
Oh, he'd
I'm
be
sure the
all
Braves
tore up
didn't
about
like it. Hopefully they can win tonight and get it back to Atlanta.
Rick, I said
if not, it's over.
It's an early game. I said I'm gonna watch this game. I like playoff baseball, and I like the Braves. I finally, Speedy sent me a text, hey, because other night I missed it. I was watching
And got
Silence
mad
of the
about
Lambs
it.
for the
I remember
100th
that.
time.
I remember that.
Anyway, the third inning, first two innings, okay. Third inning comes, they score 6 runs in the third.
Yeah.
I mean, and from that point on, it was downhill.
So
from
we've
there.
asked him not to watch tonight.
I think it was the third inning they batted around. I mean, it was like a little league game.
It really
you
was.
know?
Yeah, I can't be blamed for this one. This sounds like something I would do, that I would bring on some team, but I didn't have anything to do with this one.
The Braves have been so good during the year. I mean, this is a little typical.
Well, we knew
Atlanta
that was
behavior.
right.
You know it.
Well, and I know they're still in this one, but I like I said, I don't know what's going on in baseball. But was it you, Helms, or somebody? And I know you hadn't followed it much either, but you knew this. It might have been me listening to the kickoff hour. That I know they don't have the history of doing this the way the Braves does, so it's different. But didn't the Orioles have like a great season too? And got put out immediately.
There was a 3-month run where they were the best team in baseball.
They were good, yeah. Rangers swept them.
Yeah, sure did.
So
them and Creed.
It's all about being hot and healthy.
Yep.
And there's something to say for these teams that win outright and have to sit out 3 or 4 days and wait.
Yeah.
And especially
Breaks
when you're a
momentum.
hitting team, it doesn't affect the pitching as much. But when you're get there because of your hitting and you take a week off, that's tough.
Well, baseball's such a, like y'all just said, a streak sport.
Yeah.
And the bats can get cold. Like you said, a pitcher probably loves his arm resting, but boy, that bat's sitting over up against the wall. Yeah, not game type situation. Right. Yeah. 15 minutes past the hour. 866. We be big is the number. So Phillies go up in that series. What, 2-1?
Yeah, they win tonight. It's over. So the Braves have to win tonight.
They got their ace on the mound.
Greg, why don't you go back to Silence of the Lambs?
That's what Helms told me.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you've ever won.
Now, I saw the reaction from Speedy, and he's right, saying interesting that I did see some of the NBA Finals last night. But
Very.
Here, you never know. I mean,
You did?
I certainly don't pursue it.
You just
But,
want to see that. Oh, Canada.
Well, I did. Well, and I think y'all understand this. It's so odd. I mean, it's hard to put this into words. I have to be in a certain mood and in a certain scene to really care about watching any sort of sporting event, especially if it's not American football. Everything just kind of has to fall together. My number one is college football. My number two is probably maybe professional football, maybe. I don't watch a lot of that. Then college baseball is probably right there.
Boy, I've really got into that.
Yeah, 2B.
Yeah, some good games.
Probably 2B for me, 3 right in there, and then everything else it just drops way off.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was I honestly the boys were we'd had dinner and Sherry was talking about that she said I don't want to go watch anything. I feel like reading and maybe just going to bed early. I'm tired. So I kind of wandered downstairs where the TV is, and I was piddling around down there. And one of the kids was like, "Well, I think I'm gonna go over to so and so and watch the game." Oh my gosh! But it's about to come on, and they hadn't got here yet. So we flip it on the TV, and I sit down with him. and start watching the pregame because I'm anytime it's a big deal, it's a big sporting event. I like watching the pageantry.
Oh, I like all that's as much. Yeah, absolutely.
Now I didn't know that I was going to watch the Canadians celebrate Canada, but I mean that again that felt a little odd, but it was a lot of hype, and then I got into the whole Durant returns kind of thing.
Who's an incredible athlete.
Yeah, not sure why he wears that hoodie and does that little dance. It's kind of strange, but and I'm with Greg. I think his legs are too skinny. I think that may be the problem.
Easy.
Well, why do we wear long thermals when we play now?
A lot of them do that to stay warm.
Warm.
Yeah. Keep their.
There's that dance for you.
I don't think there's. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
I think a lot of it's trying to be sharp.
I don't know what that is, and he looks like he's going to be a backup dancer for one of the numbers of Janet Jackson's tour. I don't know what that is, but
I tell you what, he came out on fire last night.
Yeah. Tremendous player.
You can tell the teams are not even close when he's on the floor. I mean, what a difference!
And in all fairness, and we'll cover this. In all fairness, that's why the Raptor fans cheered when he got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It was
they were honest. As Greg said earlier,
it was uncontrollable because they knew if he plays, they have no chance. They know if Durant comes back and is healthy, it's over, and they're not going to win the championship.
Look, they don't win last night. The Warriors don't. If he doesn't have his quarter and a half, he had
no question.
Period.
Yeah. Oh, because he got him out there. So anyway,
he just creates such a problem. I mean, they're good without him. Don't get me wrong, but
they ain't as good as they are with him.
Well, it frees up
there,
that cast around him. Goodness gracious!
Oh, yeah.
Steph's a better player. Of course, there were times last night I thought Steph needed to learn how to dribble again, but Steph is better. Clay is better. They're just the whole surrounding cast, and they're a completely different team without him.
They got a lead with him in there and held on to it, and I was trying to stay up and watch it, and it was killing me. But the Raptors got the lead with about 3 or 4 minutes left to go, and we're up, 4 or 5 points, and I thought, well, this is it. They'll never be able to get it back. But lo and behold, Golden State outscores Toronto in the closing minutes 9-2.
Yeah.
3 3-point shots by the Splash Brothers, and hold on to a 1-point win to send it back to Oakland and game number 6.
Well, aren't you the little sports announcer?
How about that?
Huh?
How about that, sports fans?
Aren't you the little?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. I was just in awe. I was just going to say, but then some of the stories for last night, and we mentioned it. And I know the kickoff hour talked about it a minute ago, and it's probably not great programming that we just turn around and talk about it again. But we're just not able to push it to later in the show like we probably should. So y'all probably heard all this already being discussed once, but just a few minutes ago. But the story of everybody booing, the Canadians booing.
No cheering.
Yeah, I mean we're cheering. Yeah, that's what I meant.
It's like somebody had hit a 3-pointer.
Yeah.
Cheering an injury.
But I'm with Greg. I'm not saying that I approve of that. I just think that what they were feeling inside just uncontrollably came outside. Rick and Bubba Show. Frank Caliendo.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us as we move forward. Yesterday, the emails, they pour in anytime. Some people, maybe a bit of a step out, almost saying, is this Patterson film part 2?
Oh, boy.
I haven't seen this.
Involving Bigfoot. It's not as, I've seen the footage, not as close as the Patterson film, but there is something out there. Something in there. Bigfoot update. Bubba, Colorado Mountain. Astonished train passengers riding on a train. Do we see him?
If somebody set this up, that's a good one, though, by the way.
Everybody, y'all sing it together. There you go. So there's kind of the background of the story. A rural Colorado mountain, trained passengers that were rolling. They were looking, thinking they were seeing an elk. That's what they were trying to see, if they could see some elk as the train rode through from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Was where it started, and it was rolling, and they look out the window of the train, and we have the footage, and they see what they think may be a documented footage of Bigfoot. You see the mountain range there, Bubba, and
where are we looking?
It's about halfway
see
up
him right there.
there.
See him walking right there.
You see it now.
Yeah. See, and then sits down. And kind of tries to blend in. So there's no question it's something. You may get back to, like we said with the Patterson film, it's either somebody in a costume or hey, hey, we got something. Because there's no doubt that they do see something on this footage. Now, is it set up?
It's a great costume, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but I think the problem we have is we do see something.
Yeah, for sure.
The bottom part looks like pants to me. It looks like a.
It does. I noticed that too. They look baggy, don't they? Yeah. So,
but if it's a stunt, hey, I got to give you a good one because you knew a train would be coming by.
All right, see, look how the pants look a little bit. Yeah. Maybe that's blending in though with the grass. Maybe that's not the pants.
It looks like furry pants that are saggy.
Go back though. I think that might be whatever the costume or the
right there.
But isn't that part?
That looks like a bush.
Bush too.
That looks like a bush.
Right
shrub.
there. See how he moves and it stays. Is that just coming through?
It kind of looks like big furry chaps to me. Right there is what.
See, but that's the bush, though. See, so the bush stays.
Yeah, but
it's walking through that bush. Now, do I think that's?
I like the way it sits down and tries to.
That's good.
Go camo on everything.
So I don't know, like what access people have here. Is it easy?
Ghillie suit.
Is it easy for me to put on a Bigfoot suit and walk around and get out there where I know the trains come by, so I can end up being the big news story today everywhere?
Let me ask you this.
Probably.
Because he does blend in well. Is this I wonder if it's hunting season because it
could be
one of them ghillie suit.
Could be.
Squatting down.
Yeah, because I don't know.
It does blend in really good.
If you are faking it and you're out there doing that, which I have to give you as a good one.
Yeah, it is a good one.
But hey, if it is hunting season, you don't want to be doing that. Somebody will take Bigfoot down.
Is that a ghillie suit?
I don't know. So one of two things happened.
Could be a hunter.
They knew a train was coming by, and they were like, but the likelihood of somebody rolling footage.
Seen them because it's really
so it was somebody on the train in on it to capture it. But it says here Shannon Parker and her husband Tyler were going, and Tyler said, I just think I saw Bigfoot. And a passenger named Brandon saw the couple react, decided to pull out the phone and record. And so that's how they got the footage.
Took him a seat right there.
Conductor said he'd never seen anything like it before. He said he had experienced unexplainable things while snowshoeing in those same mountains.
Wow.
There's Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Well, there he is.
All right.
There he is.
Well, there's something out there. There's no doubt about it. If it's not the real thing, it's somebody putting on an act, and that's.
Well, to me, here they are, and I think here's the one, in my opinion, that's most likely. So here is, of course, every time we have this footage or something this good. So item number one is, my goodness, look there's Bigfoot. Okay.
Right.
Item number two, person in suit trying to make people think he's Bigfoot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Item number three, a hunting type camouflage ghillie suit of some kind, trying to blend in with the background to get a good shot at an elk or scouting. And because of the distance in the train, I come across as Bigfoot or Bigfoot-like.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The audio, because we can kind of tell a little bit. Are these people faking?
Yeah.
Are these people real? Here it is.
It's an elusive creature. All right, just squat it down. Yeah, let me see your camera. I'll do it.
So, I mean,
I hear a little Spanish in there.
Greg,
I don't. They don't seem near excited enough for me. I mean, if I saw that, I would be screaming. probably saying some things that I shouldn't say on recording.
I'd be like,
video.
holy cow.
I tell the whole train to look, Bigfoot's
Everyone.
out there.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
This would be me. They go, all right, this guy, some guy Burgess, he sent some. Let's see. I mean, does he seem like he's even? Let's put up the audio. Okay. Yeah.
I think he's awesome.
Yeah. Rick, you want to be known as the legend killer? Would you have screamed, "Stop the train"?
Absolutely. If I could have got the train stopped,
yeah, you had a chance right there.
Yeah, and got down and got out. Yeah, we'd get to the bottom of this. They would be footage of a running Bigfoot, or they would be footage of a charging Bigfoot, or they would be footage of me on the Bigfoot's back. But I'm telling you, I'm coming down. We're gonna get. I'm tired of this. I mean, I'm sick and tired of it. I mean, if I get my chance, I'm telling y'all don't worry about it. I'll get to the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't y'all worry.
They jump in time. You ain't gonna be able to do it.
Greg, now I don't like to do that.
There's so many cameras nowadays. We'd have so much footage. They're jumping time.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's Bigfoot, it's a train. It's loud. He can sense it coming with his third eye or whatever he has or whatever.
Yeah.
So that hurts, the fact that it's a loud train and he's not really hiding that good.
Right. Yeah, the Bigfoot communities has to be upset with him for being seen.
Yes.
You know,
absolutely.
I can't believe you did this.
What are you doing?
mean, if he's used to a train coming, I'm just saying if he's an advanced animal, if he's used to a train coming through there, he wouldn't be panicked by it.
Just like deer and all that. Yeah. I'll tell you this, though. I mean, just from my expertise, I think it's a large female, and she may be trying to draw attention away from the babies.
So purposefully being seen.
Correct.
Didn't think about that.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
just
smart.
at first glance, I need to see the female a little clearer, but it looks like a female to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thinner legs.
You're right. Yeah.
You know, if it was a hunter in a ghillie suit or whatever, it has no weapon. It looks like he's just walking.
Well, you can't tell. He may have a weapon.
But I mean, look at that.
He
Look
might
at
be
the
scouting.
head covering.
It may
Rick.
not be hunting season yet, and he's scouting.
There you go. What if he's scouting?
I know. We're gonna take that one off.
All right. So you're down to suit or Bigfoot.
Yeah.
He has beautiful hair.
I'm going with ghillie suit.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you have ever had the pleasure. Also, if you want to find out where Frank will be, if he's going to be somewhere near you, go to frankonstage.com. We have that in show notes as well. And I look down here, Frank, and I see that Cleveland, Ohio is right around the corner. And isn't that, aren't we going to see the in-laws?
Yeah, lucky me, huh? Really looking forward to it. If you notice, I'll be there in Cleveland one day, but in the rest of Ohio a bunch of other days.
Yeah, I see that.
So that's how. No, they're great. Yeah, did that sound real?
Did that sound real?
No, it's.
Well, they have to think. No offense, but any of us,
Frank, you're speaking in your voice now.
Well,
you need to remember that.
Yeah, Frank,
by the
Frank,
way,
you need to do that in another voice. You say, "Honey, I was doing an impression." That's what Al Pacino would have said.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how much fun I have there. Whoa.
The funny thing was when you did the plugs for Laughs for Life, you did it wrong twice, Rick.
Did I really?
You did Life's for Laugh and then Laughs for Laugh and then the show notes. So pay attention there.
You don't see
I'm
me
going to shoot this. I'm going to shoot this T-shirt shooter.
Hey, let me tell you this. Don't make me sit on the front row and scream. That doesn't sound like Morgan Freeman. Laughs for Life. I've been doing that a lot lately. I think it's my age. I think it's
Laughs the number 4.
Yeah,
Life.
but you realize
right.
you go 25 years doing this, and that's just the time we've had this team. Mm-hmm. There's a lot in there now, and I realize they're all colliding together. I can't keep up with all that.
Well, can I be serious here for a second?
Absolutely.
Because we're coming from the in-laws and stuff like that. It's actually just my mother-in-law now, and I don't mean to bring this down, but this is the reality of how tied to this Laughs for Life event that I am. Mm-hmm. This was the case a couple of years ago. It was actually in June. I can tell you the date, or July. I'm sorry, almost exactly, because we're going to Seattle, and for my son's birthday, he was going to play catch with Russell Wilson. So he got to do that, which was really cool.
Really cool.
Awesome.
Really
but
cool.
This always happens in my wife's family. On my son's birthday, my father-in-law passed away. Yes, from pancreatic cancer.
Sure.
Again, I don't, usually I'm being silly and funny and all this stuff, but this really does all tie together, and I think it fits with what you guys talk about all the time, how this is all part of a greater plan. So we decide to go still do the thing with Russell Wilson because that's the way Joey called him Papa would have wanted it.
No doubt.
We go do that. Then we go to the funeral and all that stuff in Cleveland. And then we go down to Last for Life, which was an event for cancer research and all that kind of stuff. And then Brett Favre was there, and Papa used to always say, used to come up to me and just go, Brett Favre, Brett Favre, Brett Favre. And so it was the craziest whirlwind of events all tied together by some of the worst and some of the greatest moments of our lives. And it's amazing how that does weave its way back in. And to get back into comedy from that, I'll just do a little Morgan Freeman segueing us back into it.
Well, but one thing, and we'll leave that. If you talk about an organization, cancer research, I'm in my mind as you were talking, I know someone who's battling pancreatic cancer right now that is a good friend. Tough. I know somebody else who's battling another kind of cancer right now, and they're going through all those treatments and then all this, and it's all an uphill climb. Cancer, sadly, has touched all of us, and I mean that's one of those things that just about everybody can say, oh yeah, it's impacted my life in some way, shape, or form. So I hope we continue. We have seen some things improve on treatments and success rates, and so when you're donating to something that affects so many people, but we're also seeing things get better, it's a great cause, and of course it'll be a great time together with you because you do such a good job.
I am really great, and
that is true. I mean,
and also on the show,
look, we're comparing you on other impressionists. There's not that many of them.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like our show. We've made a living at low expectations. You go. You know what? Those guys were not as bad as I thought that was going to be.
That's right.
And on the show as well is Keith Alberstadt, who's another.
Oh, yeah, we know Keith.
Great guy. Another
our favorite Commodore. Yeah.
He's very clean as well, and that's one of the things I always like people to know about these shows. Very clean, especially when you're doing an event like this. But we're not armed with any sort of T-shirt shooters,
right? Nothing to be afraid of.
There's always next year,
right?
We don't. You don't need to bring the Gallagher tarp for the chandelier. None of that stuff.
Have you addressed what we talked about before? Are you still getting slim, or have you stopped? Because at one point it was starting to look. All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Some things you need to know. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study archive is there. A lot of new interest in the Revelation. I bet there is. So that's yesterday's Revelation 21 verses 4, I think, through 8. If you want to catch that, that archive is on our YouTube channel and on our podcast audio only archives. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Jason Rance will be our guest. This is very timely. That we'll be discussing a lot that's going on with the left and the progressives, and of course the anti-Semitic things we're seeing right now concerning. He touches on some of that they're kind of revealing who they really are in so many ways, and we'll discuss his new book and talk to him about some of the commentary he's making on that on this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. SimplySafeBubba.com, 24/7. You've got protection, your home or your business. This time of year, let's face it, there's a lot going on, and the house is left empty more than normal. And you can be just, at peace knowing that you have 24/7 protection. And boy, the innovations that the folks at SimplySafeBubba.com continue to produce. 24/7 live guard protection made possible with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera available with Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes, or a Simply Safe expert will set it up for you. Either way, it's easy to protect your place. For a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. And on that Fast Protect monitoring with this Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, those that are monitoring from Simply Safe, your home or your business, they can see an intruder or a break-in or really any problem, a flooding problem, a fire, in real time. And they can even speak to a person and let them know that help is on the way and deter them from continuing. So if you'd like to get yours, it is the latest in protection, simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There is no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. Couple of updates. One of them, does everybody remember the Alabama Carly Russell case involving the allegations of a hoax? I don't think we can say allegations anymore. I think it's all been concluded that it was a hoax. And this was the young lady that claimed that a toddler was walking down the side of the road, and she stopped to help and got abducted and went missing, only to discover that really didn't happen. Well, the case finally found its way in front of an Alabama judge, and it looks like that the judge has handed down a ruling. And Carly Russell will be guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges after faking her own abduction in July. And she was found guilty on the charges of false reporting of an incident and false reporting to law enforcement. Both of those misdemeanors. The state recommended 1 year in jail, the maximum, which is 6 months for each charge. They also recommend a fine of $831 and restitution of $17,974.88. So we're trying to figure out exactly what will be the. Does it say in here what she is going to get? I know the charge.
Well, I think
she's been found guilty.
she was sentenced to a year in prison and $18,000 fine. Was it something like that?
Well, it says that the state recommended that,
right.
but has the judge says he's going to go with that. It looks like here she's certainly guilty, and the judge has said she's guilty. But I'm trying to see that's what is recommended, but is that what she's going to get? And it does.
I think she's appealing it too.
Right.
So,
yeah.
It won't be the
So
end of it,
so it says the Alabama judge issues ruling, but it just says she's found guilty. It doesn't say what she'll have to do. It says that's what's recommended. So we don't know whether she'll get the max.
The sentencing, I guess, comes later.
Yeah, it comes later. I guess all this is the judge says, I finally ruled that she is guilty.
Yeah. But she is appealing for a full jury trial.
Yeah.
Right.
What is her argument? I mean, what?
Yeah, I'm not
how
sure.
How can you go, no, I mean, everybody's acknowledged you made it up, right?
Yeah, it seems like now that
Why waste everybody's time?
That Carly should be in the mode of I'm asking for grace.
Yeah.
On what penalty I will pay.
Sure.
And then the judge could hear that and come back in and say, well, they recommend a year in jail. How about I go no jail time, but you're going to pay the $831. You're going to pay it's right at a little under $18,000.
Yeah.
So
I'm just rounding it off.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know why you would continue to, as you said, Greg, to want more people to hear the case when it's already a fact that it was a hoax.
I think you're going to lose this. So why not just take the medicine and move on?
Yeah.
She can probably get a suspended sentence and won't go to jail.
Right.
Just have that hanging over, have to do probation or something. But
I wonder if she made any money off that movie they got about it.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen that? It's about a 45-minute long.
It's
on
like
Amazon.
a short.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
It's called The Nurse That Saw the Baby on the Highway. That's the title.
Did you just say it's 45 minutes?
It's like
long?
45 minutes long.
45 minutes.
I'm not trying to accuse somebody of rushing something out, but I mean,
boy, did they ever?
I think that's all they could do.
Well, like if you think about this, it's a short story. It didn't last long. I mean,
right. We also are trying to see if there's an update on Mary Lou Retton. She says everybody, she asked everybody to pray, and they certainly have. She's in ICU with a rare form of pneumonia. Since then, financial support has poured in, and they say as the fundraising page for the Olympian was just under $260,000. They had $50,000 they were trying to do. So it exceeded that, and they're still wanting prayers and say she is still fighting. So she is still with us. Thank the Lord for that, and continuing to fight, but still has not completely pulled through.
Now, why are they doing the big fundraising?
Thank you, Bubba. I was wondering the same thing.
I mean, Mary Lou's been very successful. I assume she has insurance and everything else. I mean, she's made a lot of money.
I know medical bills can skyrocket.
Yeah, they can.
I don't know what the deductible is. I don't think that Olympic athletes, knock away the kind of cash that, say, someone, because their window is so small, they make a lot in a short window. But boy, it's got to last a long time.
But I mean, she's been in several movies. She's done a lot of endorsements. She was an announcer on a lot of things. I mean, you don't forget her big part in the movie Scrooge.
Yeah, it's almost like when we get these stories that are printed out and you read them, it's almost like all news has turned into Babylon Bee. We really only have a headline. We don't have much in the body.
Right.
You read the headline, you go, okay, so like for instance, here's an update. Well, the update basically is she's still fighting.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, that's not much of an update. Carly Russell hoax case. Yep, she's found guilty.
Yep.
Okay. Is she going to serve any? Is this is what the state recommended it? But the headline says Alabama judge issues the ruling.
Right.
So you're like, well,
it was just a municipal court.
Yeah,
I mean, it's step one.
The updates, the promise of the headline and the delivery of the content is just.
Am I reading this correctly? It says she's uninsured.
Well, and that may be.
Yeah, that might be a problem, but I would think that would be kind of strange, wouldn't it?
Well, if you don't work for a business and you're an independent person and you're a 1099 world, maybe she made the decision to not pay for insurance and hope for the best, or I don't know, but there's no doubt.
That sounds strange. I mean, I'm not saying she might not need help, but that's just kind of strange part of the story, I think.
Yeah. So, but they definitely said that they needed help.
Mm-hmm.
Says if you could help us with the finances for the hospital bill.
It's actually the one thing that stood out in the story to me, and I didn't want to be insensitive by asking that question, so I'm glad you brought it up, Bubba.
Yeah, well, it has to be asked.
When I first saw that, I thought, what?
I know.
So I don't know. It just says they need help with paying the bills.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all it says.
Look, I know insurance can be expensive and all that, but you just can't get by without it.
That's a big gamble.
Yeah.
Well, remember what the gamble is, and we've laid all these out. When you go to medical insurance, here's the gamble that you have. The insurance company says, "We bet you won't get really sick," and you know what I mean. And we say, "Well, I bet I will."
Yeah.
And
I'll show you.
I have. And this time, the insurance company would have stepped up and had to write. Now it is different. Let's be honest. Most insurance. Your relationship with them is outstanding as long as you're paying principal and not asking for anything. But now, when you start wanting checks, now they suddenly they want a lot of information.
Well, Rick, they don't make $1 billion profits by paying out a whole lot.
No. All right, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. There's you a couple of updates, sort of. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm in the middle. I would actually like to lose a few more pounds. I thought I was down to where I was at my best.
Mm-hmm.
And then I tried on something that I bought at that time, and I'm like, oh, fat guy in a little coat.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
So I can't believe I was that much thinner than I am right now, but I'm definitely not. Like, I have pictures of me with Tom Cruise on the Tonight Show, and it looks like I'm going to eat him.
Yeah. No. So in my dream, by the way, you were huge.
How? Oh, really?
Yeah,
so I was alliterative Fat Frank.
Yeah, it was Fat Frank, and
And I don't know what it is. When you start to lose weight, you start to feel like you can go tell people how to, you can start pretending to be inspirational. If I did it, you can do it too. Like, where does that come from?
No, I've actually said that.
And it's an interesting thing where I'll tell you what really has motivated me at times to lose weight. I see somebody who was way fatter than me, and they're thinner than me now, and I'm like, this is bad news.
Mm-hmm.
When
if they did it, I can do it.
Yeah, I got to get back to there because what has happened when I am on the lower end of this scale and the higher end. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
You guys get what I'm talking about.
We're running out of time. Is this it for Frank? I mean, is he done?
I can stay.
Can you do one more?
Can we do one more, Frank?
Can I tell you because I want to come back?
We want to know what you got working on.
Yeah, we got a few requests coming back too. Bubba wants you to do something.
I don't want. I'm not
Let them do it.
No.
But can I tell you? We'll leave the fat jokes on this one. One of the biggest laughs I got. You ever got a laugh that just kind of came out of nowhere? You didn't even plan it. As I was speaking somewhere, and it was during the process of losing weight, but I thought I'd lost more than I really had, and I went to a shirt a little quick, and I walked out on stage, and I was so uncomfortable. It was so obvious, and I said, all right, let's all acknowledge I went to this shirt a little quick. and look,
Truth.
And
the word is truth.
And the whole audience just screamed.
Honesty.
I'm not as thin as I thought I was. This shirt, this was a bad mistake. I was not ready for this
Why is
shirt.
it grabbing me?
Let go. All right, so you can stay, Frank.
Yep, I'm good.
All right, we'll come back. And, we've got the whole, we got the whole Comrex going, and it sounds so good.
Oh, yeah.
So comfortable. All right, more with Frank Caliendo coming up. Again, don't forget that event in Hattiesburg, laughsforlife.com. I did it right. And you can go there and see it in show notes, too, at rickandbubba.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Opportunity.
Well, I'm very, very excited to talk to Carmen, and first time to have him on the program. Carmen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
Thank you. Good to be here.
Oh, man, I'm going to tell you what. We have so many great memories of how God has used you through so many years, and your approach to, going out, showing people the truth. You're an incredible entertainer, but at the same time creative, and all those different songs. And I can still remember being impacted the first time I ever saw your presentation of Lazarus being drawn out of the tomb by Jesus.
Yeah,
and
strong.
I still can't listen to that without my eyes getting misty. It just you do.
And that's quite a job for Rick.
It is, because I mean, you could put a penguin in a blender and I wouldn't even shed a tear.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right.
But so very, very moving. But it's good to have you back, and good to have you back entertaining, and of course going out and presenting the most important news that the world has ever known, Carmen Legacy Tour. And we're excited because on June the 15th, you'll be at the Tabernacle, and that's in Gadsden, Alabama. And you heard me mention the 25 years. That's where this show started.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all kind of coming together. What a cool day.
Well, the Roosters are coming home.
So let's talk a little bit about, obviously in 2013, you were diagnosed with cancer. And, there's been a lot of people said, hey, what happened to Carmen? Well, one of the things is you were battling cancer.
Yes, sir. And it's been an ongoing battle ever since. But they got rid of it, but it's like chasing a burglar out into your backyard. It's out of your house, but it's still out there lurking, trying to get in.
Yep.
So.
And every time you have to go back for a checkup, I guess they have to, you sit there and you wait and you pray that they're going to come out and say, hey, we're still good.
Yeah, once every 6 months I go in and they get to tell me if I have another 6 months.
Right. Well, and you know what? When everybody talks about treat each day like it's the last, and Jesus said, stop talking about all the things you're going to do, because you're not really guaranteed tomorrow, and today's got all the trouble that you need. It's one thing to believe that and hear that, but you're actually living that.
Yeah, my motto is treat every 6 months like it's the last 6 months.
Yeah. Right. So tell me about going out and actually being able to sing and to, and obviously, I mean, the battle of cancer drains the. We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us again today. Somebody say, big weekend. If you're wanting to find man churches near you, from themanchurch.com, the men's discipleship strategy that is now well over 800 churches all over the country and even around the world. Well, this weekend, Crestview, Florida would be an opportunity on Saturday with Andy Blanks, First Baptist Church. On Sunday, 2 opportunities, one in Mangum, Louisiana. Rich Wingo, Blake Prime will be there. And then also that same night, Twickenham Church, Huntsville, Alabama. Scott Dawson there. Find more details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Bubba, this is one of those stories that always kind of angers me. With us being men of weight, and I've struggled on and off with my weight, mainly on more than off, for the large majority of my adult life. And this notion that somehow we fat people have no idea why we're fat, and we don't have any idea how we could be less fat. We just don't. We have no idea. And I don't. Some of you out there have got to understand. We're fully aware of it. We're not in the dark that why we're fat, and we're not in the dark on what to do in order not to be fat. It's just whether we want to do it or not. Sometimes we eat things that we know are high in calories just because they taste good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that I don't know it's high in calories. My goodness, is a Big Mac and a fry, is that got a lot of calories?
I mean, if I eat a pint of ice cream, I know it has calories.
So
in
here
it,
comes some nutritionist that's going to tell us how to eat healthy at McDonald's like we wouldn't know. we know what's healthy on the menu. We just don't want it.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to go, and what's one of the suggestions from this nutritionist? And all right, honestly, so you want to go to McDonald's? Now think about it, the other places you could go and get apple slices.
No.
Well, I wouldn't be at McDonald's if I was going to make the apple slice choice.
Do you think this is just so if you find yourself at McDonald's, this gives you something you can get?
Well, it's almost like they're educating us. Like, well, I never thought that apples might be better for me than French fries.
So are you telling
How'd that happen?
Are they telling you to put apple slices on your Big Mac to make it healthy, or what are they saying?
It says if we order carefully. And not make the fast food chain a regular part of your routine. Is there a story literally? Did some reporter, Perry Blumberg, did you really waste your time and go gather this information like nobody knows this?
Hey, Rick, he's discovered it.
Yeah. So it says that if we want to make more nutritious choices, Bubba, if we're looking for a low-calorie snack that provides a crunch, McDonald's apple slices are a great choice. So I'm at McDonald's and I'm getting apple slices. If I'm gonna eat apple slices, I'm not at McDonald's.
I'm eating fries.
I just get apple slices from the grocery store.
Produce market.
You know, I love those little. They already have them already pre-cut for you. Yeah. It's really
I don't
easy.
mind cutting my own.
Rick, back during the summer of Bubba several years ago,
right?
When I had dropped a little weight, my routine was I had a place I was going to get a hamburger every day, and I just got a plain hamburger, ketchup, mustard,
right?
And I got their fruit instead of their French fries and a diet drink.
Did somebody have to tell you that was a better choice?
No, I kind of knew it.
Right. Okay, that's my point. I'm not saying that the choices don't exist, but like we don't know it.
Yeah, I'd probably been better to eat more of the fruit and less of the hamburger.
Right. Well, and so then.
But honestly, is there? I mean, I know that ground meats supposedly got more fat in it, but when you go to some of these fast food places, you're not really eating meat anyway, isn't it? Isn't it more soybean?
Well, a lot of it is.
And is soybean good for you?
Yeah. So here's what they'll say. If you're in a bind, as if we don't know, you know what they're going to say next. You're not going to believe this one. This is going to blow y'all's mind. This little nutritional gem. You should pick the menu items that have the lowest calories. God almighty! World! Eureka! Eureka! You have to be kidding me. So I should look.
You ain't gonna believe it.
Greg, the Egg McMuffin has 310 calories, so that's a good choice. Really? Wow. So I shouldn't get the one that has 900 calories.
Yeah, the 1,200.
Yeah. So the 300 calories would be better for me than the 1,100.
Who thought?
Eureka!
So what a study.
Yeah, and they said if you want just a classic hamburger, 250 calories, and then it goes on and gives us more stuff like as if we didn't know it. Really, I'm almost offended that anybody thinks we're that stupid. The thing about large people is it's not that we're stupid. It's just whether we have
Rick, we're hungry.
It's just whether we have the desire. You know, like it's been my statement when somebody says, "Hey, Rick, I noticed you lost some weight," and I said, "Yeah, I'm actually eating healthier and exercising." Who knew?
Yeah,
I've always known that. I just wasn't willing to do it.
Yeah, because it's not easy. It's not easy.
I wasn't in the dark about it. Like I wonder how.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
you've known that study,
right? So let's see. If I go in and let's say I eat 1,800 calories a day. As opposed to eating 5,000 a day, are y'all telling me?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Easy.
Oh boy.
Are you telling me that if I eat less calories, I'll lose weight? How'd that happen? I mean,
it's simple math.
Grilled chicken's better than fried chicken. Hot almighty, Eureka! I mean, what? I mean,
angry American with Eureka.
What are we talking about? That somebody literally does a story as if we don't know. That's not the problem. Isn't a lack of education about it. I'm just speaking for my own life, and I think this pretty much speaks for all of us in the large community. Do I have the desire to do it? Not what to do.
Yeah.
Is am I going to do it?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I've never not known what to do.
It's tough.
Look, eating better is hard.
I wish
mean,
you
it
hadn't
takes a lot of
mentioned-
self-control.
I wish you hadn't mentioned fried chicken. Now I'm hungry for
Yeah,
it.
it's fabulous. Come on, one of the greatest pieces of food that's ever been put on this planet.
Oh, it is.
And you know what?
And there's different ways to do it, but all of them are good.
I like
you
it
know?
all.
And when I want to, and it's a day that even trying to do a little bit better, if I want to have some fried chicken, I will every now and then. You know?
What's wrong with
So
that?
what?
I
just don't do like I used to and having it 4 or 5 times a week.
You know what I love to
in
do
various
is,
forms.
Like if I go out to a drive-through to get it, get the bucket or something, and for a big family get together, and then sneak me a piece on the way home. Golly. Huh?
Crumbs all over your shirt.
Hey Rick,
Get that extra crispy.
Hey Rick,
That's really bad.
Rick,
for
we're
you.
on the road. We're gonna stop at McDonald's. I know you're trying to do better. You got any questions? Hey, I'm wondering, do you think the apple slices are more healthy for me than the quarter pounder with cheese? I don't know. I'm so stupid. I don't know.
Yeah,
I see the quarter
Help me
pounder.
out.
I see the quarter pounder sitting around 1,000 calories, and I see a regular hamburger has 250. Which one do you think I should do?
Yeah, right.
Matter of fact, you eat 2 of the regular ones, still be ahead.
Right. I mean, it's not the lack of knowledge about it.
Yeah.
It's the desire to do it. That's the hard part.
Rick, but
that's been for me.
Isn't it cruel to eat that apple though? I mean, doesn't apples feel
Right.
pain?
Why don't anybody care about
Have
apples?
you seen how they're grown all in an orchard together?
I got to
Hemmed
tell you,
up?
I don't know if there's anything on the planet more boring than an apple. I mean, I eat it from time to time, but I never like go, that was awesome.
They're good. They're
Hey
good.
Rick, what about a nice nutritious snack? How about a slice of apple with almond butter?
If you had to eat a piece of fruit, what's your first pick? If you got the buffet of fruit,
now am I saying the one that's best for me or the one I'd rather eat?
no, the one you'd rather eat.
Probably, I'm like you. Probably pineapple. I love pineapple, and I like. You know what I really like, and I know this doesn't really sound like me. I like a good old honeydew melon.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like
a good
you.
ripe one that's,
I like
that's
it.
juicy.
And I like oranges. I'm
cantaloupe.
always
I'm a
pro
cantaloupe. I like
orange.
cantaloupe.
I'm always
I don't
pro
like orange.
pineapple.
Oh, I like
I'll get a
tangerines.
banana too sometimes.
I love a good tangerine.
Orange is probably my least favorite.
Really?
Yeah, I don't really like.
Yeah,
eating
orange would be one of
I
my
love
top.
the easy peel with
Yeah.
no seeds.
Oh,
in
you'll
them.
tear
Get them
Yeah.
real cold so they peel easy.
Yeah.
Mandarin.
It's too messy for me. An
I
orange
like
is
a good
messy.
strawberry.
Mandarin. Strawberries are
Mandarin,
good.
that's
You know,
it.
strawberries don't have hardly any calorie at
I
all.
love a good
I
strawberry.
like
See, I
strawberries.
don't like strawberries. I wish I did.
You don't like strawberry?
No, and I'm mad that I don't.
I like
don't
blueberries.
know. I don't know. I need to learn.
I like
to eat 'em.
blueberries.
I like blueberries.
Got my hand up on that.
Hey, y'all, breakfast is here.
Watermelon.
I like breakfast.
Is there any fried chicken in that bag?
I'd rather have cantaloupe.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so of all the things out there that we dread, I have to put in the top 5 being nauseous. Is there a more miserable feeling? And when you're trying to do something and you're nauseous, oh my! And you want it to end. I mean, you're like, what can I do to stop this nausea? Well, here it is: reliefband.com. Use the promo code Bubba. I know there's some cheap alternatives out there, but nothing comes close to what Relief Band is going to do for you. It is the #1 FDA-cleared anti-nausea wristband, clinically proven, underline that twice, clinically proven, to quickly relieve and effectively prevent nausea and all the things associated with that are not pleasant. This might be because you have motion sickness, anxiety, migraines. Maybe you went to the bachelor party and it got out of hand. Morning sickness. If you're pregnant and God forbid you're going through chemotherapy. But any of these things that may cause nausea, the Relief Band can really, really help. And you can set the intensity based on how the situation, how intense it is. You can legitimately just wear it on your wrist, and it gives you the relief that you're looking for. If you're traveling, boy, it's good to take this with you. So get yours right now by going to reliefband.com. That's reliefband.com. Use the promo code Bubba. That'll get you 20% off, and we will get you free shipping on that. That's reliefband.com. Promo code Bubba, 20% off plus free shipping for Relief Band. Relief's on the way. So
the treating of it.
Yeah, and the treatments and all that. How do you circumvent those waters?
Well, there's really not a whole lot to circumvent because a lot of it's out of your control, and you just have to decide what's the most important thing to do. And luckily, fortunately, my job is when
Six minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Phone calls coming in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess finds his way to master control. He'll take your phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG will get you in there. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here for a brand new Rick and Bubba show as we get ready to talk to you, America. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and we really, really appreciate all of you joining us.
Bubba, you said you had a little shout-out today.
Rick, I do. I had to get some internet hooked up yesterday down in lovely Tallapoosa County. Central Access had 2 guys, and they were getting after it yesterday, Rick.
Love
Pros
it.
all the way through and through. Big shout-out to Jeremy Brown and Lee Gant. They hooked me up yesterday. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You know what? Down at the farm, I was down there yesterday. We have Central Access, and this new high-speed internet they have.
Oh yeah.
It is really good.
Oh yeah, it's fiber all the way.
Yeah, it's real good.
Yeah, it's smoking.
And so that's exciting. And I will say, and this wasn't always the case, I sometimes prefer doing what I need to do using high-speed internet now at the farm than even at home.
Yeah, well,
it just seems to be a blowtorch.
I had to have a conversation with myself. You go out in the woods to get away from, modern civilization, and then what's the first thing we do? We need high-speed internet access.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I had a bit of an ulterior motive. If I was just going to stay in the part-time world, maybe not worth the investment. But if you're going to go down there and live there full time, and when I saw it arriving, I was like, "Ooh, let's go ahead and start get this going."
Well, that fiber too. Have you ever seen the fiber that actually does that?
It's
talk
tiny.
about it.
Yeah, it's real tiny.
Rick, it's like human hairs.
It is. It's so tiny.
It's got a lot more stuff with it, just so you don't lose it.
Yeah,
right.
I actually didn't realize it, but they were working at my house and actually clogged up the shower. All right.
So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the good people, and thanks for taking care of us.
Started raining about the time they got there.
I know.
Of course,
we had a good little rain yesterday.
Oh, we did. We got planted the day before.
It's hard to complain about it, wasn't it?
Oh, nobody complaining. Settled the dust.
To the phones we go. Matt's going to get us started. If you want to join us, you can. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to talk to you as well. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead, buddy. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I just have a little bit of diet advice for you guys because I know y'all don't ever get any.
No, none.
I will say in my own personal experience, this has turned my life around, and it's called the carnivore diet. Y'all need to look that up and just research whatever you want to. I'll leave it up to y'all.
Is that meat?
And
what is the overall concept? You eat meat, don't you?
Well, yeah. How's that different than what was it called?
Caveman.
Yeah, but what was the one when that guy had his name on it and all you
Atkins,
did? Atkins. What's the difference in doing that than following the Atkins diet?
Okay, well, it's strictly nothing from a plant, period. Nothing from anything that comes from a plant, you don't ingest it.
I don't think I'm gonna go with you on that one, brother. I have well, what I'm saying is all diets work, Matt. Being a person who's been fat most of my life, every diet will work, but you got to find something if that's what's working for you and it's healthy, and that's key because sometimes you can be skinnier and unhealthy.
Well, I got one thing.
Yeah.
One thing that really turned me onto this was I've been on medication since I was 19.
Right.
I am off of everything.
Yeah, and that's
how much
great.
weight have you lost?
Over 50 pounds.
That's good.
In 3.5 months.
That's good.
Yeah, just be careful not including all the food groups. That concerns me a little bit for you long term.
Well,
I would be careful with that.
I really do think our body needs
questions that
some
I've
more
asked also, but my blood work has done a 180 for the better.
Understood. Understood.
And
Just
like
hear
Rick
me.
said, it works, but long term, you're going to have some balance to the diet.
Just hear me. Here's what I would add: field of greens. That way, you don't have to eat the stuff, but you would get everything that would be bringing to your body. It needs that stuff.
Well, that's where the speculation is, and the guy's name's Dr. Anthony Chaffee on YouTube. I'm telling
Well,
y'all.
if he's on YouTube, I stand corrected. If he's on YouTube, I stand corrected. I didn't know he was on YouTube. Now, if you'd said that, I'd have kept my mouth shut.
Now, remember, Dr. Atkins died really, I think, before his time, also with a heart attack. So, you got to have some balance.
And Matt, if that's working,
but it'll work temporarily, for a period of time.
Keep talking to your doctors, but I already have something that's working for me, and it's working quite well. I feel better than I felt. Well, probably in my entire adult life now, and so I'm gonna stick with what I'm doing. But if that's working for you, man, more power to you.
There are a lot of people that have like inflammation, gut issues, Crohn's disease, and things like that, and I've heard it working very well for them. Jordan Peterson, who we've talked about a bunch on the show, he's been on it for 5 years now, and it's totally turned around all the problems he was having. That it's a huge thing right now. Tons of people do it. Some Rogan does it for short periods of time. He'll go 3 months at a time eating nothing but meat, which is wild. But It's hard to believe cutting vegetables out helps people, but you see it happen a lot. It's crazy.
If you have, if you're going I would say the jury is still out because what we're going to have is 15 years from now. Oh my gosh! Everybody that cut vegetables out, they're having all kinds of problems. The body is designed to run on all the food groups.
Keep doing blood work if you're going to do it.
Yeah. Just be sure you got a doctor working with you on that. And like I say, what I'm doing now is working great for me all the way around, so I'm just going to hold what I got.
Yeah, but you're eating better. Your calorie intake is down. But I know your schedule. You're exercising like a fool, and so that is a big part of any diet.
Oh yeah,
you can't just take a miracle drug, lose weight, and think you're getting healthy.
No, I'm not talking about that.
I'm just talking about in general. You need to add exercise to that whatever you're doing.
But if you're going to cut out something and just eat one thing, meat would be the way to go.
Absolutely,
sure.
Yeah, I would much rather stay with that. Look,
more sausage, okay.
I'm just always extremely cautious of fad diets. They work for a short period of time. And I've done them, and there's never been one that didn't work, but I've never had one that I could sustain. Never, not one.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'm doing now is just a complete life change, and it's not all that complicated. It's pretty simple. Yeah. And it does include exercise, but it doesn't include exercise more than 2 to 3 days a week.
Right.
You know what's so funny?
I'm always active, but
sure.
I'm talking about literally I'm about to go exercise. I only do that twice a week for sure. And then I'll add maybe a walking day or a road day. But now I have an active life. I don't sit around.
Yeah.
But as far as I'm going to exercise, I only do that 2 to 3 times a week.
Right.
And at my age, that's about all I need. If not, I'll break down.
Yeah.
We continue.
We're all just a little bit different. And everybody's body's chemistry. And some people, struggle with different things different ways, and chemical imbalances in your system. So some of these things work for some folks better than others.
Right, no doubt.
But I think overall what you're saying is correct. You need a balanced diet, and it's simple math. You got to burn more than you intake, and how about our bodies are pretty efficient.
And it's good. The calories, where the calories come from also really help. There's good calories and there's bad calories as far as your body using it as fuel. And but sometimes something's just fun. Let's go to John in Birmingham.
Then there's ice cream.
You're right. John, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Good morning. So my buddy and I work upstairs in the same building that you guys do. So we experience all the cleaning ladies, the floor changes and whatnot.
Oh, yes.
But yesterday we left our office around noon, and we walked out the back door, and some lady's pulling around her little Kia Soul. And she rolls down the window, and I kid you not, she goes, "Hey, guys, can you help me find Sweet 200?
Man, it's just a never-ending pursuit of Sweet 200 here, man. That's great, John.
Dude,
hey, how you like the new paint?
Definitely not.
How you like the new paint? Paint
Oh,
looks good.
man. Well, one of the ladies in our office goes, "Well, I don't like it too much, but they didn't ask me to pick it out, so I really don't care." And we're like, "Yeah." It's like it was a quick overnight job. We were like, "Yeah."
Yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, thanks, man. Let's go to Sky in Alabama. Sky, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I assume it's safe to say that Mike Lindell's cotton field in Gaza is not there anymore, right?
In Gaza, cotton field, I don't know.
Yeah, his ads say something about Egypt.
Yeah, the My Pillow guy.
Oh, you're talking about Egypt. Okay, yeah.
It's in the. It's not Gaza.
Yeah.
It's the
Giza
Valley around the Nile River.
Yeah, it's not Gaza.
Yeah,
but
it's close.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's close.
But funny joke though.
That is a good one, by the way.
was.
Because I thought you had one. There
I think it's funny even saying Giza and thinking it's Gaza. That's still funny.
Right.
Alan in Nashville, Tennessee. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, bud.
Didn't know if y'all seen any clips yet. Our good senator from Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, was on the Colbert Show last night, and rather interesting. Usually we see the clips where he's stumbling all over himself, but he was actually coherent and actually made normal comments, except when he was cracking on people about Fox News. But he was talking about supporting Israel and he was talking about his stroke situation, that he was getting better and some clarity coming back. But he had some kind of tool that he had on his iPad that helps him to see and read because his cognitive skills. Didn't know if y'all were aware of some of that.
Well, we have it. I didn't know that. Speedy just told me in Adler that we actually have clips from that, so we may come back and look at that.
Yeah, we are aware that he uses a typed out thing to help him understand what people are saying because he's still having problems. And I hope he's getting better.
Yeah. One of the funnier moments we have that he was kind of making fun of who we elect to go to Washington, D.C.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is when
of a song. Will the love continue when my walk becomes a crawl?
Check. Hey, two. What's up, gang? Thank you so much for watching on YouTube. I don't know what happened with that last replay episode with Carmen. I tried restarting the computer. It was corrupt, so sorry you didn't get to hear the rest of that Carmen interview from 2019. I had somebody ask me yesterday why I actually do these commercial break flashbacks. That's why. The Rick and Bubba Show is in a commercial break right now, the live show. So during the commercial breaks, that's why I'm showing these flashbacks. They're not necessarily tied together, but yeah, we do have some really weird coincidences sometimes when it is like the same topic or they're talking about something and then it ties to the other. So, but a guy asked me yesterday during the Bible study, why am I doing this? Is it supposed to be connected? It's not, but I actually have 16 commercial breaks that I have to fill every single day. When the guys take a commercial break, we could either listen to free music, the royalty-free, copyright-free music. We could do that, or we could actually listen to some Rick and Bubba content. So that's what I'm doing. It would be pretty impossible for me to prep 16 individual little clips that fit perfectly in the commercial breaks. It's just impossible for me to do. So that's why I show these flashbacks to 2019. We're going to go now to the next day. I guess that last file with Carmen was corrupt or something because I tried playing it again just now and it didn't work. So here is a flashback to June 12th, I think. June 12th, 2019. Again, thank you so much for watching Rick and Bubba on the YouTube channel.
What if I stumble? And what if I fall?
Let me tell you why. Of course, I love that song, and of course, it was a very, very important message. But did you know this? And I just happened to see it, looking at the stuff Toby was putting up, Toby Mac, that's DC Talk. Did you know that DC Talk has reunited? And there is a DC Talk cruise, and the original members are performing on the cruise as DC Talk?
No,
They're back.
I didn't know that.
Everybody's been wanting them to do that reunion, and they've kind of dabbled with it.
Right.
Every now and then they'll run on stage with Toby and do one song or whatever. And but they are full-blown doing a cruise, fully reunited and fully in concert on the cruise.
No, I had no idea.
I didn't either.
That is news to me.
And of course, I had a conversation with Toby about when he wrote the song that I just played, and I said, "Was that uncomfortable for everybody?" And he said, "Yeah, it was." And he said that this was the issue we were having, that we were kind of forgetting why we're here and just becoming rock stars.
Yep.
And of course, then they broke up not too long after that. But they are back together, and I think that was one of the things. I think it was we're not all going to reunite unless we're all going to be solid. So I hope that's a sign that all that has taken place.
Well, I hope so. I was more of a Toby Mac fan later into that. I think he does such a good job. I don't know that being tied into a lot of that would be. I feel like he's probably a big enough act to do his own thing.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just.
I'm trying to say that in a good way. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be straightforward with you. The reason why talking about Rick. The reason why Rick had no idea how big they were is I didn't go see them because I heard they were a Christian band. I thought it'd be corny.
Yeah, right. Right.
But I went back after I became a follower of Christ and started researching their history. They were gigantic. I'm talking about as big as anyone, and were incredible together. I watched some of their old concerts and got some of their old videos and stuff. I mean, so for those that were into it and did understand it and did follow them, I think now they're older, of course, but they've all three seem like they've taken care of themselves pretty good. That this was a pretty big deal for those fans. So I'm sure that cruise is packed out and they're having a blast.
Yeah, well, I'd not heard about it, so
yeah, well,
I have to read up on that.
I say it's. 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. We thank you for being with us. And we got a lot more to cover on the program today. So the Fetterman thing that was just mentioned in the phone segment from Colbert, is that right? Is that what it's from? And we have that. And the caller said that Fetterman is surprisingly coherent in this interview, and he's talking about the state of things with Israel and our elected officials. Is that kind of what he's talking about? So Adler, what about this clip? What is this one about, our Speedy?
This one is where he's kind of making fun of who we send to Washington, D.C. to represent each district. And everybody's like, yeah, buddy, like you, but he has fun with it. Now, I thought he was pretty funny here.
Okay.
You all should need to know that America is not sending their best and brightest, to Washington, D.C. Yes.
We got that.
Sometimes you literally just can't believe, these people are making the decisions that are, determining the government here. It's actually scary.
It is.
I agree with you, Shrek.
It is.
Shrek, I agree.
Is he talking about himself?
Well, as he was in a hoodie and shorts, if you couldn't see it.
Knowing most people that in his position, he's probably so arrogant, he's excusing himself from the obvious. Yeah. When we think of the point he just made, which we all agree with, we kind of think of people like him.
Yes.
Well, Rick, I think he's probably the poster child right now. I mean,
I was hoping so badly that he was kind of poking fun at the stereotypes and different things and his what people accuse him of. I was hoping that's what was happening.
Now,
maybe not.
I know we don't have. I'm not saying we have this clip, but you were telling me though that he did make a stand about standing with Israel during what's going on too. He was straightforward about that, and let's look at cutting one here, Adler. One of the things that I noticed yesterday was and I know that you got to be very careful, Greg. I even heard you mention this in the kickoff hour, and I would caution all of you, be very careful at our access to gruesome things nowadays.
Yeah. Oh, buddy.
Some of this stuff.
I told you, I got you think, wow, they showed that.
I know. So just be careful. There's some really, really horrible things. Now, that is reality of what's happened, and I guess there's some value of us realizing the severity of the brutality of this terrorist attack. But you kind of get the sense, even in the state he was in, that President Biden is shook. I mean, when he now has seen some of this stuff, you can tell that it has shaken him up. Mm-hmm. And so here he is. I know that he always kind of stammers around, but I felt like that this was almost like he was in shock about what he had seen. So here we go.
But I just look. I mean, I'll never forget. Well, I won't go into that. Anyway, I just think that if we stay true to our values.
Yeah, he doesn't really. I mean, he's always like that to a degree, but you can tell he didn't even really know where to begin on that. So
he actually did mention Iran in that too.
Did he?
Told him to be careful.
Well, and then this next one.
Why don't we stop check on that payment we sent to?
Right, yeah, that unfreezing $6 billion. That
worked out well.
And I like how people who were part of that they'll just announce that it had nothing to do with this, but they won't explain how it had nothing to do with it.
Right,
it didn't. That had nothing to do with it. So it didn't give them confidence that they can spend money because they got $6 billion coming.
Yeah, let's see.
Nope, that didn't happen.
Rick, a state that sponsors terrorism around the globe that is sworn to the destruction of Israel and the United States. We unfroze $6 billion of their money but they promise to use it only in humanitarian ways.
Right.
Yeah, well, they've never lied.
So I guess when the attack happened,
Only when their lips
they
were
said they
moving.
were going to.
So I guess when the attack happened, and whatever their government body is called, I don't know if it's a parliament or I know it's a dictatorship at the end of the day, but whatever they call their government setup. So we should also ignore them celebrating and chanting "Death to Israel, Death to America" as the attack was going on. So we should just let that go. So the $6 billion unfreeze. Now you don't think it had anything to do with it? Didn't it? Just didn't. I'm telling you. So you're just saying that because you don't want to look so stupid, okay? And
but Rick, they've been chanting "Death to America" since Jimmy Carter was
right.
in.
Yeah.
So I mean,
the timing
they really
got
to get a new cheer on this.
That timing on that one. Now I don't know why the president is mumbling about junk fees at Taylor Swift concerts. What is this?
Yeah, the world is going crazy, and that's what he chose to talk about.
Okay, let's hear this.
What my friends in the front row here mostly support, the Junk Fee Prevention Act. Hard to say. Anyway, but all kidding aside, I'm asking Congress to take the action so this makes it a matter of law.
Talking about junk fees at concerts.
This all kidding aside, he can't get away from it.
He really can't.
I'm being honest. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, they hosted an event at the White House, and he was being criticized for keeping to that schedule with what all's going on, and that was
Junk Fee Prevention Act. It's hard to say.
Thank God we got that. So next, is this a stay-at-home mom that's going to tell the story about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We took our first trip since the pandemic. Our girls were missing their grandpa in Sacramento, California, and we felt it was time to get back out there. Like a lot of families, we booked our trip on a budget. When we booked our hotel online, we thought we knew what we'd be paying. But then when we checked out, we saw all these unexpected fees tacked onto our bill, with little information about what they were for. The charges totaled over $100, with no clarification about what was taxes, what was a tourism fee, or anything else included in the charges.
$100?
What do we? So we're spending. Well, does everybody realize that people are like terrified to go outside right now because there's violence in the streets? I mean,
guys, I know, and people explain it to me. I know why the sign language lady has to make weird faces, but that I can't hear nothing. I'm just staring at her.
I know, Greg.
Because she's making him.
Do you find it funny that a lot of the junk fees they're talking about is added on are actually governmental charges?
I know.
Y'all find that funny?
Yeah, that couldn't they?
State, local, and federal. I bet half of them are government charges.
Sure
that,
they are.
That the guy sitting there saying you want to get rid of them is the guy that's responsible for them.
We're on the verge of World War III, and hey, junk fees.
Let's get them taken out.
Tackling them, the problem.
Our vacation was more expensive than we thought. Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Jesus Freak Cruise, and
that's awesome.
And it's got other people on it. But I was when I saw, Toby putting out something, and he had him standing there with the two original members,
Cool.
Tate and Kevin. I forget his last name. And they were standing there, and I was like, okay, so they must be considering it. And I didn't realize, no, okay, they're doing it. I mean, they're actually rehearsing, and they're going.
Wow.
Now I'm trying to picture, their show was pretty big, and of course, Toby's solo show is a lot like what they used to do. The rooms on a cruise, have they got a room for that kind of? I mean,
yeah, they're going to bring it.
That's a pretty big production that they're pretty accustomed to. I don't know. I've never gone on any of these music cruises to see what the rooms look like when they perform. Have any of y'all ever done that before?
They're popular because you'll see commercials for 70s.
I'm sure there's certain
Monsters
ships
of Rock.
were designed for that or
You're
whatever.
probably right.
Yeah.
But
I've seen some footage of some of them though. They don't have the huge. I mean, because some of them are performing they got the theaters inside.
I've seen
ship,
those. Yeah,
and then they'll put stages up on the deck. The videos I've seen from some of them, I mean, they're not huge production, but
okay.
You know the thing too. You're talking about being on location's always a handle. Being on a ship, but when you're talking about a concert, and when we've been on a cruise before, most of the time you never even know the boat's moving. To me,
yeah.
But then there are times that it's rocking and rolling a little bit, and
we don't mean musically.
And I can't imagine trying to do equipment and power drain and all that on that kind of stuff. Good night.
Well, I will say one thing we can't.
Quago.
One thing we can say, and we've done some Rick and Bubba cruises way back in the past, But undoubtedly for these bands, it must be lucrative because they get people to do it all the time.
Oh, and they'll have a lineup. I mean, they'll have 15 different bands.
I know. I wonder how
I don't see
that
how
works.
they handle all
That's
that.
a lot of checks.
Yeah.
That's a lot of checks. So anyway, but Adler showed you a little bit of the Jesus Freak cruise. It's already left the lineup that on that cruise, but it does feature DC Talk fully reuniting. But then you see that the Newsboys are on there, which Tate's in now, and you see Toby's doing some solo stuff too. So kind of interesting. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sorry on Father's Day week, bud.
Come on, Rick.
Sorry, buddy. I never thought that I would live long enough that a chicken sandwich place would be embroiled in so much controversy, and I don't know that you would meet any more decent people than the Caffey family and have a better experience and be treated better, no matter what your convictions are, what you believe or don't believe, than the people of Chick-fil-A. If I could tell those that oppose Chick-fil-A, find somebody that's easier to dislike. I mean, you're getting all bent out of shape about a chicken place. It's just not. No one is getting fired up about it. Even people within your own community are sneaking off and eating the sandwiches because it's such a beacon of light sometimes out there in an industry that can leave you wanting. But
well, that's the thing. Aren't they just put aside? You know, the personal beliefs of the owner.
Right.
Aren't they just doing a great job?
No,
I mean, aren't they kind of the
enough?
American dream? Yeah. Aren't they American exceptionalism at its best? And I think it's okay to use that word. I think it's something that everyone ought to strive for is exceptionalism in anything they do.
Yeah, and plus, you don't ever see them saying you can't eat here if you don't repent of your sin and submit to the authority of Jesus Christ.
No. They don't shove any belief down your throat.
What they do,
when you're ordering.
But they also don't hide that they're followers of Christ because you know why? That wouldn't be part of their. Y'all do realize that followers of Christ are called to publicly acknowledge they're followers of Christ.
Right.
To not do that means you're not really being what you're supposed to believe. Just like you want us to tolerate the beliefs of everything, then you got to tolerate the beliefs of Christians. Okay? And God forbid they offer you mercy and grace and forgiveness and are told to treat you the way they want you to treat them. I mean, you don't want those kind of people out there.
Isn't it mysterious how some people are offended by that?
Yeah.
You know?
But keep in mind,
and you get a good sandwich.
And also, but I'm not. But I want to be clear. Now, I'm not delusional. I realize there's nut jobs out there that go out and present our faith in a very negative, undesirable way. Yeah. Okay. But the Caffey family has never done that.
Yeah, they're not one of them.
No, they're not one of them. Okay. So anyway, so now,
and you know, really, all of this gets down to one thing. It is their disagreement with the LBGTQT whatever XYZ community.
Right. Well, and here's
that's it. That's the bottom line.
Now I know there's been some churches. "35 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study. We are in the Revelation. The archive's available for you now on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel if you so desire to listen to the archive of the latest or go back and catch any you have missed. We've been studying the Revelation for 10 months now, and those archives are available for you. Seems to be more interest and intrigue in that particular book of the Holy Bible these days, for obvious reasons. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. You could listen to those archives on those Raycon earbuds or listen to the show however you want to get it. The Raycon earbuds will give you a great experience. Boy, the audience has fallen in love with these, and for obvious reasons. About half the price of the other premium audio brands, the perfect inner fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. You've got 32 hours of battery life, 8 hours of playtime. You got sound profiles. You've got the awareness mode or the noise isolation mode. And right now, they're offering 20% off everything on their site. So you can do that by using the promo code BIRTHDAY. But you also, with the promo code BIRTHDAY, can find some select products since they're celebrating their 6th anniversary there are select products up to 40% off. So go see what the hype is all about and join us by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Right now, the special promo code is birthday. And you can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So the ongoing updates, and Israel has declared war on Hamas and is carrying out this. It has led to protests on all sides you can imagine. But there's starting to be some repercussions since Hamas and the terror attack on the Israelis. The more we find out about the brutality of it all, the less popular it is becoming for someone to stand up and protest against Israel and stand with Hamas. Almost like, hey, the Israelis had this coming. If I certainly know that point of view is out there, but if you take that point of view, it's starting to cause issues for you. We have Hannity last night had Alan Dershowitz on, and he was saying that some of this we're seeing the pro-Palestinian movement out there. A lot of it can be blamed on the universities that have perpetuated this point of view, and of course he's talking about being anti-Semitic. So here we go. Here he is, courtesy of Hannity and Fox News.
Alan Dershowitz is with us. Professor, we've been friends a long time. I know this is deeply personal for you. I haven't spoken to you about it, but I just know.
I know. I just spoke to my cousin in Sderot. Several of his congregants were killed. Massacres occurred literally right in front of him. Harvard has not done the right thing. The president of Harvard, the Board of Overseers, ought to treat these clubs as if they were the Ku Klux Klan club, advocating the lynching of Jews. That's what Black Lives Matter in Chicago was doing, advocating the lynching of Jews. That's what Amnesty International at Harvard is doing, advocating the lynching of Jews. These are lynchings. These are comparable to what happened in the 1920s and the 1930s in the South, and we shouldn't mince words about that. I want the name of every student who has ever signed a petition supporting these rapists and murderers. I want their names to be revealed. We succeeded in one case today. A woman named Raina Workman, the head of the Student Bar Association at NYU, talked about how it was necessary to rape and murder. And you know what happened? Her offer as a lawyer was rescinded by the law firm. Thank you, law firm, for doing that. Would anybody want as a lawyer a woman who advocated rape and murder? A woman advocating rape? That's what's going on in these universities, but we're not treating them like the Ku Klux Klan. They have free speech rights, just like the Nazis and the Klan have free speech rights. But universities have an obligation to condemn these groups as forcefully as they would condemn the Ku Klux Klan. They are not doing it. Harvard's not doing it. Yale's not doing it. Columbia's not doing it. City University of New York is not doing it. It's a shame. It has to be done with the same vociferousness.
Wow. So pretty harsh stuff, but he did mention that some people are paying a price, like the lawyer that was seen at one of these protests, standing and not condemning some of the atrocities that have gone on during this terrorist attack.
She put out some written things about it, too.
Yeah.
That's what...
CNN's Jake Tapper, he says that what's going on right now, 4B, is that we're seeing it's kind of been an eye-opening period for a lot of people. And he said a lot of people on the left are realizing that there are a number of progressive groups out there that are showing that they are anti-Semitic. And he said this has been eye-opening. And here he is, courtesy of CNN.
These last few days have been a real eye-opening period for a lot of people, a lot of Democrats, a lot of progressives, in terms of anti-Semitism on the left. A lot of people who seem more shocked at dehumanizing language used by world leaders to describe Hamas than what Hamas actually perpetrated on Saturday.
Yeah, Tapper's kind of using some common sense here. If you don't want to be called some of the things that Hamas is being called, one way to not be called those things is not to behave in a way that would warrant that label.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? I mean,
absolutely.
Doesn't that seem obvious is what he's saying, too? He's agreeing with that.
You know, one of the other things, I don't know if you saw, there's been several stories about it. Auburn's basketball coach, Bruce Pearl, who's Jewish, he was going after BLM Chicago because of their support of that, and I applaud him for that. He doesn't pull any punches with them.
Yeah, I think the organization Black Lives Matter. I don't know what else they have to do, and I understand that a lot of people went to support them at a time where you thought you were letting your voice be heard, that you were standing against, the brutality of black people, which is to be applauded, and the value of life. And all of that, but I think you're realizing that maybe they caught you in an emotional moment, and they kind of soaked you a little bit, and they weren't all that they portrayed themselves to be, and I don't know how much longer or how many more things have to come out that we just kind of say, the sentiment is true, but the organization they're not to be trusted.
For them to send out this picture of the paratroopers, BLM. I Stand with Palestine, and the picture of the paratroopers, that is really like in the days after Columbine sending out a picture of a trench coat. It really is. These people went in and slaughtered and murdered civilians. And for them to put out that paratrooper, you can say that maybe, the waving the Palestinian flag, I don't necessarily support the actions of Hamas, but they clarified with that picture of those paratroopers.
No, you're right. Yeah.
It's like putting out a picture of a trench coat after Columbine.
Yeah, it's one thing to stand and say there's a group of people that I hope can find themselves a homeland, that are trying to be peaceful, law-abiding citizens. We even know there's Palestinian people that have been redeemed and are now followers of Jesus. But you make it real clear that Hamas and what they're doing cannot be condoned or celebrated. And you're right. That's not what they're doing here. They're showing an image that would make you think that they think the Israelis had it coming.
Mm-hmm. Well, they had a guy. They can't stand but to brag about it.
Right.
And they had one of their head guys out, and I don't have the story right here in front of me, but I was reading it before the show, and he said, they have two branches of Hamas. They have the military branch, and then they have the humanitarian branch, where they go in and administer hospitals and schools and all that stuff. And they've been doing a lot of that and kind of lulling the Israelis to sleep, thinking, well, look, they've turned to governance. That's what they're, because they've got more governing ability now than they've ever had.
Right.
And he said, under the table, we've been working on this for 2 years for this attack. And again, Rick, I'm like you, I still can't fathom what you thought you were going to accomplish in this.
Right.
Well, if you thought you were going to get a PR win, or is it just that I'm just so bloodthirsty I have to kill a Jew? I've just got to do it.
Well,
and if he did, you're going to pay a terrible price for that. And Palestinians are not Hamas per se.
Right.
That's a group inside the Palestinian group, but they support them, and they've given them more and more control of their government. So they're a terrorist group. I mean, I don't know how else. There's no other way to describe it. And they're using humanitarian aid to cover their terrorist activities. And this guy just admitted it.
Yeah, well, just like the son that we saw from the interview.
Take his words exactly.
He said, look, they don't even care about the Palestinian people.
No, they're using them for cover.
They'll sacrifice innocent Palestinian people. That means nothing to them.
They use them as their thugs.
Yeah, yeah. And so it's a sad thing, but I think, unfortunately, Bubba, what you said, it can only be just being, I must kill these people because I hate them, because what you've done is you've taken a world power like the Israelis, and you are now giving them support around the world that they should annihilate you.
Yeah, I mean, you give them the reason
right
to be exactly what you've tried to tell everybody they are for so long.
Right,
and now that you've given them a good reason to act that way.
Right, and the world's going, well, it's justified. So you really have played into your,
I don't know what you're thinking,
into their hands in a way. It was,
but it's the point that Hamas does not want a two-state solution.
No.
They don't want peace. They want the death of every Jew on the planet.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A lot.
Nominations that have declared that whatever the Bible says about marriage and about gender and about sexual intimacy, they're just choosing to disregard it.
Right.
I don't know why, but they are. And I'm sure that makes some people happy. But the Cathys are simply saying, we do believe in the Bible, we do believe in God, and we do believe that He's presented His standard here. We don't mean any ill will, but that's what we believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No
But everyone's welcome to come to our show.
No one's denied a chicken sandwich if they're in a same gender marriage or they believe it's okay or whatever their convictions are. But when you say, "Hey, are y'all the Caffey family?" We are. Didn't y'all start Chick-fil-A? We did. What's your religious convictions? We're Christians. Okay, but that's really, I mean, and then they run their business that way. They try to live their lives that way. And even leaders in the LGBT community that have taken the time to get to know them have come back, and undoubtedly the mob did not get the information. Hey, these are actually these are decent people. We just have we just agree to disagree on a couple of topics.
You know why?
Right.
The mob doesn't want to change its mind. And if you go and you're treated well and that particular person or two changes their mind and they come back and tell everybody, then they're discredited.
Yeah,
you sold out.
Yeah,
you sold
selling out to the man.
And I
sold
want-
out to the man.
And I want y'all to know
Homie
this.
the clown has become the man.
Bribed you with a chicken sandwich.
And remember, don't forget too, when you start catering to a mob, it's never enough. So keep in mind,
The mob wants one thing: to burn that sucker down.
Yes.
That's all they understand.
And they don't want those situations to go away because that's all they live for.
Right.
Is to
Right.
have something like this to protest. And to,
Don't
that's
miss.
That's what they live for. They don't want it solved.
If you understand the mob mentality of the Middle Ages, you know exactly why our laws are set up the way they are now for due process.
Don't miss, just to make the point, don't miss, if you died for this country, we give you 1 day, Memorial Day. Okay? If you are a veteran, we give you 1 day. Okay? If you are a person that is a father or a mother, we give you 1 day. We gave the LGBT an entire month. How about this? A month longer than even Black History Month. We didn't give black people a month as big as we gave the LGBT. Of all that they went through during the Civil Rights Movement. They get the shortest month we got.
Yeah.
We not only gave the LGBT community an entire month, we gave them a long one.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, but it's not enough. It's not enough. And so,
Rick, they wanted to put the flag for this month at the federal buildings with the American flag.
And that got shut down.
They come back and they said, look,
you.
and Pence come out and admitted it. He said, yeah, we absolutely had to do it because there's no other flag going to go on the pole except the American flag at these buildings. What's wrong with that?
You talking about what we laid out in the flag rules?
Yeah.
Long before we ever got to the situation. I'm going to
So
say.
why would you change it?
I'm going to say one more time. If you died for this country, you get 1 day. And if you want to tie it into a 3-day weekend, you can call it 3. But it's really only 1 day.
Yeah, officially.
If you want to be celebrated in the LGBT community and acknowledged by our government and our country, we give you an entire month.
Rick, I'll throw one more in there.
How about this?
Hey,
How about this? A long month.
Rick, I'll throw one more in there. We gave the creator, designer, and savior of the universe 2 days. Coming and going.
That's so good.
All right. Hey, but it's never. Hey,
so good.
Hey, listen. If you don't believe the analogy of don't feed the bears, it's never enough marshmallows.
Yeah.
It's never enough. And then eventually, what? They eat you. All right, we'll come back because we're getting
look
long.
at me when you said marshmallows?
Well, it's.
Oh, you're out of marshmallows.
Did Betty tell you I'd been in that bag?
We all see you as our lovable little bear. When we come back, Bill Bubba Bear Bussy.
Yeah.
When we come back,
Look at there.
the Texas governor, listen to this headline, has had to sign a controversial, save Chick-fil-A bill into law. And when we come back and break down what he's actually going to sign, you won't believe it.
No.
I mean, you really will not believe that. And everybody, controversy. A controversial Chick-fil-A bill. Ooh, a Chick-fil-A bill. So we'll talk. And you're not going to believe what he's trying to ensure won't happen to Chick-fil-A. By the way, it's the same thing the founding fathers said shouldn't happen.
So we shouldn't have to have.
I don't think he should have to make a law that's already in the Constitution.
Thank you.
For real.
We'll be right back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us. We'll get more phone calls coming in next hour if you want to join us at 866 We Be Big. We'll get back to checking in with you, America. All right, so Nick Saban. Bubba, this is kind of your area.
The legend.
I understand we have a Ring of Fire eclipse. They're calling it Ring of Fire.
Yeah, we have an eclipse. It's going to hit right across the southwest. But is it a full?
How rare is
it?
it?
A full eclipse like we saw in Nashville?
Ring of Fire.
Okay. So, and let me tell you,
how rare is it?
Well,
you talking about the Ring of Fire?
Tell me about the rarity. Because I'm trying to draw a line between Speedy paying for something and this eclipse.
Hey.
I mean, I'm trying
You're going to see more eclipses.
Come on. Guys.
It just seems something rare has happened. Two things this week.
Well, I was just paying Greg back.
Okay, so and that's just that statement.
Yeah.
So anyway, Nick Saban was being asked, and it could be a distraction during the game.
It's supposed to occur Saturday,
Okay.
and everybody knows college football in the U.S. As
A
well
road
as
tide.
Central and South America, according to the National Geographic editor or whatever. And so that was a discussion, and during the press conference with Saban, he was asked about it.
All right.
I know James Spann brought it to your attention last week, but with there being an eclipse during the game, do you prepare the team for that distraction?
They can't believe it. They can't.
I think you have to prepare your team for every distraction. I actually think the best way to do that would be text it to them so they can read it on their phone. All right, so, because sometimes they don't listen. All right, but if you text it to them, they'll read it.
All right.
So that might be a new technique that we try.
All right.
You should text them what they're supposed to do on the field. They'll probably get it then.
He's really, really mad about that. He's mad about them having their face in their phone. Real mad about it. You can tell he's really bothered by it.
When we went to see the solar eclipse that happened that came across Tennessee,
We saw it.
I was there.
We went to where it was total, the totality.
Yeah.
What they call it, Adler?
Totality.
Totality, that's it.
Adler kept screaming that over and over again.
Here, where we live in Birmingham, it was about 90%, I think, and you really couldn't tell a whole lot of difference. You know what I mean?
No.
But when you get into that area where it blacks out, it is really cool.
What about Ring of Fire eclipse? Are we going to see it here?
No, it's a little south.
It says, is it annular eclipse?
Watch out now.
Annular, yes.
Yeah. It says it's they're not as rare. They did say it's uncommon for the eclipse and the path to go right over the U.S.
I prefer the medicated pads.
And then next year is going to be
Rick.
Thank you.
Next year is going to be the big boy.
Yeah,
that's what it's called, actually.
It's
the big
going
boy.
across Dallas and all that, isn't it? Because
And
we
Austin.
talked about going back to
Y'all gonna
see
fly
that.
out there?
It's called the big boy
Y'all,
eclipse.
if you have not been in the main part of those eclipses, you need to go one time and see it. because
Road
it
tide.
is
Now-
so strange.
It is awesome. It
When
really
I was
is
a
cool.
kid, I remember one time at
It's
school,
cool, Rick.
they were talking about don't look at it, it'll burn your eyes off and all this stuff. We were scared to death.
Oh yeah,
We walk up going,
the sun. Yeah, I was the same way. I was afraid if I looked up.
And you
But
look, Greg.
I did.
The sun will burn your eyes out anytime you look at it
Yeah,
because
right.
it's
Stare
an
at
out of
sun.
control nuclear reaction. But the problem is people try to look up to see the eclipse, and start staring at it. You got to have a good weld.
I looked at one and
Not
really
a good welding hood.
I hadn't had any issues at all.
You gonna wear a welding hood this week?
I stared right at it.
Nobody tell him.
Yeah, Rick, it came hard to tell.
No, nobody tell him.
All right. So do not look at it.
It says here it has a chilling effect on those with rude Tourette's. It makes them nice for 24 hours after they see it.
If you stare at it.
Yeah.
And the carnivore diet.
Right. That is the carnivore
So
diet.
I was screening calls with somebody saying we just eat meat all the time. That's their diet.
That's right. Well, Charles, I mean, if you're going to sell me on the diet, that's a good one.
You got me on that one.
But haven't we been there
I
before?
can
I just don't
survive.
think
that one.
eating just meat all the time is good for anybody.
Hey, Greg, you seen my blood work?
Okay.
You can eat eggs too, though. Eggs too.
Yeah.
And like milk.
That's
and
not me.
butter.
Well, that's the Atkins diet.
Just
That's all that
protein.
is.
Carnivore meaning from animals.
How about pork
But
skins?
what's
Can
the
you eat
difference
pork
between
skin?
that and the Atkins diet?
I don't know.
And
That
the
was all
cave-
protein.
And the
They had some
caveman
shakes
diet,
on that.
remember?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know much about. I don't know the specifics of those, but carnivore, if it's from
Hey,
an
watch your mouth.
animal,
Yeah.
animal.
Well, that, yeah.
So eggs are okay.
Now wait a minute.
Pork skin.
Let me be sure I understand this. What can you eat if you're on that diet?
Animal.
Oh, good.
Animals.
Do I say animal weird?
What animal?
No.
Animal crackers? Are they?
Is that how they said it in San Antonio?
You know, I was born up north. I was raised down south, Florida, Texas, Alabama. The words that come from my mouth, they don't make sense. I say y'all, and I also say you guys. It's not good.
Right. There's no you guys. Hey, make a decision, man.
I know.
But yeah, so I guess the difference in the Atkins and the carnivore is Atkins said you could have proteins even like
dairy
almonds and stuff. Well, dairy's from an animal.
Egg though? What would that be?
Animal from an animal.
That's
so that'd be
animal.
under the carnivore.
Well, it's from an animal, but it's not an animal, is it?
Oh, it's an animal product.
Well, that's what they're saying. What I'm saying, I'm trying to figure out the difference between this and the Atkins
I
diet.
agree with you. It sounds like the same.
It sounds
thing.
like the same thing.
And the caveman diet was the same
Atkins
thing.
does have veggies and like you're saying, avocado and broccoli and stuff like that.
Oh, remember you used to be king of the avocado. Remember when you quit?
Yeah.
Did you just say you're done with that?
I keep buying them and they keep going brown on me. I mean,
He used
my
to,
life
every
is
day
falling apart.
he had one.
At one time, he thought the avocado was the answer to everything.
I just have them on Saturdays.
I thought his skin was going to turn light green.
Oh,
And
my
you
gosh.
worked real hard for it.
Somebody mentioned a healthy fat, and he really went crazy with it.
I'm still on the almonds thing though.
Yeah.
Right.
I like
By the
good
way, be
almond.
careful with them though. Handfuls, but all you need.
You're right.
A lot of calories.
Yes, they're good though.
They are. I'll eat a whole
Atkins-
bag. I'll eat a whole bag of them.
What about roasted peanuts? Don, Rick, I'm worried about Don.
Atkins, you can
Didn't come
eat
here straight either.
unlimited quantity of vegetable oils. You got you can fruit, grains, nuts,
buddy.
seeds, others foods as long as it fits into that CCLL number, whatever. Carnivore, it's you don't count carbs.
Of course, Dr.
and there's
Atkins
no
dropped
eating.
that as a wedge.
There's no eating from food groups other
Somebody
than
said he
animal
hit his
based.
head on ice. It wasn't from the meat.
Well, you know why?
He was dizzy because of his diet.
Couldn't see.
Clogged arteries can see.
So there are subtle differences.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, but
So what Greg said.
well, I made the mistake of bringing up protein, which led to different type of nuts, and now Greg's is remembering that Don Day did not come.
Correct.
I'm just
last
worried.
week.
Rick, I'm just
It
worried.
all gets back to that.
It
doesn't it?
always comes back.
I'm just worried about him.
I was wondering.
You're not. I wish you were worried about him.
I am.
And
It's not about the
and not the
peanuts.
peanuts
It's not
that he
about
brings.
that.
But I noticed yesterday we have a walnut tree. Well, the walnuts are everywhere right now. Do you like
Really?
walnuts?
No,
I don't like
I'm not a
walnuts.
big walnut guy.
I'm not
What about
either.
walnut ice cream? You ever had that? Black walnut?
I usually roll my ankle on them.
I don't like that. Sherry tried to get me motivated yesterday. Going, when did you pick some of these up? I'm like,
I like a good old
I
pecans.
said, yeah, if it was pecans, I'd be out here with a bag. But, I mean, walnuts. Walnuts looks like a lot of effort too. Tremendous amount of
It
effort.
is a lot of work.
Sure does.
Yeah, and I couldn't get fired up about it.
A little too soft.
Yeah. Do you like even when they go ahead and fix them for you and you just got to bag them? I don't like them.
No.
Maybe on a salad. Maybe on a salad.
A little bit.
I'm not
Yes,
big
just a
on
little crunch on a salad. Yeah,
that-
I'm okay with
that's
that.
about it. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you about whatever's on your mind. We've hit a number of topics. Hey, look, if you've been successful in the carnivore diet, we got that. But anything else, if you want to bring that up, that'd be fantastic. We'll hit some of your topics, whatever's on your mind. If you're leaving us, don't forget you can catch the archive and get every bit of the show in your own time.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The thing that we were talking about to get into today, and you asked it at the end of the show yesterday, Bubba, but we were running out of time. Would anybody here be interested in buying Burt Reynolds Trans Am?
I'm sorry I was eating chicken.
Well, thank you for your support. So the Burt Reynolds,
it's up for auction.
and you're
now.
telling me it's not because they had a bunch of them they used in the movie, right? Because they crashed a bunch of them.
It's not the ones used in the movie. This was his personal Trans Am that he got and he drove occasionally.
Right.
And it is up for auction now from his estate.
So this one right here we see in the picture. I mean, did he have one that was just like what was in the movie, black and gold?
It looked just like that one. The one I saw. Man. I saw a picture of him driving it in town.
If I had the money, I'd buy
with the T-tops off.
You would.
I love that car.
But you can
when
buy.
I was a kid, that's what I wanted.
You can buy a used one, but
didn't get it. But that's what I wanted.
If you get Burt's, they're estimating it's going to go for about $500K.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
his personal.
Yeah. Wish you'd seen our parents' faces when we would bring up, we'd like to have a Trans Am. My dad said, well, you know what? I'd like to be able to flap my arms and fly.
Yeah.
Oh, Rick,
But,
Rick, it was absolutely out of the question. It was unattainable.
Then he handed us keys to a 1971 Custom 10 Chevy pickup.
Yes, he did, with 3 on the column.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dad. Or that we could drive the Vista Cruiser wood paneling down the side, Oldsmobile station wagon.
Yes. Yeah. And the good thing about that, we got to carry all our friends with us.
Right.
They can ride in it.
By the
That
way,
seat that looks out the back.
Yeah, the seat that looks out the back. By the way, if you had the kind of friends we had, if they tell you that you come on back, you got all day, don't listen. If you're backing out.
Oh, gosh.
How's it look back here, guy? Come on back, you got all day. Wham!
Yeah. I remember many trips. Our neighbors had a station wagon, and, man, they would pile the kids in the back of that thing. I mean, we were in there like a litter of puppies.
You should have seen little Rick and Greg laying back there sleeping all the way to Disney World.
Oh, I know. That was the longest trip of my life.
It's a long way.
I bet they were glad when y'all slept.
Oh,
They were.
gosh.
If I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, no whipping going on.
That's right. And wasn't nobody getting tore up while we sleeping.
No, that's right.
So we're saying a half a meal for this, but this is Burt Reynolds' personal train.
Right, it's the one he had, and he drove around. I mean, there's a lot of pictures of him driving around town in it.
Yeah.
So. Half a meal.
You got any interest in that? I mean, if you could afford it, if you had that money and it wasn't, and you could do it, would you do it?
No, I mean, I wouldn't mind having the car, that model, but I'm not tied.
It doesn't have to be that one.
It doesn't have to be Burt Reynolds, and I think I could get that. I think I could get that model a lot cheaper.
No doubt.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are they still out there? People still driving them?
I don't know.
You don't see them much
Because a lot of cars, don't have. You see people hanging on to them, even though they're past and gone. Yeah. You don't see the old Phoenix on the hood roaring Trans Am much anymore.
You don't. Hey, let me tell you something. When we brought Big Boy in, we found one.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, identical.
I remember as a kid just looking at that thing, thinking, "Rick, be careful. Don't try to dream that."
If you're a collector, there's some things, and I know there's a lot of car collectors. Don't get me wrong, but it just seems like that would be hard to maintain long term because parts would be hard to get, and like my old truck that I've had, that I've got over 250,000 miles on. Things are beginning to break down. Just pieces of plastic are, getting sticky and kind of breaking down. And you're like, wow, you can't even get parts for it anymore.
Yeah. So I was never a trendsetter when it came to automobiles. Whatever was popular, there's never been a time in my life that you looked. I'm talking when I was young or whatever, and the car that everybody was really fired up about. Look at me, I'm in one.
Yeah.
It just never happened.
No, Rick.
I never had that card to play. I had to go captain with a football team. I didn't have a card.
Yeah.
But
back then, everybody drove junk.
Yeah.
It ain't like
there wasn't a whole lot of car envy where I came from.
No.
If it just rolled, everybody was
why? Because it was a waste of your time.
Yeah.
The Volkswagen Beetle was...
There wasn't no Pinto.
You still see a few of them running around.
The Pinto.
Oh, I was the man.
And if you were really good in redneck, you'd cut that Beetle down. Cut the fenders off of it, the front and the back, and put mud tires on it.
You better believe it.
Hey, I went Pinto to Chevette. How about that?
Oh, my goodness. Those are basically the same automobile.
I know.
Yeah.
One had a little bit more room in it.
Right. I don't think there's a lot of Pintos left because every time somebody wrecked one, it blew up.
Yeah, that was a problem with that.
Now, I went to that terrible brown color.
They were either brown or green.
Yeah.
All right, I'm confused. I get the Pinto and the Pacer confused.
No, the Pacer had
the globe on the back.
It had the
Pacer.
globe.
They outlawed it, didn't they? They outlawed it.
I don't think so.
The Pinto was the one that had
the Pinto kept blowing up every time somebody tapped it in the back.
So there it is.
There she sits.
Oh, wow.
You sure wasn't the Pacer that had the problem?
No, the Pinto was the blowing up one.
Yeah.
The Pacer just looked like a fish.
You mean tell me that bubble on the back of the Pacer wasn't an issue?
No, Rick, the AMC Pacer.
Rick, it's one thing to have your window out, another thing to be in a ball of fire.
Well, no, I agree.
The Pinto was known to blow up. I saw it on 2020 one time when I was a kid. They did.
It had a gas tank problem.
Very, very funny story involving the.
You know what helped solve that? NASCAR, by the way.
Right, you're right. One
tank liner.
Funny Gerald Cates story, and we have 1,000 of them. Y'all first talk about Gerald Cates for 25 years. And it involved a Pinto, and it was the funniest because of the whole danger deal and all this stuff. So we ended up getting separated at a gathering.
Yeah.
And I was removing myself from the area at a rapid speed.
No.
Yeah, on foot.
Yeah.
And a family.
While being pursued.
A family.
This ain't come on out. They got us.
Look, you talking about, now let me tell you when Jesus is always trying to reach out to you. A family coming from a revival in a Pinto saw me. And I waved them down.
That's a family of faith.
And they gave me a ride to Del Taco.
Well, that's a tough squeeze getting that Pinto with the family.
And as I sat back there with all the kids. is 7 minutes now past the hour. Coming to you from the No Name Studio. We live out on the bleeding edge of technology, but we are making adjustments as we go. Right, podcast archive people? Bad music handled. Thank you for the heads up. Love getting those reports now. Phone calls start the hour. We're from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Speedy's here. We've got the real Greg Burgess. We got Adler. And we say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey for a brand new hour. Hey, Bubba.
Rick, I'm glad to be here. Thank all of you. We appreciate you being here and let us do what we do for now 30 years.
I believe I'll check that phone message in the break.
Yeah, you might need to.
I now
right?
have a message.
Yeah.
I just got a call from Israel coming out of the break there.
And I know you got some calls coming up too, but I was thinking about Adler's super bad van he's got out there.
Oh, you're talking about
a
sweet van?
He's going to rebuild it,
So
build
sweet.
it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if he had got any of that going yet. So maybe you can update us a little later on that, Adler, how far along you've got on your, building it out.
You want to do a van update today?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Black Bart. Hey, go ahead and make some notes because that'll probably be a long update.
Yeah.
Let us know how you're progressing.
Y'all will be
we
very
can
interested.
give you 2 segments if we need to.
Oh, probably 2 to 3. Yeah, definitely.
To the phones we go. We go to Eric in Sweet Home, Alabama. Eric, how you doing?
Great actors, guys. How are y'all?
Good. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you. Go ahead.
I just want to let you guys know I started the carnivore diet back in the end of January. I was 432 pounds. And as of today, I'm sitting about 301.
That way to go. That way to work. That way to work. Congratulations, Eric. Man, that's great, man. I'm glad that's working for you. That is such a positive, man. I know it's a hard road. Been there all my life, and I understand it. So, well done. Let's go to Brandon in Wetumpka. Listen to I-92. Brandon, go ahead.
Meh, meh, meh. Hey, guys. Good morning to you. This is a question for Bubba. Bubba, they're about to put me on a CPAP machine for obstructive sleep apnea. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to ask you, how long did it take you to get used to it, and what do I need to expect?
I was in denial of that thing for a while. I didn't want to get on it, and I put it off for years, actually doing something about it. But I finally, just out of desperation, did, and I started taking little naps in the afternoon. You can get them so they ramp up, too. But I got so used to it, I love it now.
How long did it take you? Because he's like,
I
tell
think,
him not to. He shouldn't give up if he struggles.
I think people have, it's kind of like a learning curve. You got to get used to it because you got a mask on your face, so it takes a little time to get used to it.
Yeah, I bet it would.
You got to figure out how to arrange that air hose so you don't get on it and all that stuff.
I don't see how you do it.
Yeah.
And I never slept on my back, and I do now. So
you were able to transition. To
but I started out by taking little naps in the afternoon. Is how it actually started.
So you're saying do some little almost like some little drills,
and just stay with it. Just if you get uncomfortable, take it off, and then next time put it back on. And but I tell you, it's a game changer. When I see mine now, I get sleepy. I'm so addicted.
Are you married, Brandon? Are you married?
I am. I'm married. Yes.
Okay, Bubba, you want to help him there a little bit? I mean, because let's say,
pretty attractive.
Spontaneous, it may be over. I mean, you're going to have to go ahead and just call it. You know what I mean? You may have to just call it.
Yeah, because if you start talking it up, you're going to sound like Darth Vader.
Right, yeah.
Let me tell you something. You looking good in them shorts, baby.
And
come on over here to Daddy, baby.
So what you may want to do is, and I believe in a straightforward approach. Like if I was a CPAP person, I would say the following. Hey, sweetie, just any need for me not to put the mask on? And then if she says no, then you put it on.
Or I will get instructions, put your mask on and go to sleep.
There you go.
And I go, okay, I'm out.
So your communication is going to have to get a little more straightforward.
Sometimes you got to schedule it.
Oh, okay, I got you. So should I just sit down at the beginning of the week and schedule that out the same way we do everything else?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Put it on the calendar. If it's on the calendar, it seems to get done, doesn't it? Hey, but I think what Bubba's telling you, you almost have to treat it, don't you, Bubba, like what people told me of course I didn't listen, about college. Don't make your decision on your freshman year.
Yeah.
You know, you got to kind of ease your way into it. Don't if it doesn't go well to begin with, just stick with it.
Yeah, because I put it off. I tried it, and I
right.
thought there's no way I can sleep with a starfish on my face. You know, I just can't do it. But, you know, they have them also. Now, a lot of people use this automatic setting where it will vary the air pressure during the night. I don't like that. I like it set on what I set it on.
Okay.
But I do ramp up. Like when you first put it on, it might be at 6, and it works its way up to like 11 over, 15, 20, 30 minutes.
Well, Jordy Henson was the highest setting I'd ever seen in my life.
Well, that's why he got them
Yeah.
streaks
What was
on his
it?
face.
You remember?
It was
like
it was
18
the
or
highest
something?
you could possibly go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how he kept the mask on his face.
Well, the first time he came to church, when he started using it, we thought he had painted his face to stand in solidarity with the Native American tribe, and we were like, oh wait a minute, those are just marks on his face,
deep marks.
But
I tell you what, you will. This is the thing, you have to build that relationship between.
Careful.
What?
Between
Easy.
Rick got me tickled.
What else can you do?
I don't know why that
Between-
statement on me.
Between using that CPAP machine and getting a good night's sleep, and you're going to feel better. And once you kind of get that loop going, you'll want to use it more.
So Brandon, I will say this: every friend of mine or family member that was having trouble with sleep and feeling run down, these things have completely changed their life. So I it's going to be worth it.
Yeah. How old are you?
38.
So, I mean, I started right after we started doing the show, Rick, right?
Yeah.
So I've been at least 25 years, maybe on one.
But I'm talking about people who, like, sleep deprivation was killing them.
Oh, yeah.
And
absolutely.
it turned it around.
It is
They
a
felt
game
so
changer.
much better.
But it takes a little time, and I'm sure the curve is different for everybody, but don't give up on it. Just try it with little naps, and then try it through part of the night, and I think you'll end up liking it.
You can do it. You can do it. You can. You can. You can do it. You can do it. You can. You can. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it.
Love does take time.
Thanks for trusting us. For some reason, I don't know why you would, but thank you. We're pretty well rounded, right? Let's go to Perry, Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Perry, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all doing?
We're good. How are you doing?
Doing all right. Hey, I was listening during the break and heard a Moderna vaccine commercial, and they said that COVID is still a leading cause of death in the U.S. Y'all think they are still classifying it a COVID death if someone dies in a car accident but had COVID at the time of death?
It ain't the leading death in America.
Yeah, he didn't say leading. They said it's still in the top 5. That's what the commercial says. And
over what period of time?
Yeah, well, that was what I was going to say. Yeah.
You got the fine print's key there.
They're taking that number, as you're saying, Perry, and every time we hear that number now, we go, I'd like to know where that number came from. But, yeah, they are still saying top 5. But, I mean, if you've got a vaccine that you're wanting to sell, you got to throw a little scare out there. Of course, they're leaving out the people who've had a hard time with the actual vaccine. That's not in there. But anyway, so it's it's a choice that people need to make, and as long as it's people's choice and it's not forced on people, then research it, talk to a medical doctor you can trust, and make the right decisions for you. Just don't force it on other people.
Yeah, everybody's choice is a little bit different. Be well educated and make your own choice.
Right.
That's what's great about the whole America.
And you decide, is which one is better for you.
Yep.
But you don't see as much enthusiasm for this one as you had for the first one. They said it's down by about 50% of people.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce needs to step it up on that commercial.
He really does.
You're going to have to get Taylor to get the shot.
That's it.
Greg, the only thing better than one vaccine is take a bunch of it one time.
4 or 5.
15 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And let me tell you something. On what I was running from, when they said, let's sing a hymn, I was in. And so,
first and third stanza.
That was one of those. Jesus and I talked all the way to Del Taco. I promise you, I won't be back in places like this.
I'll never do it again.
And all of a sudden, Gerald Cates begins to scream from the Del Taco parking lot, Rick Burgess, what are you doing in that Pinto? And Rick, get out of that Pinto. You know you don't need to be in that Pinto. And of course, he had a big knot on his head where he'd been hit. But
and he obviously escaped too.
And he was just acting normal. Yeah. But anyway, and so he was, Rick Burgess, what are you doing in that Pinto? And like that, I'm like, I'm in this Pinto for safety.
That's right.
He said, I said,
so secure.
I said, this Pinto blowing up's the least of my worries.
Yeah.
I had a better shot in here than I did back there.
Right.
Yeah. So,
well, when I think of that,
I rode up in that Pinto.
I think of my
the whole family.
My red mullet. And but I had mullet issues because one side of my mullet would flare out and the other side was straight.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, look,
Mine laid down all pretty. There's Mr. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here and thank all of you for this honor for over 25 years.
Bubba, Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge time again. It's time for another charity charge. Release the buffalo.
I love that sound effect.
I know you do.
You know, it's not real buffaloes. This is all digitally recorded.
How do we know? Could have been recorded from real buffaloes. I don't know how you do it.
Well, it was at the time, but it's being reproduced.
They're not running through the studio.
I still like it, though.
Right. This is also what it sounds like when Buffalo Wild Wings food arrives in the kitchen.
Look, I know I get the headline as the big eater here, but let me tell you what. Speedy was a witness today.
Look, it's according
Let
to
me tell you who is number one in line when breakfast comes in.
You don't
That'd be Gregory Burgess.
Especially when it's Buffalo Wild Wings.
Greg is, look, he's as big a eater as anybody in this room.
I love to eat.
Yeah.
He just works out and burns a little more of it off.
Well,
I might have to work out extra hard today.
Yeah, you have to get after it today.
Speedy will put me through the ringer.
We have, of course, Tim Spencer's back again with Buffalo Wild Wings, but also a recipient of the last Buffalo Wild Wings, Rick and Bubba Charity Charge, is the Highlands College, and Pastor Mark Pettis, who's the president of Highlands College, is joining us as well.
So excited to be here with you guys today. It's a huge honor.
Well, thank you, buddy. I'm glad you're here, too. So first of all, Tim, how did we do on this charity charge?
Well, we're averaging, and we hit about the average of $4,000 again this month.
Love it.
Incredible.
Come on.
Tim, great job.
You know, that put us over $31,000 we've donated since this started.
Yeah,
and it's charities.
And let me tell you, if you tell the Rick and Bubba audience all we need you to do today for this charity is to go eat.
If we can eat and feel good about it, I mean, that is a win-win. That's a second helping right there.
It really is. So we're going to present the check and we're going to get pictures made and all that. But we always like for somebody representing the charity that benefited to kind of give you an idea of when you went and ate this delicious food at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings, the 10% of these food sales, what exactly is it helping? So Mark Pettis is here to tell us about Highlands College. So tell us what this is benefiting.
Yeah, Highlands College is a part of Church of the Highlands here in Birmingham. We started the college in 2011 as a way to train vocational ministers, men and women who feel called. Our key verse is Luke 10:2, that Jesus says the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few.
Mm-hmm.
So these are men and women who are called to take the gospel out into that harvest field to reach people for Jesus Christ around the world. So we train them here, and then we send them out to churches and to mission opportunities all across the globe.
So if you really think about it, when you went out and you were helping this, if you're somebody who is a follower of Christ and you're thinking, all right, what's some part that I can play? Really, literally, you were eating and helping to train someone who can now go out and advance the kingdom of God.
That's exactly right, including Helmsley over here, who's one of our students heading into his final semester. And so just a lot of men and women just like that, young and older, who just feel that call and are responding to that. And it's an honor to train them and send them.
Well, things like that can be intimidating. And what I think our show does a good job of, if there's anything that bothers you and it's something that we've actually done, it can't be that hard. Think about that.
Yeah, no question.
Helmsley did it.
Yeah. Yeah. No true statement.
But it's a challenge.
While holding down a somewhat full-time job.
Right, yeah.
Somewhat.
Yes. So what's the experience like for somebody like when you were doing it? Because a lot of people think when they hear Highlands College, oh no, I can't do that. I'm already into my career.
Full,
I'm already a mom and dad. But this is something that I've always felt God calling me to get some additional training, to understand the scriptures better, to know how to apply it. Or if you just want to be someone who's going to go into a church and be effective in leadership there, or to be part of a staff. So what was it like?
Well, you just have to, and I'm.
Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866. We Be Big as a number. Remind me to tell you something that I didn't have time to tell you when you came in because you made the run, but very interesting. All right, as we work our way back, and we'll get more phone calls from you coming before the day is over. Now, we mentioned going into the break, we come out of the break before that saying that we wondered how Adler got this sweet van.
His super bad sweet van.
And he got a deal on it because he was going to customize it, and he was going to do all this stuff to it.
And all the things he was talking about putting in there.
And I know
sleeping
this.
quarters.
I remember when my kids were his kids' age right now. I had all this free time to work on vans and to customize them. So I know he's had a tremendous amount of time to do that because small children don't take up any time at all.
Not at all.
Have y'all seen him in it when he comes by?
Oh yeah.
I look cool in it, Greg.
Do you want me to go? Do
It's
you want me to go
gigantic.
shoot something and send it to you?
For the love.
Yeah, what?
Adler?
There's
'Cause
nothing
we
like
had
a guy with long hair in a big black van like that.
It's like there's this little bit head and then a huge van.
I
above it.
actually have a big head, Greg. My head's too big for my body, so who's wrong now?
Not compared to that van.
We had an epic fail in the break. We tried to go out and video something. First of all, the way he handed me the phone, I thought he had it in a selfie mode or something. I don't know. So I was videoing the wrong way the whole time.
Okay.
And then
videoing himself.
and then he goes to get in the van and forgot his keys in here. So it was an epic fail
That
all
was just a
around.
disaster.
The whole
It was
thing.
terrible.
The whole thing was a disaster.
It was.
Greg, I'll go as far as I saw him.
Give
in
me your
the,
keys. I'll go shoot it.
I saw him in the van, and it's almost like the van is the one that's embarrassed.
The van's like
Yeah.
it's got a look on his face.
He looks at me and goes, "You believe this guy?"
This little big guy trying to drive his
This is my daddy.
The
He don't
wheel-
take care of me.
telling me what to do.
It's smaller than your trucks. Y'all's trucks are longer than my van. Yes,
not
Greg.
top. I'm
Yeah,
talking
not-
about how tall it is.
Okay, great.
Can't go through a drive-through.
I can go through many drive-throughs,
Barely.
but not all of them.
Greg, I went
10
out
feet.
there
You
and
have to have 10
Kareem
feet.
Abdul-Jabbar was standing.
It just what's funny is that giant vehicle is his everyday vehicle.
I know.
You know, I
Do
just
y'all want to know what I had to do yesterday in it, by the way?
Oh,
Well, the good news is it gets good gas mileage.
yeah, that's the great thing about it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he's saving a lot of money.
12
Yeah.
miles to go.
14 and a half, pal. Watch it.
Watch it.
All right, so I get a text from Erin at 7:30, and she says, we forgot the teddy bear.
Oh no! I remember that.
in
I was
the-
part of this yesterday.
Is it in the van?
Yesterday, it wasn't in the van. Yesterday was a big day at my kids' school in which it was Teddy Bear Day.
Oh, boy.
cool.
Everybody loves a good teddy bear.
And we put the teddy bear in the bag the night before, but then Ruby wanted to feed the teddy bear breakfast and was very insistent on this. I got all these updates because I'm here when it's happened.
Right.
So the teddy bear was put up until it was time for it to eat. We had to get it back.
It was ready to go. It was going to go in the bag and it was going to go to school. But then somebody was very insistent on giving the teddy bear breakfast. So the teddy bear did not make it back into the bag, back into the car. My wife is pulling up to the school on Teddy Bear Day and realizes that they don't have a teddy bear. So I get that text at 7:30, and I say, you know what? I am a way better dad than everybody else I work with, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get the teddy bear.
Is that what you ran out of here for? After
Yes.
the
Where
show?
were you
at? Okay.
So I ran from work, ran home, and the teddy bear. I didn't know the teddy bear was part of breakfast. I thought it had been forgotten in bed. So there's a mountain of stuffed animals.
Yes.
I don't know why we have this many.
Right.
We could have a drive for children in need and have too many stuffed animals still.
Right.
And so I'm digging through the pile. I don't find it. I'm like panicking because I got to be back for the Bible study. I have a very short window.
That's right.
I have a very short window. To
I was
get back
amazed
here.
how quick you got back.
So I run around and then I find it at the little. It's sitting.
It was
at
still eating.
It's still eating at the
Slow
little
eater.
breakfast table.
Yeah.
Grab the
Hurry
teddy
up.
bear, jump in the sweet van, back in it, peel out through the neighborhood. And blazing metal too, because that helps you drive.
Sure.
And a vehicle that
Pantera.
large is not designed for these. Oh my goodness, I get the
No.
teddy bear to school.
A little top heavy.
You run in, run out.
And so I'm going through. I get to her school. I run in, and it kind of hurt in that there was one of her teachers right there, and she goes, "Oh, okay, I'll give it to Ruby." Because I kind of wanted to be like
You
the
wanted
hero.
to be the hero.
I wanted a hug.
Can I
really.
ask you
And
But
so I
she
did the
done
whole
missed
thing.
half a day of teddy bear
Oh,
day.
Teddy Bear Day was going to happen right before nap time, and then you get to sleep with your teddy bear at nap time.
Did you
So you
make
made
it?
I made it before nap
Did
time.
they think
but I
Ruby
didn't-
Daddy was going to come running in?
I wanted to be the one to hand it to, the Ruby Daddy.
Can I
Yeah.
ask you this? And I
Jesus is back.
And
Jesus,
Jesus is back. I went through this as a parent, and I want to know if you got some of this. And you remember the worst stories when I forgot to. I was supposed to eat Thanksgiving with my daughter. The worst one ever.
Oh yeah.
that's bad.
But
That's real
anyway,
bad.
did you get a little bit of disdain from the teacher? Like, so I can't remember the teddy bear. and she's been upset. Everybody else has got their teddy bear. She doesn't have her teddy bear. How could y'all forget this? Sometimes they'll look at you mean when you fumble something like that.
Hey, we're good parents. Okay, I promise.
You almost have to tell them that because they're looking at you like not a very good parent.
But she was like, "I'll take it to."
Was
Ruby.
she a little bit forceful
Ruby
like
said
that?
she was going to lick every chair in that room.
Was she short with you about it? The teacher?
She seemed very willing to help, too willing to help, because I wanted to hand the teddy bear. And then at the end of okay, let me finish the story. So I jump in the van and I scream back here, and for some reason, all the guys that come to the Bible study think that they need to get here 35 minutes early.
They do.
Yeah.
Well, for the best seats.
Because they're real men.
Yeah. For the best seats.
Because they're real men. That's so true. It's so good. And so I open the door at 30 minutes till. I open them, but it is now only 25 till.
Uh-oh.
I come in
They don't
through
tolerate
this hallway. This hallway is full of men waiting. And if you think they didn't give me a hard time, you are wrong.
If you told them where you've been.
You're on the wrong side of the door, buddy, pal. It's just coming at me.
But I got the code.
It's coming at me from all directions. It's like a gauntlet that I had to walk through. Hey, glad you made it. Nice hair. You know, all that.
Where you been? Teddy Ruxpin?
So I had
Sweet man.
I had to explain the teddy bear situation.
You went into it, really?
I did. I was like, sorry, guys, I had to deliver a teddy bear. It was Teddy Bear Day.
Yeah, and then she grabbed it from me, and she wouldn't let me give it to her, and I'm upset about it.
Yeah, and so at the end of the day, everybody gets home. And I am not sure even Ruby realized what I did, and so that
you wanted
really,
some credit.
I wanted credit. I wanted hugs. I wanted them. I wanted my family to hoist me on their shoulders and say, "Super Dad, we love you." I didn't get any of that.
Oh,
didn't even mention it.
Wasn't even worth it.
It's almost like you didn't even get any points for it.
Well, she thinks the teacher brought it to her.
Yes.
You came through for your wife, though. That's what matters.
Did you get?
Thank you. I need to hear that.
Did Aaron say, "Hey, thanks for handling that"?
She did.
Okay, well,
not as many times as I wanted or needed, but she did say it twice. So then you just move on.
But she
with
was
your
probably
day.
already mad at you over something else, so it didn't do enough to even the thing.
I had a little bit of secondhand when you were running out because you screamed to Greg and I. We were in the production room. You said, "Guys, I'll be right back," and you were in a panic. And Greg's response was, "Who cares, pal?"
No, it wasn't.
And you said, "Okay, man, thanks." It was like, do you not remember that?
It was.
I don't remember.
I forget what
it's
he
like.
said.
I don't give a.
Yeah,
I didn't
something.
say that.
You so most certainly did.
I don't remember it.
I remember.
must have been
I
asleep.
do remember him saying this. Prop the door open for Don Day.
Yeah, he was looking for peanuts.
Check the hallway for Don.
Yeah, it was that was it. But
Oh, I didn't know you didn't prop the door, so they had to wait on you to come back. I didn't know that.
They did have to wait. But it's just part of being a super dad. Sometimes you don't get the credit, and sometimes you just got to build yourself up and encourage yourself.
That's right. Doing the right thing should be enough.
Yeah, even if nobody sees it.
Rick and Bubba.
Change your priorities. You have to change your schedule a bit. The family has to be on board with this.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not a traditional student, so there's two different. You have a traditional students who are just out of high school or maybe making a move from a different college that do this. I'm an evening program guy. I'm one of the older guys he's speaking of. And so there are two different programs. One's a Core Plus, which is the more it's a little tougher. Oh, it's a lot tougher, I'll be honest. I'm on that side of it. Then there's a Core Plus, and there's some differences. You can go to highlandscollege.com and read all about that. But it takes that, hours during the week of saying, I'm not going to do this. I've got to focus on school. It's a commitment. It really is. Now, that being said, I feel like I've been on record. School and I never got along. Right. Okay, I was not the best student. Growing up in college, I barely got by.
You're in good company here.
Helmsy, let me tell you something. Anybody that listens to this show, when we say
that didn't catch them off guard, did it?
Team Rick and Bubba, there's one thing you can say about Team Rick and Bubba. I bet they weren't real good at school.
Yeah.
And
but I will say this. There's some maturity. I'm in my 40s now, and so the attitude towards school has definitely changed.
Oh, of course.
And so the shifting in priorities, the calling he's speaking about, all of these things play a factor. And you need to sit down with your family and say, hey, look, on Tuesday night, Daddy's going to be gone for about 4 hours. By the time you get there, you go through a couple of classes, and then you get home, everybody's in bed. That's I know it's just one night, but that's a big important night. There's a lot of things going on Tuesday night with your family. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And then during the week, a lot of online stuff, a lot of reading, a lot of papers. Hey, guys, I'm doing papers.
Right.
I'm typing up papers.
Right.
Research papers.
Can't imagine that.
Stuff like that. That's stuff. Book reviews. You ever thought I'd say I'd do in a book review?
No.
See,
this shows you
Rick,
this is
I just had a fear
That's-
come over me that I had something due that I didn't. You know what I mean? You know that feeling you get. I'm
There's
like,
people hearing what
what have I
Helmsy.
done?
There's people hearing what Helmsy actually has done. There's people believing in God right now.
Yes. Yeah. and all
This had to be supernatural.
It's working.
Right. With Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings and the participating locations that team up for the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Another one is coming up Monday. Monday, June the 17th will be the next one at participating Buffalo Wild Wings location.
And Rick, you know, Tim and Buffalo Wild Wings do a great job. We're talking about companies that do great work, and they certainly do that. And Tim, we appreciate what you do for the community. I know through this, but you do a lot of other things too. Some people are not aware of all that, but we appreciate you and your family and what y'all mean to the area.
No doubt.
You do a great job.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. I mean, we couldn't do it. We're 8 stores strong now in this area. We employ almost 550 people, and we couldn't do it without them. I mean, it's all a team effort. You guys know that. And we're just glad to be able to give back to some organizations that don't necessarily get to the forefront of money raising ability. So that way we can help that kind of groups.
So, and we're about to do it again. First of all, thanks. Highlands College gets the $4,000 check. And next Monday, the 17th, you go out and eat at all the participating locations. That's Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City. So these are all participating. And we're going to be benefiting Best Buddies. Now, this is an organization that Adler's been working with for a number of years. It's an international nonprofit, and they're dedicated to establishing global volunteers, no matter where you are, that create opportunities for one-on-one friendships and also to help maybe with employment opportunities with anyone who may, be an individual that intellectually or even physically may have some developmental disabilities. And so when you think about that, and I know at our church we have a ministry called Hand in Hand, and actually Bigelow, who works here, has been a volunteer there for a while, one of my sons, and just kind of feels a call to that. And bottom line is what it says: you just come alongside a person and kind of be their friend, but also help them in some areas where they may have some deficits or challenges. If they decide they want an opportunity to work, you'd go with them and help them go to work. If they want to go out and do something, you kind of become their friend to help them out. Is that kind of it in a nutshell, Adler?
That's it. I got involved with Best Buddies in college at Auburn. I was just walking around, and there was a table, in the courtyard there, and I was just like, oh, what is this? Okay, let me check it out. And it ended up being like the thing that I felt the best about, and I was the most proud of doing in college. This was it. It was awesome. They paired me up with a couple guys in the community, and we would go out and do events that they would put on, or we would just go hang, go watch a movie, go get something to eat or whatever. I remember, in fact, I told the story on the air in which
Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. MyPillow.com/Bubba. You go right there, and man, the savings are roaring. The old cancel culture, they sure have been after old Mikey, but the business just keeps growing. You know why? They got great products, and people also tend to actually do the reverse of what the cancel culture wants, and they find themselves going, you know what, the way y'all treating this company makes me want to be with them all the more. But I'll tell you that what really does the trick is great products at a great price, and MyPillow.com/Bubba is ready to go again. The King and Queen MyPillow 2.0s, 50% off. My slippers are $100 off right now. So take advantage of that. And if you are trying to think about decorating for Christmas, I know, but if you want to go ahead and get this stuff while they're on sale, tree skirts, stockings, throw blankets, rib knitted hats and scarves, they all feature the buy early savings of 25 to 35% off. So make a move on that as well. You'll see a lot of stuff that's on sale right now at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Enjoy those savings and get great products all at the same time, and send a message to the cancel culture and give them in your face. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so I know we asked for the van update, and it was put into action yesterday as Super Dad saves the day on Teddy Bear Day. And I want you to know that he may not have heard the applause, but it was understood. So now you've gone out to actually give us a van update on how you customize it. You know, can't get it to load.
I can't get it to load.
Why not?
Why does it keep having trouble?
It says, please check back soon. Adler is uploading a shared video. So I did the iCloud link share. It's not working.
Okay, well, never mind. I know there's so much that you've done. I know you've done so much out there. And the time you've had, all the free time, I know you're almost done customizing it. So it'd probably be too long an update anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it was funny.
He's
so excited about his little van, and when he opened, things fell out that he forgot were there.
Are you still excited about the van, or is it starting to wane?
Well, when you have to run a quick trip and you're in a bread truck, it makes it harder.
There it is.
You feel like you're delivering packages?
Yes,
there it is.
yes.
I didn't realize that the back seat did all the stuff it did. It can be a regular seat. It can lay down and be a bed. You can pull it all the way up and create room for all kinds of.
It's great.
It's a trampoline
for a kid. It's got to be a little play area.
And you can change diapers on it. It's great. I've done it all.
Yeah.
Not all, but I've done a lot.
You could do what I did back when I had a sweet van. Is you remember we talked about it. I just created a little office. And when you start getting into carpool and stuff like that, you just set it back in your office and return calls and work out. You get your laptop out, and because you're just sitting there.
You're talking my language, brother. Van life, dog.
Yeah, right. Of course, I did get tired of what you just had to do yesterday of how cumbersome it was to take a vehicle that large and do the simplest things.
Well, it's made for transporting things.
It is.
Quick trips are usually not good for that. Well, we'll look at that whenever it loads here in a minute. Rick, we were talking in the break about the dangers of terrorism and everything, and
tomorrow it's supposed to be.
And I know with all these internet rumors that go around, it's kind of sometimes hard to separate what's real from fake and all that.
It is.
But you mentioned, and it is the lead story on Daily Mail right now, that the Hamas leader is calling for a global day of jihad on Friday.
Right.
He's asking Muslims to take to the streets and protest against Israel. We're asking for your blood and souls to be sacrificed for Palestine.
Correct.
I mean, they're not. This is not a hoax. I mean, he's saying it. He's in a video.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. But if I was one of the people he was trying to get me to kill myself, all for the good of the cause, I would ask him would he like to be first.
Yeah, I've never really understood that part.
It's almost like, are you
go
in?
and I'll go.
Yeah, you go and I'll go.
Right behind you.
Right behind you, buddy. But I think people have to. Just use common sense. I know that.
Be aware.
I know, like yesterday, Sherry and I were getting all sorts of. We have friends in Israel, and
did you answer that call, by the way?
Well, I meant to tell you about that. But anyway, so and then it's now showing as an unknown, but it was a number from Israel. But anyway, but France. I think if you're in France, you're in Dearborn. Here in our country, if you're in these places where there's been a real strong movement of fundamental Islamic Muslims that have moved in all around you and kind of have strong presence in communities, I think I would be on special alert if I was in one of those communities.
Well, I think everybody has to be on special alert.
And sure, but I mean, there's
this.
special alert and there's extra special alert.
Yeah. Well, and
there's
the
Friday
fact
13th alert
that we've had almost 2 million people pour over the border,
right,
and a large number of them military age males.
Yeah.
I think you should. I think we all should be concerned.
Right, and all you can really do is we can't live our lives in morbid fear. That's kind of what they want. So certainly going to go through and just kind of be aware of what's going on around you. And, if you're like us that are law-abiding citizens and we have the right to defend ourselves, if somebody wants to go see Allah, I can certainly help them along the way.
Yeah.
So just be ready to defend yourself and protect yourself, but don't be overly paranoid,
fearful.
About it.
Yeah.
Just
be prepared.
I don't know about y'all. I live my life that way now every day. Be aware of what's going on around you, just because the way society is behaving.
Oh yeah,
with or without all this.
Right.
You just have to be aware, really, all the time. Tomorrow won't be much different, really.
No.
As far as the way
not today's world.
Yeah, not today.
And we at the show are big Second Amendment guys.
Oh, for sure.
Just in case anybody's wondering.
You're right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We really like it a lot.
Yeah, well, they want to look for easy targets, and I would just say that
make yourself a difficult one.
Yeah, we certainly are not easy ones. And you, hey, it'll. You don't want to be in that situation, but you definitely need to be ready for it. So we also see over in California. I was laughing at the hilarity. When will California realize that? It's like, when we do Confused American, I always see myself as a citizen of California every time I do that.
Because they are confused.
So, Bubba, they can't believe that their cities have been overrun with homeless people and drug addicts and all that.
After they invited them to come.
Yeah, well, now they seem to be surprised again after they basically have freed up prostitution to run wild. They can't believe there's prostitutes everywhere.
Yeah.
And so how'd that happen?
Uh-oh.
So
watch out.
So anyway, Gavin Newsom signed a Senate Bill 357 in July of 2022, which repealed a previous law that banned laundering with intent to engage in prostitution. So he just took the ban away.
I mean, why? Let me ask you this. So you have that law on the books saying we don't want people hanging around trying to sell their bodies.
Correct.
And you go, we need to get rid of that.
Right.
I mean, what are you thinking there? What's the upside to this?
So
buy a few votes.
The law took effect in January of this year. And one of the opponents of this said the minute Newsom's pen touched that bill, that pimps in the state knew they could expand their prostitution ventures with little, if any, repercussions from law enforcement. Well, yeah. I mean, but how can you not reason that through? You're like these communities that said, let's get rid of law enforcement. Oh, no, come back. Crime went up when law enforcement left. How do we not know these things? So let me get this straight. When you remove the law banning people hanging around selling their bodies, now people are hanging around selling their bodies?
Yeah, I know.
How'd that happen?
2 in a row.
You mean to tell me
big day
that if we ban laundering around and selling your honey, more people will do it? How'd that happen? And who wants to live in that place?
It's the crossed eyes.
And here's even the better news. Gavin Newsom wants to help all of us here in the U.S. to do everything and do for us what he's done for California.
Yeah.
Put him in charge.
Yeah. And they're saying that these women, who would have thought that prostitutes, y'all not going to believe this, they're scantily clad.
Wait a minute, time out.
They are scantily clad. They said they can't believe what they're seeing. These women are not even dressing modestly.
As if they've ever.
Right. Not something prostitutes often do.
No.
Yeah.
Not the streetwalker.
No. So, but I mean, that's what's happened, and as you said, Bubba, and we want him to take over the entire country.
I ain't bragging or nothing, but that's what happened.
That's just what happened.
The minute that pen touched that paper, pimps everywhere said, and we are on.
And bring out the third group.
Open the new office.
15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Yeah,
866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brought them to an Auburn game one time, and one of them is a big Alabama fan, so he wore his Alabama hat. So that led to some fun stuff.
So you really had to be a best buddy.
I had to be a best buddy there. Yeah, one time we went out trick or treating, and I picked up Roro, and he walks out, and he's wearing a doctor's outfit that is covered in blood, and he goes, "I'm a psycho doctor," and I was like, "Oh, I'm a cowboy. Let's go, buddy."
Right. Yeah, right.
And so, there was a little bit of explaining to do at every door we went to, but we always have fun, and it really is. It's a great way to feel good yourself, and they feel good too. It's just really, really amazing to be involved with people like that. And we'll get together and have dances, all kinds of stuff. It's amazing. Best buddies, really, really cool organization, and you feel great, and they do too. So.
Another thing, and it's kind of understood, and we talked about this when we did the America's Got Talent, that incredible deal about the young man who has autism and was able to sing and play. And I talked about the exhaustion of these families the Best Buddies program also gives them a break. You're taking their child or their loved one, and you're taking them out for a day of fun or to help them with something, and the family also has a day that they can go and because it's there every day. I mean, nothing's easy. Just the smallest things are difficult. It's well worth it, and the family, of course, loves the blessing of these members of their family. But this also provides them a break for sometimes what is just mental and physical fatigue.
Yeah, and both families were in fact single mom, parent, homes, that kind of thing. And this is absolutely huge. And thank you so much, Buffalo Wild Wings. We couldn't, we can't say thank you enough.
That's right.
This money is actually going to be going towards setting up a Best Buddies office in the state of Alabama.
Cool.
They do have a couple southern offices, but they do not have an Alabama office.
Well, we got to get that taken care of.
Funds will be going towards that. So
that's good. So jot down Monday. And here we go once again, asking you to really do something difficult. That's eat delicious food.
There you go.
So just one of your meals, if not two of your meals. I don't know if we eat it for breakfast. Most people don't.
Yeah.
You're not open for breakfast.
Well, nothing's wrong with a corn dog.
Right.
Anytime.
No, you're right. So just make plans
You
to
are
have
correct, sir.
a meal or two at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings on Monday. And as you're enjoying this great time together with friends and family, and you're enjoying delicious food and great service, at the same time, you'll be helping out Best Buddies.
Yeah, we're excited to have everybody in. It's Monday. We say this every time. There's no gimmicks to this. Just come in and eat some food, and we're going to donate 10% right off the top, right back to Adler's charity this time.
Yeah,
that's too cool. In fact, I've got Roro on the phone right now. Hey, Roro, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Can you say what's up?
Hey, what's up?
So Roro's in the house.
That's Roro. Hey, Roro, you want to go to Buffalo Wild Wings on Monday and eat some food?
I got work on Monday.
Okay. Well, then we'll go on Tuesday. We'll just go on Tuesday then, bro. Does that sound good? Is that okay?
So good. I'm working on 5 days a week.
Oh, yeah, okay, buddy. Well, then I'll have to go. I'll join you on your lunch break.
Yeah,
then,
how about
buddy.
a lunch break
dinner?
money, Ro?
We'll work it out. We'll work it out, Ro.
Wings to go.
I'll bring it to your work. I'll bring it to your work.
You
That
have to
sound
love
good?
live radio, huh?
Okay.
I have a question for Roro. Does he even know Adler? Did you just call somebody random? What is that?
That's great.
Great to talk. Great.
That's funny. There he goes.
Great to talk to you, buddy.
Thanks, Tim, and everybody at Buffalo Wild Wings. Mark Pettis, representing Highlands College, and then Adler putting us together with Best Buddies, a great organization that will be benefiting on Mondays. Buffalo Wild Wings, Rick and Bubba charity charge at all participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. Make plans to eat there Monday for a great cause. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour as we make our way back. And we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up next hour. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up this weekend. We'll record a brand new one today. We'll talk to author Jason Rantz. Catch that. You've seen him quite a bit appearing on various news shows, and we'll chat with him. Of course, very timely, some of the things he's going to be talking about, so catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. So, Bubba, we got a couple of things. Are you ready for everybody's favorite press secretary? We're going to talk about a couple of
here
items.
she is again,
Yeah,
KJP.
let me tell you, KJP is ready to go. We're going to talk about, Bubba, that old budget deficit again.
Budget deficit.
Oh, my goodness, that
now, I
budget.
thought they told us that they had taken the deficit down more than any other president. Remember, they were really touting that for a
I do
while.
hear that a lot. I'm just not sure it can be substantiated. But here is KGP fielding that question. Here we go.
So the CBO yesterday said that the budget deficit totaled 1.7 trillion, which is an increase from 300 billion from last year. Why did the deficit increase if the U.S. economy is doing so well, as President Biden has said?
So a couple of things. As you know, the president has, when it comes to the deficit, he has done a record amount of work in reducing the deficit, as you just laid out. And one of the things that we have seen is that congressional Democrats continue to do the trickle-down economics, which we know it doesn't work, right? You've heard us call MAGAnomics, right? And so it has increased the deficit. It has increased even more than it was anticipated. And so this is what we believe is MAGAnomics deficit. And the reason why, just a couple of things to lay out here, if you think about the Republican tax cuts, they are responsible for about 90% of the increase in the debt and the share of the economy, and that's over the last 2 decades, right? This is for some time now, and that's including that one-time emergency spending. And so if you look at 2023, the increase, as you just laid out, the falling tax revenue caused 63% of the increase in the deficit, and the non-interest spending was not responsible for the increase in the deficit in 2023, but it's causing just 6% of the increase. So that's how we see this, the numbers from the CBO. That's how we kind of break it down. That's how it's been broken down. And,
who wrote that down for her?
And how we see why the deficit has increased. Again, this is decades and decades. If you think about it, of trickle-down economics that just doesn't work. It doesn't work, and we see that in the numbers from yesterday.
Now, didn't she misspeak and blame the Democrats for it to begin with?
She did say that.
Trickle-down economics of the Democrats.
When she said Democrats, I was like, what is she talking about?
Well, see, we're not talking about 20 years. We're talking about last year.
Right.
This is all Biden. This is her just absolute lying about all of this, trying to save face. Look, I understand you're sent out there with an impossible task.
Got it.
I think I would come up with another plan on this. That hey, it's just we had some things we had to do. We had to spend some more money. You have not brought the deficit down. That's crazy. No one except you people at the White House are saying that. Because it's not true.
Well, what's funny is you can
tell
the
CBO just showed that.
You can
and then
tell
she's trying to explain. And you like they're trying to change it to MAGAnomics.
Yeah.
They think MAGA is a negative term, and if they tie that to anything, they can blame it on Trump. This is Bidenomics. This is you guys printing money left, right, hand over fist that's caused the inflation. That is the problem.
It is, and I would be real careful with them, no matter how you feel about Trump. You're going to have a hard time making us all hate the economy that he gave us. I mean,
I remember the day.
Yeah, it's we all, if you were honest in places you don't talk about at parties, we all long for that economy to be back. And so, yeah, you're right. They think this is a negative label. Remember the time politicians, they love these little cute phrases. And you could tell that a group of people had gotten together and tried to come up with some kind of unbelievable list of things that you could just get caught in the minutia of it all, and you could see her looking down. She can't communicate it. She's reading exactly what they gave her to read, and whoever sat down and came up, here's what we need to say about it, and then they probably told the guy to ask about it so she could read that.
Yeah. Well, you notice she didn't say Bidenomics had done good. Remember, she kind of lost that term.
Yeah,
she didn't want that in that clip at all.
No.
I miss, speaking of the Trump era, I miss when heads of Israel and Arab states were sitting down in the Middle East signing peace accords with each other. I miss that time, too. That was nice.
Well, just the fear of repercussions from the United States because we were unpredictable. I miss that, too.
Russia wasn't invading any countries. No. They held Crimea, but they got that during Obama. So
sure. Yeah. Well, there you go. So, but he was mean and was hateful. So
Orange Man, not so bad.
Orange Man bad. Orange Man gone now. Nobody's scared of Orange Man. Orange Man may be back. All right. So now we have the guy from the New York Post, and he's real mad at KJP. He says, you won't call on me. And she basically says, I'm not going to call on you again. So here we go.
All right, I'm going
You
to
haven't
take
called on me in 2 seasons, Karine.
and not calling on you today. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
You should be ashamed
Go
of
ahead.
that.
Go ahead.
That shows
Go ahead.
disrespect to a free and
Go
independent
ahead.
media. It's a black
I'm
press,
gonna
one of our
close.
country's largest and most widely read newspapers, Karine. That shows contempt for a free and independent press.
Go ahead. I'm calling on somebody who I haven't called in a long time as well. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I like that he got that in. Look, who do you think you are? You have a disdain for anybody that might oppose you trying to do their job. So you don't want a reporter from a newspaper out of New York City to be able to get a question in?
Well, because they won't print that hogwash you just rolled out and act like it's true. They actually ask questions. They don't like that.
Right.
It's this is embarrassing. I mean, listen, I remember very well the Carter years. This is right up there with it. This is really awful.
Well,
if we didn't have, if the only thing made Carter's years worse is we had to park in line for hours to get gas.
Well, when you
and
look
that day may be coming again.
Especially when this Israel thing, and we, instead of being independent, we're now dependent on people that can just cut us off. And if they get mad at us, and they are mad, they can just cut us off. And you can't put yourself in that situation. And but we did. And I think the people of America, if you look at the approval rating, and it doesn't matter whether you're Republican, Democrat, or Independent, nobody likes the direction of this administration, according to the numbers. Now, so I noticed that a lot of times the progressives love numbers if it looks good for them, but if numbers look bad, suddenly numbers don't really tell the story.
Right.
It's kind of like we're supposed to be told the economy is good and that it's blowing and going. Now, we don't see it, but somehow they tell us we're wrong over what we actually see. Mm-hmm. That we can't believe what we see. We can't believe the prices that we see.
Well, remember the inflation.
We can't believe the deficit that we see.
Rick, please don't forget it was the Inflation Reduction Act that we passed,
right?
That we had to have to curb inflation. Has it curbed inflation at all to anybody? Has anybody seen prices go down on anything that they know of?
No, because as long as you keep
it wasn't inflation reduction. It was a green. It was a Green Deal payout to the demo's buddies is what it was.
Right. Well, the thing that, as you pointed out 1,000 times on the show, what causes inflation hasn't stopped. That's why inflation hasn't either. We're still doing what causes it.
Yeah, that's right. So, printing money.
Right.
And somebody I'd mentioned, the economics guy, and I think it was Friedman, who said all budgets are balanced. Whatever the government spends, eventually we pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
And 33 trillion. We were sweating it at 9 trillion. Hello.
Yeah. So anyway, but remember, you were just told by KJP they didn't have anything to do with it.
Right. This is what you call it? MAGAnomics?
MAGAnomics? She did say MAGAnomics. She meant to say MAGA.
Yeah. Well, MAGAnomics is not in control right now. I don't see how are they running in the White House in the middle of the night and signing orders? I mean, I don't understand how that can be. I wish somebody would ask her about that.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. Don't forget, on the Rick and Bubba archives, you can get any of the show you may have missed on the live show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're going to start with Callie. Now, do you know what to do, Mark? Do you know what are they supposed to say?
Wow, Will.
No, not wow, Will.
Wow, Will.
No, that's what you say about your buddy Will when he does the things he shouldn't do.
Wow, Will, what a
But
honestly, right now I'm so nervous I can't even remember.
That's it. It's
thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, wow, what a Will.
Wow, what a Will.
Wow, what a Will. So if Callie doesn't say wow, what a Will, you just stand there awkwardly until she does.
Perfect.
Okay, all right. So let's go.
He's not used to getting up and speaking before the songs.
We should have had a 40-minute concert, then let him up there. All right, so we got 1-800-Flowers on the wheel. We've got harryanddavid.com. That's the meat on the wheel. Rick and Bubba prizes are on the wheel. Moultrie package on the wheel. Blaze TV on the wheel. But there are potential pitfalls as well. So, Callie from Sheffield, Alabama, WLAY, what do you say to Mark Pettis?
Wow, what a wheel.
Spin it, Mark! Yeah! So you spin that thing like the devil's in the room.
I mean.
All right, so here we go. And that's a good spin, Mark. That's Clay County strong right
like
there.
Pharaoh's chariots there. I mean, good night. Things are rolling.
All right, Callie, eventually when it stops, we'll see what you... All right, here we go.
Uh-huh.
And yeah! T-shirt, T-shirt, wear it. Callie, you got a Rick and Bubba T-shirt of your choice. That could be Jesus loves you and I'm trying. That's a good one. Common sense is a superpower. One of those in the audience here today. Any of the Rick and Bubba shirts, Rick and Bubba University, can't have nothing. You know, whatever you prefer. When we put you on hold, just give us your size and the shirt you have selected, and we will ship that directly to you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Callie, thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. We go to Gulf Shores, Alabama. Andrew standing by, listening to Sunny 105. Andrew, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you. You hear that?
What a wheel.
That's the sound of Clay County Strong.
I know it. That's old country strong,
Oh,
Rick.
yeah, sure.
Former athlete, Rick.
You can't get that. You can't get that at the
Played a
gym.
little ball.
You only get that working on the farm.
Let me tell you
a little ball.
Let me tell you how hard he spun it. One of his hairs moved. Yeah! Flowers, 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 smell it! Callie, I'm sorry, not Callie, Andrew. Andrew, you have won some 1-800-Flowers. Now, would you like to be 2 dozen multicolored roses sending to someone that you love or 2 dozen red roses?
Let's go 2 dozen multicolored.
Okay, you're getting out on the edge
With
a
the
little
multi.
bit. I'm a little dicey. Okay, so let me
roll the dice.
I understand. Let's put you on hold. Tell us where you want those shipped, and we'll handle it, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I appreciate you very much. We continue. We go to Michael out of the great city of Gadsden, where it all began 25 years ago this year. All right.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, pat it. So I like that sound. That's the sound of winning. So let's see what happens for Michael in Gadsden. Z93 weighing in. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on. Henry.
Henry. Henry, there he goes. Henry the horse. Drop the gate and let him out.
There he is.
What a horse.
There he is.
Watch out, Henry.
He's busting a move.
Watch out. Henry, hello.
What's up, guys?
Hello, Henry.
By the way, so that guy over there is the president of a college?
Yes.
That's the coolest looking president of a college I've ever seen. But in the news, I heard that the San Antonio City Council moved to keep Chick-fil-A out of the San Antonio airport.
That's correct.
This is why Kawhi Leonard left to go play for the Raptors.
Henry's back. Oh, what?
No, he's back.
By the way, kind of ironic that as a horse, my favorite team is the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah! That's very ironic. Hey, giddy up! Giddy up, Henry! What a horse.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, and we are thankful that you're with us. It is the Rick and Bubba Show with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, and welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being with us, and we only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much, but thank you very much.
Bubba, the bizarreness out of California just continues. Their ideas and the things they come up with, like we talked about last hour when Governor Newsom decided to take away the law that forbids people to lauder, to hanging out to sell their bodies.
They call it the G-string law now.
Right, and he just said, "Now let's remove that." And then now they said there's people hanging around trying to sell their bodies all the time.
Right, I know.
Probably
It's
because it's no longer against the law to do it.
Just
That
shocking.
Probably had something to do with
Is
it.
it against the law to do anything in California other than disagree with Democrats?
That may be it. Well, now, Bubba, we already have an Amber Alert.
Right.
But California says that's not enough. Now, the Amber Alert is supposed to go out anytime there's a missing child, period.
Right.
And I've seen them go out for children, and when they described them to me, what I should be looking for, I have heard them to be of every ethnicity, unfortunately, because missing children doesn't seem to know skin color or ethnicity. So I never thought that Amber Alert signaled, Rick, you need to really pay attention because it's a white kid that's missing. You're going to need a special alert to let you know that a black child may be missing.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Makes no sense.
I don't understand this at all. But so now we're going to have the Ebony Alert.
Mm-hmm.
Child missing.
California has signed into law the Ebony Alert that will be given for missing black children or women, according to this story.
Okay.
The folks behind this, one of the representatives there in California wrote the bill, said the state's missing black children and black women are disproportionately represented in missing persons list and is a crisis for the state. The Ebony Alert will ensure the vital resources and attention are given so we can bring home missing black children and women the same way we search for any other child. I'm having a hard time believing that the Amber Alerts are racist. I'm just not buying
You
that.
know, racism is a horrible thing, and sadly, it does still exist, and there are still people that see the world through that twisted way. But I just don't think the Amber Alert is racist.
Well, some of these numbers here are a little. It's a little hard to follow. You can fall down the rabbit hole on that. They said Amber Alerts are issued for just a tiny fraction of all missing child cases in the U.S. In 2021, which is the last year they have complete data on, there were 254 Amber Alerts compared to more than 337,000 missing children report. So there's less than one Amber Alert for every 1,000 children that go missing, which is mind-boggling to me that many children are going missing.
Right.
Now, the USA Network found black children were disproportionately classified as runaways by police, which does not get the same resources to help locate them as a missing child. Well, see, that may be the problem there. If we're miscategorizing it or they don't fall into the category, maybe that needs to be adjusted somehow. But I think if we start this where we're going to have a different alert for every race and every group, how long before? Hey, we'll have to have the rainbow alert, y'all. Don't think that ain't coming.
Oh, sure.
And then what about our
Trans
Latino
alert.
brothers and sisters? You got to have. Before long, we're going to have so many alerts. It's going to be we're not going to be paying attention to it. And if racism is rampant as some people say, by separating out black and women and children, they're really not going to pay attention to it.
Yeah, you're almost saying
I don't get this at all.
I don't. If there's some sort of racism involved in it, I know y'all are making a point that may be uncomfortable to people, but I do hear the point you're making. If I really am that way, I'm now going to get a heads up. Well, I'm not spending time on that.
Yeah.
Now I can't imagine anybody being like that, but I know those people exist. But I just don't know too many people that I've ever encountered in my life that an Amber Alert goes out and the first question I say, now what are we talking here? this a white kid, or is it what color's the kid?
Yeah, what I usually am listening for is what area it's in and what kind of car is involved in. I
personally have never
them,
seen that. Yeah,
I think they issue them more if they think there's a flight issue, if there might be another parent that might grab them and go across state lines or something. I don't know what the criteria is. I don't know why it's only done for 1 out of every 1,000 children. But then they go on in the story and say that between 2017 and 2021, black children made up 37% of missing child reports and nearly 37% of Amber Alerts, which is disproportionately higher than the population of black.
It just sounds like that there's a politician that thought, like Greg would say, this would be sharp.
Yeah.
And of course, you can't be against it, because if you're against it, then you're racist for being against it. But it just... If the problem with the Amber Alert system, to your point, Bubba, needs to be addressed, then yes, let's address it. But it seems to be a system that we need to look at. The Ebony Alert doesn't seem... Now you're just giving a new name to the same system.
I think you're going to confuse the alerts.
Right, yeah.
Instead of, if there is a problem, and I'm not saying there is, I'm not saying they're not. I don't know. It looks like conflicting data here in this story. But... If there is a problem, why don't we make the adjustments, the minor adjustments that we need to make, instead of opening up a whole new one? Because, guys, I'm telling you, this won't stop here. We're going to have every alert under the sun out there. Now, and we're not going to be, nobody's going to know what it means.
Are you talking about human nature? I found out somebody got a special alert. Well, and you mean
what about mine?
You mean human beings will start saying, what about mine?
What about mine?
Well, of course they will. Well, Where's our alert?
See, this is so short-sighted, and I know it's just.
I don't mean any disrespect to the family that it was named after, the sweet child Amber.
Right.
But if this has got everybody upset, just call it child alert.
Yeah, I mean,
and you know, there's a child alert. But you know, this notion that because it's called an Amber Alert, people don't care about black children when they go missing. I just think that's unfounded. I mean, those people exist, but not to any large number that would affect.
Like you said, I don't know anybody that looks at an Amber Alert and tries to decide what the race is before they're concerned. No.
If they are that kind of person, I don't think they're going to be helpful on anything. No, I mean, it's. I mean, if they
for sure, they know what they're up against now. So if they have an issue, they're not going to worry about it at all.
No.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm like you. You know what I'm looking for?
We're feeding the racists that they say are out there.
I'm looking for the type of car, the license plate,
where it is, the area they said it has
it.
Yeah.
I mean, the child. I mean, if you want to give me a description so I know what child to look for, that's fine. But it doesn't have any bearing on.
And you can
my
get,
alertness.
You can get too many of them, and you become numb to it. You know, it's like tornado warnings or anything else. You gotta have a real strict criteria for when it should be used, and hopefully it'll be successful. But it is. Have y'all ever had one like when you're driving and they'll say like a white Ford Bronco, and you'll look over and there's a white Ford Bronco next to you?
No,
and
the worst is when it sounds like they're describing my vehicle.
Yeah. Right,
whoa.
Wait a minute.
Ram 1500 lift kit.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. So
Ruh-roh.
yeah, that's all right. We'll be back. So there it is. Some politician will be heralded for that, I'm sure. Phone calls are next. We'll chat with you. What's on your mind? You can take the direction, and we'll follow you within reason. It's a huge responsibility. Don't let it overwhelm you. All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All began in Gadsden, Alabama 25 years ago this past January, and we bring the pride of Attala, Alabama, right outside of Gadsden to the program today. Coach Patrick Nix is going to be visiting with us. Patrick played quarterback at Auburn University, went on to coach his first coaching job under head football coach Bill Burgess there at Jacksonville State, on to Henderson State, to Samford, Georgia Tech, Miami, Charleston Southern, and then back into the high school ranks where he is still coaching, Scottsboro High School, and currently the head football coach and two-time back-to-back state champion, Pinson Valley. And, of course, Patrick Nix, you kind of kicked around and known the members of the show for a very long time. And of course, it was good to see you at the Hall of Fame induction with Dad back in May. And I tell you, if you're going to get started, starting your first coaching job with old Bullet Burgess, how
about that?
That'll get it rolling. On
There's no doubt that I've told a lot of people that you talk about hardcore football.
Yes.
You talk about Pat Dye and Bill Burgess. You don't get much more hardcore.
Yeah.
Than that. I mean, you really don't.
You having those two to get started, that'll shoot you right out of the old
And people
chute.
think it's crazy, but you talk about all these drills that players do. Well, little known fact, Coach Burgess used to have to do a score drill through the door of an office to see if the coach could score on a coach type of thing.
So he was doing that when you were there,
yes.
too?
I mean, it was serious. It wasn't like it was, we're going to do this drill with the players. No, we're going to see the coaches do it first, then to see if it's going to work with the players.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
I mean, it was.
Did you have any
real-
luck with that?
No, I did not.
Quarterback versus
quarterback was
linebackers
smart.
is
I
not
was
good.
smart enough to stay out of those things
Yeah.
and let those guys look crazy.
Yeah, I
killing
tell
each
those
other.
stories, and everybody thinks I exaggerate. Here's somebody that's not connected. There was no exaggeration about that, was it?
No,
they get in that door frame
they-
and say, "Who think they can score?"
That people don't understand.
So your coaching style has to reflect those two men because they were the first ones when you were young that were kind of mentoring. Can you coach? Obviously,
Is it legal to do that?
You
now?
can't.
You
You
can't.
know, and my dad was a coach for 40 plus years.
That's right, yeah,
And
yeah.
so he has a lot of those elements also from the old.
Because they're
school.
from that same era.
But you have to adapt, and I think that both your dad and Coach Dye would have adapted also into the times. My dad adapted; he coached all the way up till 2009. Then was my defensive coordinator at Scottsboro.
Right.
So,
that was
he
a
learned
cool
to adapt.
experience.
But the thing that both of them, that all these men have, that made them great, is they love the players. And so, as long as you're loving the players, you can about do all sorts of things with them. Now, you're not going to put your hands on them like you used to and all that, but that was your way of loving the kid in those days and teaching them and all that. You grabbed hold of them and looked them in the eyes and all. You can't do those kind of things anymore, but still the basic principles of loving the kid and hard-nosed and being physical, all those still haven't changed. You just have to go about it a little bit different way.
Well, let me ask you this, because I do believe, and Greg has backed this up, and Bubba's heard us talk about this many times, I don't know of anybody who handled coaching their sons in high school better than our dad. We make a lot of jokes and have fun with what a hard-nosed guy that he is, but he really, truly divided the two into two completely different categories and never let them overlap. So you've had the opportunity to coach your sons, and tell me what your style is dealing with really could be a very dicey situation.
There's one category in our house. I mean,
Yeah.
I was dad on the field, dad at home, coach on the field, coach at home.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way it is.
Right.
And and we, Bo obviously at Auburn now, and Caleb, I've got a 9th grader about to be a 10th grader. That's I mean, we're together every day.
Right.
And so it's hard to.
Right.
For us, it's hard to divide it out and say that, I'm going to be dad at home and coaching. No,
Right.
I'm dad, coach. I'm the same,
Yeah.
both places. And, I mean, literally, it'll be 11 o'clock at night, and one of the boys may come in and say, Dad, what about this, or this?
Yeah.
Or I might go to them and say, hey, look, we're going to do this tomorrow. I want you to read this guy right here. So, I mean, it's a
Right.
24/7 deal.
What did you struggle?
Does your wife end up being the referee?
It's tough on her now.
Yeah.
It's very tough.
Yeah.
Very
We got a
tough.
violation,
There's
Coach.
no
Come
doubt.
on.
Yeah,
She has sent us to our rooms, our corners many times. Look, separate, leave, go. 'Cause, I mean, it gets to those kind of conversations.
Yeah,
So, yes.
I can only remember one time, and I didn't find out till I was older, that my dad was going to deny Greg, one of us an award that week because he felt like too new to the varsity. And Mama went in and straightened that out. Yeah. And I never knew about that till we were older. He was
Yes.
like, no, we're not giving this to any kind of sophomore. And she went in there and says, was it earned? And of course, the other coaches, whatever they were being. I mean, she walked into the film. They were watching film in the living room.
Yeah.
And she said, if the boy did it, he ought to get the award. And
that's
basically
a
said,
fine line.
and you can decide what your life's going to be like in this house. You know what I mean? But,
And he got the award.
Yeah, got the award. But anyway. All right, here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. The first phone troll of the day. 30 seconds a pop. Yeah, this is a little different here. This means we go rapid fire. And a lot of folks come in here one after another, 30 seconds being the maximum length of a call, unless you get a timeout from Speedy or Bubba. They only have one apiece, though, so don't depend on that, and sometimes those will go quickly. The bottom line is we're going to get in here. We're not going to do meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, none of that. No baby predictions. This is all about comments, questions, and bringing information to the table. Sean out of Birmingham, Alabama, will get us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Sean, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I was curious if you had a chance to see at a college in California, there was a conservative young college student who stood up and said, look, I'm tired of the way that things are going on here. What do I got to do? What advice do you have for me to kind of fight for my beliefs, what I can do to change things around here? And it was just really noble for him to stand up at this college and speak on his behalf and his beliefs. And it seems to me that there's some issues going on there that a lot of people are trying to.
Well, I mean, if you live in California and the weather certainly is nice and and it's a wonderful state, you have to start. You're going to have to do something to change the direction. It's just bad. We continue. Jeff in Birmingham. Jeff, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm really upset. I just heard from our press secretary that we have trillions and trillions of dollars worth of the deficit because of decades and decades of tax cuts by the Republicans. I'm just wondering where my tax cuts are. Am I doing something wrong? Did I call the wrong number or hit the wrong line? My taxes have been going through the roof.
Yeah. I haven't seen any substantial tax break, not for decades and decades.
No, I hadn't either.
We continue. Nashville, Tennessee. Michael standing by. Michael, 30 seconds, go.
Only shout out I have is for Rick Burgess' preaching. Turned my life around, grabbed me from the bars of hell and put me at the bars of Broadway. Tell as old as time, Rick used to be a country singer, and now I'm a Christian singer. Thank you, sir. Used to play the guitar in the bars, now I'm in church. I was always drunk on beer, used to want to strike my wife. I could never hear. One day I saw the light, and it blinded me. I was really scared.
Wow. That
was rough cut.
I'm telling you, that I didn't realize for a minute that he was actually going through a rhyme. I thought he's using his 30 seconds. Well, man, that's great news. It's what we've been talking about quite a bit. Anybody who gives a version of redemption that does not feature transformation, I just have to doubt it. Speaking for somebody who did that for a long time, the Scripture, it even says that the transformation that Jesus is so powerful, the transformation is a guarantee. And if it's not there, if you haven't radically changed your life, there's something wrong. We continue, so I'm glad to hear that. We continue. Let's go to Ron. Ron, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, sir. A couple of weeks ago, me and my wife were heading back from Florida, from Jacksonville, and we got a silver alert. So I'm assuming Pawpaw had wandered off somewhere.
Oh, I thought that meant I was supposed to buy silver, that it was at a good price.
So are we going to have all these different things now?
No, you're right, Bubba.
I mean, we're going to be living in a crayon box.
Bubba, you know the answer to that. Yes, we are going to have that. Let's go to John in Alabama. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Dr. Bussey.
Yes, sir. The doctor's in.
Taylor Swift concerts are an example of trickle-down economics working 100%.
And the example is?
Well, he's saying that what KJP says can't be true.
What I mean, how are you saying they are trickle-down? I mean, explain that. Break that out for us a little bit.
You bring an event like a Taylor Swift concert to your town. Everybody benefits. The hotels, the restaurants, the tax base, everything.
Exactly.
So that's exactly what trickle-down economics works. And all you have to do to a leftist is to point out Taylor Swift, and they go nuts about it.
Okay, so let's be sure we follow this. We pay Taylor Swift an exorbitant amount of money to bring her concert to town. She hires truck drivers. She hires backup dancers. She hires stagehands. She rents a place. People come to see her and buy tickets who rent hotels, who have to eat, who have to buy gas, who have to shop while they're in town, and it all just kind of trickles down.
It's amazing.
Amen.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Great job.
yeah,
Great. You broke it down very well. I was hoping you would do that, and you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, saying trickle down economics doesn't work is saying capitalism doesn't work. That's what they're trying to equate. It's crazy.
She's calling JFK a liar because JFK talked about when the water in the harbor rises, all boats rise. Right. And that's exactly what he meant. The fishing boat and the yacht, all of them are going to go up when the water comes up. So raise the water.
I know she wouldn't call on them, but I wish somebody would do exactly what the caller just did because of, we know that Taylor Swift is a leftist, to say, hey, can I ask you a question? So you're saying that Taylor Swift doesn't have an impact on the economy when she comes to a town. So that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And watch them try to deal with that one.
Yeah.
Let's go to...
it's like saying water doesn't run downhill. It's
Right.
just an inconvenient truth.
Josh in Chicago, Illinois. Josh, go ahead.
Hey guys, so I really appreciate you guys on the show. You take a hard stand on things. You have your beliefs. You have your bottom line. You stand by it. Rick, yesterday, you couldn't take the words out of my mouth. R.E.M., terrible band. Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam's completely overrated. Never liked Pearl Jam. That singer, God, his voice is annoying.
Yeah.
So I just really appreciate you, Rick, for having a hard stand on that.
It's an important job here, and we have to make statements that sometimes are controversial, like REM and Pearl Jam are no good.
That's it,
guys. I re-listened to that segment yesterday because it was so funny. I did not hear at the beginning of the segment Helms says I like them a lot, talking about Creed. I didn't hear that, so I went on for 4 minutes to make fun of Creed and rip on it. I didn't hear that, so that made it a lot more awkward listening to it back. I
Sure
apologize.
did. You should have been us.
Yeah, you should have been us.
I apologize to everyone.
They say, you see the back of his head. I could see his face.
I did not even hear you. I like
tell
him a
you,
lot.
he got so mad he took his racket and left.
I'm telling you.
Greg said where he was going.
I apologize to Helms. I apologize to Scott Stapp. I apologize to everybody. Creed, Nickelback, everybody. Sorry.
Lynn, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey. Hey, Lynn.
Hey, I want y'all to let certain people know, I'm not saying any names, spouse, but the Dairy Queen is not on the diet plan.
Is this Betty?
Who are you talking to? I haven't been to Dairy Queen in a long time.
Is this Betty?
No, I don't know.
The Butterfinger Blizzard is not on the diet.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bubba.
I promise.
Bubba.
Was she in here earlier?
Yeah. Look, I saw something.
I was supporting the client.
I saw something, Lynn, at 5:30 this morning that it troubled me.
Man.
Because I thought we were making progress.
Well, hey.
And I looked and I thought.
All-time low this morning.
Well, I mean,
so let's celebrate it with some ice
I bet
cream.
not now.
Yeah, I'll make it.
But not all-time low, not summer Bubba.
No,
Right.
the new, post-COVID.
Summer Bubba.
Post-COVID.
Summer Bubba was.
Oh, yeah, I got down to 220 then.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I don't think I'll see that again.
Well, you might. Don't limit yourself.
You can do it. You can. You can.
I don't know if ice cream at 5:30 a.m. Central will help. But
Look, you got to do what you got to do to get ready for this show, baby.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The mom always wins.
Yes.
But I guess what I'm talking about, did you find yourself, and you're fortunate because obviously your son Bo played at a level that no one ever questioned daddy ball or anything like that. But was the most difficult part of it saying, because there's two sides of it, and I know that Dad even, as we got older, he would tell us, you don't want to over-compliment your son, but you don't want to under-compliment him either. Because sometimes, Dad's first thought is, I'm just not going to compliment them at all, so I don't get into that. But that's really not fair either. If your kid, like any player, is doing well, and the press comes up and says, well, tell me how Bo played, and if he played well, you ought to say he played well. And I think that it may be tougher on a dad to compliment their own son at the right balance than it is to get on to him.
Yeah. It's very tough. I think that's probably the hardest thing that I had to deal with is, you would think that as good as Bo was, that people would, just sort of, okay, he is really good. he's number one rated quarterback in the country. No, I still have people out there, whether it be at Scottsboro or Pinson, wherever. My son would have been better than him or just as good if he'd have let him play. And it's like, okay.
So that still happens no matter what level the player.
You're going to get the daddy ball charge no matter what you do.
No doubt. And the thing that I learned quickly, Bo started as an 8th grader. The second half of his 8th grade year, we let him play. And it goes back to what you said a minute ago. He was deserving. He was the best quarterback, but I wouldn't play him. And finally, we had an off week, and the coaches came to me and said, Patrick, we've got to play him. He is the best quarterback. He gives us the best chance to win. And I was like, I can't do it, guys.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, but he was the best quarterback. So finally, during that off week, I realized he is the best quarterback. Even though he's an 8th grader, it doesn't matter. So I played him. And, it's tough. It's very tough to do that, even if they are deserving,
right?
Because everybody's going to be a naysayer. Everybody's going to have something to say about it. Everybody's going to gripe about it. But I learned then that it doesn't matter what anybody else is saying.
Right.
Just believe in how you coach him. And like you said, coach him just like you would everybody else. And it was a hard thing to do and still is a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
But you have to do your best to coach them just like you would everybody else.
So, and I think Greg and I both can talk about it. When your dad did say, hey, and it always was the staff. It was never dad. We had position coaches. And we never did have dad as a position coach, and I think so he was overall. But our position coaches usually would go to him and say, "Here's the guys that need to play." But I don't know about you, Greg, but I always felt like when you got the nod, and you definitely knew you earned it because it wasn't going to be given to you. You felt like I need to play at a level that doesn't make dad look bad. You know what I mean?
A little extra pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be anybody who says that your dad's playing you because he's your dad, you need to play in a way that makes him look absolutely stupid.
Patrick, I know a lot is made about you coaching your son because he has got so many headlines and was such a great player. But you and your dad, I want to look back the other way for a minute. So I did not know your dad was your defensive coordinator at Scottsboro. That was
what
news to me.
A cool experience.
So how is that? I mean, you obviously you're scoring a lot of points. And you're in some of these games where it's back and forth. Do you ever go, hey, if we can get a stop, we're going to win this here, Coach?
No, you didn't say that.
Now, realize my dad is one of the winningest coaches all time in the state of Georgia.
Well, he had a great
17
career.
Straight years of 10 or more wins as a head coach.
So how do you manage that side of it?
So you got on your sideline not only your dad, but one of the best high school head coaches that's been through there. So here you are, and it's like, Dad, we're losing contain. Can we widen out that end? Dad, we're losing contain. Can we widen out that end? Dad, do whatever you want to. Go right for it. But quite honestly, he is the best coach I've ever been around. So
what did you call him on the field?
Most time, Dad. Yeah. Because if you called him Coach Nix, there was two Coach Nix.
Yeah.
And so Bo called him Coach Dad because that's what they call him. Bo called me Dad. But you're talking about dynamics now. 3 very stubborn, hard-headed individuals between my dad, myself, and Bo.
Yeah.
There was many a times where Dad would walk by me and say, "Hey, back off of him," and I'd look at him and say, "Wow, you're such a granddad." 20 years ago, buddy, 30 years ago, you were ripping my tail and you weren't even blinking at it.
Right,
and now you're going to act like lay off of him a little bit. Come on, Dad. But no, there was those moments that he would walk. It would say, "Punt the ball." What are you going for? Punt the ball. And so
he would weigh in.
Oh yes, he would weigh in, but I was thankful for it. I mean, you got a wealth of knowledge right there to do that. But yeah, there were moments on the sideline between all of us that would be a lot of fun.
You were in the middle.
Y'all need to have a reality series.
Oh, it would have been a great reality show.
We have a Gunnersville. "35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. Things you need to be aware of. The Man Church team going out this weekend. There's Man Churches going on Saturday. First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. Andy Blanks will be there. Mangum, Louisiana. Rich Wingo and Blake Prime will be there Sunday night, the 15th. And Twickenham Church in Huntsville, Alabama. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy with Scott Dawson coming up on Sunday night as well. Find those details at themanchurch.com under events. And don't forget, if you don't have your tickets to the Man Church conferences for 2024 in Birmingham in February, Starkville, Mississippi in March, see the lineup and get your tickets by going to themanchurch.com. They are moving quickly, so grab those before it's too late. And both of those are likely to sell out by the end of the year. All right, so Bubba, a couple of things. We got old Johnny Kirby, and he's being interviewed and being talked to about a number of things. We'll start with Kirby being asked about Americans still stranded in a war zone, and what would be the plan to get them out. We'll get that answer from John Kirby first. So if you're an American and you're stranded in a war zone, John Kirby will answer this question. This looks like from Fox, from what is this?
It's The Hill.
Is that The Hill?
It looks
News
what it looks
Nation?
like, yeah.
All right, here we go.
I want to start with the efforts to get Americans out of Israel right now. I think Senator Josh Hawley sort of summed it up, what many people are asking. Here's a social media post he put out. He said, quote, "For the second time in 2 years, Americans are stranded in a war zone. What's the plan to get them out?" How can you answer that question?
Well, a couple of things here. First of all, commercial flights are still going in and out of Ben Gurion Airport, so that's always an option for those who may want to leave. There are still some viable ground routes, and we're exploring many other options as well to see if there's other things that we could do to help Americans who want to leave. There are many Americans who live and work in Israel. For many of them, it's home, and they don't want to leave. So we are mindful, though, that there could be some who, using the commercial options or the ground route options, are either not feasible or affordable. And so we are actively exploring other options.
I hear you actively exploring and that there's commercial and ground options, John, but Fiji, Hungary, and South Korea have already used airlines to evacuate people out. Canada and Germany have announced evacuation flights in the coming days. So how is it that we are seemingly behind several countries on this front?
I think I would take issue with you that we're behind anybody here. We have been exploring options and continue to do that. And I would just say stay tuned. I think we'll have more to say very soon about what some of those options are going to look like.
American, United, Delta, are you speaking with them about, sort of contract work and getting people home?
Yeah, again, I think just stay tuned, and I think you'll hear more very soon about some of these options.
Go get a commercial flight. By the way, I did get to talk with some people that got out, and they said if you have a hard time flying and it scares you, he said those airlines that were leaving because they needed to get out of the flood zone, they said they went it was like a rocket shooting straight up in the air, and they even apologized. Says, look, we can't ease out of here.
Yeah,
and some of the government right now, as you just heard, not a lot of help. I know some people that we know that got out. And they said the government had no role in it whatsoever. If it had not been for the church and the IMB, actually, that's who got them out, using connections to get them to Jordan and out. But they said the government was zero help. Because a lot of people were like taking credit. Oh, you recall your senator? They were like, that wasn't doing us any good. You better find another way. Here's Kirby, Hamas. He's going to say something that is going to blow our minds about Hamas not being able to function if they were not propped up by the Iranian regime. All right, so here we go.
Hamas wouldn't have been able to function at all had it not been for propping up by the Iranian regime. But we haven't seen any specific evidence that tells us they were witting, involved in the planning, or involved in the resourcing and the training that went into this very complex set of attacks over the weekend.
Well, other than Hamas saying that, I hate to tell you, I doubt that the Iranians are going to open their checkbook and take a picture of it and put it on Twitter.
Right.
But
unfreeze $6 billion.
Yeah, 30 days later,
here comes attack. Knowing I got. Would you, if you needed to spend a little jack and you knew $6 billion was coming to your account, would that make you feel a little more free?
Oh yeah, you just write checks left and right.
Next, we're gonna hear that even though that Iran and other people that all want us to be dead, are we going to change our view on fossil fuels and be more independent? That's what Kirby's going to be asked now. So here we go.
Is the amount of oil that's being brought in by Iran, specifically records amount, 85% to China, and more oil being sold above the price cap from Russia, giving the president any pause on changing these energy policies for fossil fuels here in the U.S.?
Let me back up a little bit. I mean, it's important to remember that Iran gets most of its oil revenue off the black market, and evading sanctions, which they do, it's costly to them. In fact, our evidence is that they really only receive a fraction of the market value of the oil that they sell because they have to sell it on the black market. We will always, as we do in any case, typically revisit sanctions regimes to see if they need to be changed or adjusted, specifically with respect to Iranian oil. The president, since the beginning of the administration, has been concerned about making sure we have a viable global market for oil, working hard to keep the prices of gasoline down here in the United States. Part of that is making sure you remove some of the volatility in that global supply and demand. I don't have any announcements or decisions to make today with respect to any changes to the domestic oil production.
So is that a long no?
It is.
I
went to sleep during the answer. I'm sorry.
No.
It's a really long no.
Now, look, I understand people have different points of view, but when you get to the point that you're so bullheaded about something that's so blatantly obvious that we cannot be dependent on enemies of our country for a fossil fuel that we still need, no matter how far advanced we may be getting with, and as you said, even the electric cars need petroleum. Petroleum is something we have to have, and we've got it, and we were sitting there independent and even selling our oil for profit to other people, and this administration took all that away, and they can't even come back with the volatility of our world and say, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe we need to go back.
Yeah.
Wow. They're so bullheaded. Just I'm going to stick with it no matter how stupid it is, no matter how much I drive it into the ground, no matter how much. I think hopefully the American people will say, this whole Republican, Democratic, independent thing, we need to all be thinking about there's certain things just good for all of us. And and let's get people that are willing to see the common sense and the logic of that. So next,
can I tell you something too on that point? The extreme leftists in this country are never happy, and they're never going to be happy, because even though the Biden administration, I think very foolishly, has put an end to a lot of this and pipelines and other things, guess what? They're still not happy. Pete Buttigieg was chased from the stage by climate protesters chanting, "Stop Petro Pete."
Mm-hmm.
So he's still considered to be not enough for them.
He was forced to depart the event, a Maryland policy forum at the city's Symphony Hall, hosted by local outlet Baltimore Banter, after more than a dozen activists with a group of climate-defiant stormed the stage yelling slogans. The protesters called on Buttigieg to reject two proposed oil transfer projects, the Seaport Oil Terminal and Texas Gulf Link, under review by his agency. They said Petro Pete is a coward. So, I mean,
it's never enough.
Never enough. Never enough.
But see,
I bet all of them rode to the event. Not a one of them walked.
Well, the problem you got with these idiots is they
see, where's security at? I mean, this has got transportation secretary. They ought not be able to get that close.
Where they're foolish is they think just because you're passionately or emotionally connected to something, then it must be true. It doesn't make it true.
No.
It doesn't make it wise. It doesn't make it logical just because you're emotional and passionate about it. Many people throughout time have been emotionally and passionately wrong.
Yep.
Over and over again.
Yep. Passion is not any degree of measurement of truth.
No.
Or correctness.
No.
It's just what it says. It's just passion.
Right. I actually heard a guy use the fly analogy that flies are very passionate about things, but that doesn't make me passionate about it.
Yeah, no, I think I'll pass.
We'll come back. It's the final phone calls and any topics that we may have missed when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Treaty. And then, and that's really for the biggies. There's a little bit of mischief that sometimes people go back and forth. Is that a violation? Is it not? And we'll rule on it here or there. But there is something that's pretty much understood here that if you do something to one of our buddies here, to each other, and you don't get in trouble in the Guntersville Treaty violation, that person is looking to get you back at some point.
Yes.
I mean, that's just the way it is.
It is.
Yeah, it's almost
you expect it.
It's almost like the judge will let the person who was offended have a free shot back.
It's kind of like rubbing is racing.
Right.
As long as there's
That's
no
right.
wreck.
There you go.
Now, what's happened is computers are just wide open here in the plaza. The little laptops are everywhere. And if you leave yours unattended, somebody can take over your laptop and act like that they are you. And so this, Helmsley, you first of all have to admit that you did this to Speedy.
On 2 occasions, I've done this to Speedy.
Right, and this
kept it clean, kept it fun, but I had some fun with it.
Yeah,
and
not doing anything off color, but you went in and pretended to be Speedy in the Rick and Bubba YouTube chat room.
Yes, in the past I've done it when we're doing Wheel of Meat because we rotate chairs. I fly cover over who's calling, what they're winning to kind of help the intern. Speedy's over by the wheel. It opens up his computer and he leaves it there. And so I went in and had some fun. Did it on 2 occasions. It was good, clean fun, but I knew at some point there would be payback, and that has happened today.
So today the Rick and Bubba YouTubers were
now
able to see you pretending to be Helmsley.
Yeah, well, so a lot of times on heavy guest days, we'll play musical chairs, and I'll give up my seat and move around and do whatever. And then, as Helmsley said, sometimes I'm moving to other seats that are normally occupied by another member of the show, but they're off doing something in another part of the room. Well, I just happened to find myself sitting at Helmsley's mic.
Just happened to.
And I looked, and it's like the computer talked to me and said, "I'm right here."
Right.
And so I was like, "Oh, let me pull up. I wonder if he's still logged in." Mm-hmm. And so I pulled up the chat room, and sure enough, there's Michael and Amanda Helms.
Now, before he gets into what he said, I want to tell you what I was doing when this is going on.
I got so excited.
Okay, so Braden is playing a golf tournament this morning, and so my wife works full time, so she has to go get him started, and then when the show's over, I'll go complete the round with him. And so she said, "Hey, important time if you talk to Braden now before his golf tournament starts. Like, I really need you to talk to him, tell him whatever you need to tell him. Now's the time to do that."
Time.
Yeah. So I'm standing back there in the hall where we have TVs. Mm-hmm. And I'm on the phone with Braden, and I said, "Yeah, hey, son, listen. Hey, tough golf course today. You just need to know that going into it. Greens are going to be fast. Right. Hey, if you're going to miss front or middle of those greens. Don't dare try to go for pins in the back. It's nothing but trouble." I'm in this serious conversation about golf with him, okay? And I just happened to look up at the TV back there, and I see Speedy just typing away, and he has the biggest grin on his face.
Because he knows he's had a good one.
And I said, "Hey, son, hold on a minute." And I take a picture of the TV so I can see, so I've got proof to say, "Hey, I saw you. You know, what are you talking about?" "No, I saw you. Look, here it is." And then I get back on. "Sorry, Braden." Back to what's talking. He said, "What's going on?" I said, "Nothing. I'll explain later." But it was funny because just happened to look. I just happened to look. I'm in this serious conversation, heart to heart with my son, and I look up and I see this big grin. Yeah. And just typing away.
So Speedy, what are some of because
first of
you
all,
claimed that the tubers loved it.
Yeah, well, I first of all, it's Michael and Amanda Helms, and I started off and I say, "Hey everyone, I love you."
Right.
And quickly a couple of the veterans.
Give me some more.
Quickly, a couple of the veterans of the chat room said, "Uh-oh, Speedy's on Helmsy's computer. Alert!"
Oh, really? Okay.
But I don't think everybody really took that to heart. Then the other one I said, "Just wanted to take a second and tell you how awesome it is to sit next to Speedy every day. He's amazing and smells great. He's such a stud."
Amazing and smells great.
And of course, people are having fun with it. And then there was one where somebody mentioned that. That something about Patrick Nix, and I said Speedy is so awesome that Patrick Nix is asking him for advice.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't stop.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are excited to be spending another day with you. Hey, now, this is one of those things, Bubba, and I know you talked about it, and if you got phone calls, we'll hit some of those too at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've talked about it. I'm in the same camp you are on this one, is I cannot, of course, I have to sleep when I'm sleeping. I'm no matter what the temperature is, no matter what's going on, I'm more than willing to get more cover, but I will not put on more clothing. No. So I'm an underwear sleeping guy, and I cannot for anything wear socks in the bed. No way,
me neither.
No how. But
now, if I'm napping, maybe, but not for like the full night's sleep.
But we now.
I'm gonna feel like cold sheet with my feet.
Yeah.
But I honestly don't have any problem. To me, the quilts, the cover. All those things, they keep my feet warm enough. I don't need anything else to keep my feet warm.
I've fallen asleep with socks on and woke up and ripping them off.
But you got to be careful if you got too much cover on your feet because you'll get PTS.
I know.
Pointed toe syndrome.
Right. You don't want that.
So this doctor is saying that one way to improve sleep is to put on socks?
It warms your body down.
The story today says when it comes to improving sleep, there's a lot of widely known tips, such as maintaining regular bedtimes, using blackout curtains, avoiding electronics when you wind down, which is not one I subscribe to. I watch TV when I go to bed every night.
Watch it.
But one less common idea is to warm up your feet. Some studies have shown that people who wore socks to bed or used foot warming methods fell asleep faster and stayed asleep longer, according to the National Sleep Foundation.
I can't put socks on. I got to feel those sheets. I got to feel them. I got to have them on. Yep. I can't be in there with socks on. And you said, Bubba, there's a lot of things you can't do in socks, right?
Right. Well, I just don't like having them on for a lot of stuff.
Right.
Warming the feet can have a positive impact on sleep for many people, primarily because its effect in promoting lower core body temperature and relaxation. I don't follow that exactly. As we sleep, our core temperature naturally drops as part of our circadian rhythm.
Yeah.
This decline starts at the beginning of sleep and reaches its lowest point during the early morning's hour. Decrease of the core body temperature helps the body fall and stay asleep. But then why are you warming your feet up?
Well, I understand, like if I'm out deer hunting.
What are they saying?
If we go out deer hunting and it's cold, we know you got to take care of your feet. Be sure your boots, are the type that'll keep your feet warm. Be sure you got enough socks on, because if you can keep your feet warm, it'll help the rest of you if you keep your head warm. But my point is, I can get my feet warm without socks. I mean, when I put my feet under cover, they get warm.
Okay, so what they're saying, and they're going the long way home.
They really are.
They're saying by using a heating pad, taking a warm bath, using a foot spa, or wearing socks, you can dilate blood vessels in the feet, causing them to expand and hold more blood.
Got it.
This dilation allows more blood to flow to other parts of the body and to the feet. As a result, it can dissipate body heat and lower the core body temperature. So they're saying by keeping your feet warm, you can actually cool down other parts of your body. And I mean, that's the long way home of what they're saying, via dilation of your capillaries.
Okay, but I'll tell you this, at the end of the day, we ain't putting socks on to get in bed, I'll tell you that.
No
way, no how. That keeps me awake. I don't like the way that feels. I'm uncertain.
I'm
uncertain.
Nobody wants sweaty feet.
No. Maybe if you're real cold or something. I don't like somebody's cold foot running up and down mine, but
no.
My wife, Sherry Burgess, she is one of her warming techniques is to take her feet and put them over on my legs to try to get warm. Because she knows Big Papa's got a lot of heat over there.
Yeah, even with no socks on.
She says that. She says, look, I don't have to ever worry about being cold. I mean, as long as I got you, you put off so much body heat. Oh, I'm a bed warmer, baby. When I get in that bed, it gets warm. So
what's that?
Yeah, so I can't do the sleeping in clothes, like put on pajamas and stuff.
No, long pants.
Can't do any of that.
Sweatpants.
I used to.
If I'm sick
Thanks to you, Rick, you got my head on it, and I couldn't. Then I couldn't go to sleep because I kept feeling the shirt on
I
me.
gotta feel, and I want to get in the bed. When I get in the bed, I want to be cold, and then I want the covers to get me warm.
Yes, and what part of my head sticking out, I want it to be cold.
I do too. I do too.
I want cold air.
Yeah.
I hate when the air condition. I hate when the air condition takes a break. I'm like, no, keep coming.
Come on, keep it going.
Yeah,
Click
right.
back on. Click back on.
No, I don't have to have I prefer a fan that is fixed in the room.
Yeah,
I don't like this bringing in a box fan. Those people.
Yeah.
You know, they travel around with their box fan. You ever had one of those?
Oh yeah.
Now we keep a fan on the stand running at night. We used to try to run the exhaust fan, but I told Betty, I said we're pulling all of our warm air out.
Yeah.
Do that.
I just like to have a little air moving.
Yeah.
You know, some moving in the room. And if not, if I get hot, I'm up.
We got this new ceiling fan. We was doing a little remodeling. We got this new ceiling fan in the den. It's not but about this big. And it's in a little cage. And it's remote control, and that thing puts off the air. You wouldn't think
a minute.
it ain't this big.
Where'd you get it?
I've never found it.
I've never even heard of
It's
this.
awesome.
You don't have one of them big old fans?
No, and it blows as much or more air. It's unreal. Because I told her, I said, that ain't going to do nothing. I got a remote, and I hit it, and that baby got kicking in high.
Well, there's a shocker. You start off with a bad attitude about it.
I did. But
nobody saw that coming.
It is awesome.
Does it look like a normal fan, or is it like weird blades?
It's in a cage with the little blades. The blades are just about this big.
Really?
Well, that's weird, Greg.
That's weird.
What
Greg.
kind are they?
I don't know.
You got a weird thing going on in your house.
It's really neat.
Well, I know those big giant ones they put in like big giant rooms. You know, they're called that. They're calling the big,
big giant fan. Yeah.
I would try to beep it for y'all, but y'all probably don't want to hear me say
big
it.
A fans.
Right.
No, this
attempt
is
to do that yesterday
it's in
fell
like
apart.
a little cage, and it's got lights around it, and then the
lights.
Yeah, it's a light fixture also, and in the middle is a fan that's about that big.
You got a cage with lights on it?
Yeah,
and a fan in
of it. It's decorative.
Is it?
Yeah, it looks good.
I
was thinking that.
Is it like chicken wire?
No, it's just like wire. Not like I don't know.
What kind of wire?
Does it look like this, Greg?
Yeah, kind of, but no,
not
No,
exactly.
it doesn't look like
More
that.
wire, less wire.
Yeah, and it's no, it don't look like that.
Okay, well,
close. But
I
not,
tried.
That's not it.
Thanks, Adler, for your effort. Would you know the name of it?
No, I didn't order it.
What about this right here? Is that what it looks like, Greg?
Is it like that?
I see it, except it doesn't have the wood thing on it, and it's not quite the inside. Don't
It
look,
is
but
like chicken wire.
That's no, it don't have that.
No chicken wire.
But
okay.
the style of the fan that's the style, but the wiring's different.
Wow, that is smaller than you would think it would be.
Oh, you think, well, that ain't gonna put no air off.
Well,
I'm telling you, it'll run you out of the room.
A lot of times,
Is
smaller.
it like a bird cage?
Yeah.
A lot of times, small things are a lot more powerful than
That's
people
what
think.
I heard.
Oh, they really are.
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody said that dynamite comes in small packages. I never heard that
think
before.
That's true.
Yeah.
I've got that tattooed on my arm.
I know. I've had to look at it for a number of years now. It's okay. Look, you're too self-conscious about that.
Hey,
kind
this
of
is
stuff.
about Greg's fan. I don't know what
Right.
you're bringing me into.
Well, he
it.
just said a little fan had big power. I thought this would be a good moment for you.
Okay, that's right.
Right.
That's who you think
I'm trying
of as
to find
Adler
it.
when you say that.
I do. I think little fan, big power.
That's
A lot
right.
of power.
That's right. And Super Dad, the rest of the world may not recognize it, but I thought what he did yesterday should have been applauded.
God
Not
knows.
that he did it for applause.
Right. God knows about it.
He does.
That's all that matters.
Unfortunately, God knows everything.
Yeah,
Not just the
you can't
good
just
things.
pick that
Yeah,
out.
that's a great point.
Right. That when people always talk about that, about keeping score. Remember that at the Christian school? I said, no, God keeps score.
Sadly.
Yeah, right. Now, we can set that thing back to I'm good with you, but there is a score kept. Apparently, as we've studied the Revelation, he actually gets out a big old book and begins reading all kinds of things.
Yep.
All right, so that'll do it for this hour. It may wrap up the whole day for a lot of you. Did you miss any part of the show today? If you did, remember you can always catch the full archive, video archive on our YouTube channel, audio only archive on our podcast channel, and a best of hour, you can see that on Blaze TV if you're a subscriber. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick